Right, we are streaming and recording.
I've seen
Wayne's World.
Right.
What the fuck?
All right, guys.
We
So,
have failed him. He's never seen Wayne's World.
to give a small
Jet,
recap of what happened. All right, guys, to the table. To recap about what happened last session, the party concluded the majority of their business in the city of Fairhaven after a interesting encounter with the magistrate for some people. The party made their way out of the city. They completed their shopping and gathered the materials that they had requisitioned before making their way to the Lyrandar Tower that housed the airship station for the city of Fairhaven. You all inquired about passage. Gunther using his connections with his patron in Sharn to secure rather expensive passage for the entirety of the party. You all boarded the airship, met the crew, the captain. Gunther, having traveled on this before, it's been a while, but having traveled on this seemingly repurposed warship from the last war, not like the normal airships that you see flying from city to city. This one's a bit larger, a bit more intimidating looking. Gunther recognized it as one of the old arcane warships that came about at the end of the war, a massive mobile gun platform that would arrive to different battles and deploy soldiers and also artillery from the sky. You boarded the ship, met the crew, met the captain, met a new acquaintance in the Warforged Sprocket. Some of you snuck away to some of the crew's quarters for a few quick drinks, while others used their connections with the captain to get access to the private stash.
Why is all the rum gone? Because we drank it.
But for the most part, your first day was nice, smooth sailing. Ryn was quite enthralled with the journey on the airship, standing near the rails with her nice new coat, just taking in the views. The night came, you all slept, you all rested.
Also, taken in by the captain in his bare-chested shirt.
Yes.
Like the cover of a...
Captain Baz is quite
Goodness.
roguishly good looking. But you all awoke the next morning to, again, smooth sailing and clear skies. Gunther was visited by one of the stones that he had helped write at the Standing Stones outside of Fairhaven, with a interesting portent of soaring stones contain surprising stories. As the day progressed, you approached a large cloud formation in the direction you were traveling. You proceeded to start to pass through this cloud formation. As you did, you encountered a floating island where there shouldn't be floating islands.
Where should there be floating islands?
Not here.
Definitely not.
As the captain made evasive maneuvers, there was a small, minor collision. Before leaving, while the captain was in the process of deducing any damage if it had happened or issuing repairs or things like that, Gunther decided to jump off the railing of the side of the ship and onto this floating island.
Technically, she started.
Yeah, Ryn did it first, then Jet, then
True.
Gunther right after.
I was going to do it anyway, but she happened to beat me over the side of the ship.
So you all found yourself standing on this island with Captain Baz commanding Sprocket to go and retrieve the passengers that have now left the ship. You all find yourself on this island with Vale noticing odd vibrations from the island. Vale attempted to convince you all to leave, but you all were more concerned with other things at the moment, with Gunther sort of drawn in by the odd familiarity of the buildings around. As Gunther approached, he made the connection that this is actually buildings and remnants from the now destroyed country of Sire, specifically from the capital city of Metrol.
Too spooky for me.
As some of you are trying to get Gunther to stop walking farther into the island. Vale is continuing to pressure people to get off the island. And while this is all happening, the vibrations intensified. They got stronger. And in the middle of a conversation with the captain, you all blinked to the astral sea. Floating on this island, surrounded by an open, expanseless, endless void of just nothingness around you. And you all were sort of just in stunned silence for a few moments, as now most of you have started to notice the vibrations, and they keep rising and rising. And about every 8 to 10 minutes, you notice that you shift again, and you appear somewhere else. And you found yourselves, this time in Fernia, the plane of fire. And you're surrounded by oceans of magma, volcanoes erupting and pouring fire and molten rock into the atmosphere. You see off in the distance massive, monstrous fire elementals just roaming this violent landscape. And then you shifted again. And you appeared in this desolate, dark, dead place. And there was just this sense of impending death surrounding you. And upon closer paying attention, you notice there's just those ethereal wails and screams of tortured spirits. And you, Zareth, would immediately recognize this as Dolur, the Plane of the Dead.
Okay.
This is where you found yourselves at the end of the last session, as the majority of the party finds themselves in this open courtyard, probably 40 feet by 40 feet. Seemed to be like a garden. You can see off to one side, like right where this floating island, like the edge of it is, there's like half of a fountain still left. So you assume this is probably like a little garden courtyard in between different buildings in this little district. But the walls sort of wrap around from the edges, wrap in towards this large archway that stands over. One door still hanging, the other door fallen off the side of the hinges. And so there's just this probably 20-foot tall, 15-foot wide doorway, half of it blocked. And as Gunther approached, you heard the sound of rattling bones and clanking armor. And as you sort of stopped yourself about 15 feet from this doorway, this mound of just roiling bones and skulls just emerges from around the corner of this closed door and just starts rushing towards you. So I'm going to have everyone roll initiative real quick while I draw out a quick little comment.
I'm gonna make a reference, and I hope. But was he Nito? Nito?
You want to take a look at that?
Dark Souls reference.
You know what?
Joe, did you
I
have
played a
that?
little bit of them.
Okay, I'm just giving you a heads up. Your screen is on the screen. Not that it's not a problem or anything. I'm just giving you a heads up.
I don't have to look at too much porn, is what he's saying.
It's hard, you know. You just.
In not as few words, but yes. Now you are safe to.
Why is that guy stuck his own?
Last question is,
Give
I
me your attention, babe.
Did
I need sauce on
Joe
that?
show you that?
He did, I think.
Huh?
He did, I think.
That's fine. We'll deal with it.
No. Corey showed up after that.
Oh, I thought you were asking Tyler.
No. BT Dubs, just a reminder, not to get away from the table, but just a reminder, 2 more days is the season premiere for Anime X.
No way.
That's a penis.
Yes, that's very studious of you.
Piles
I'm gonna say we're about to get
rocks
Yes.
over here.
Hey, Tyler, the name of the orange cat that's coming around here.
Cupcake.
Adorable. Lay it on my shoe,
That
really.
was multiple things.
Oh.
If you ever like an extra D4 for damage or something.
Yes.
God damn it. It has the filter on it.
It played the audio, but it had the
It had the not
had-
safe for work. Like,
yeah, which
click
I
here.
clicked it
Yeah.
twice.
By the way, thanks again, Lazarus, for that one. Now that we're live, we can actually give credit where credit's due.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of
Okay, there's no water in it, but that's like the partially collapsed fountain that's sort of like falling off the edge of the map. Up here is your doorway that I was talking about. This is the one door that's still standing. Okay, and this is the door that is sort of like fallen off of its hinges and is laying on the ground. Over here, these areas are just like collapsed rock, pieces of rubble. The buildings that surround. Again, the buildings that surround. If you're familiar with like the pillars in like St.
Of
Peter's
Eternity.
Square in Rome around the Vatican, those long sort of like circular wrapping around, and there's just these large pillars and archways, but they're sat up against buildings. So through here are just flat walls that you can't progress anywhere. The only direction that you guys seem to be able to travel is either off the edge or through the door over there.
You said
Again, I
seems to
played
be, so
enough
there's a
Dark
secret
Souls to
passage
know
here
this is a
somewhere.
boss battle.
Boss music intensifies.
So I will say Gunther is farther ahead than probably everyone else. The rest of you all are gathered here in this area. You can place
Gathered here
yourselves
today.
as you see fit.
I believe V has a tight grip on my shoulder to
That
keep
is
me
affirmed.
from
So I'm wherever.
scampering
Yeah, I
off.
was gonna say I'm wherever you are.
Does anybody have a mini I
I'm-
can borrow?
Are we level
yeah.
6?
Have a
I have
Yes.
several Warforged minis for you.
We should have the
Are you a? Well, you're you're a.
By the way, I just want to say the reason I laughed during
What's your weapon
recap,
of choice?
Do you have a light hammer?
I have a
in
mace.
chat,
That's
Distraction said, "Nerds!"
Pretty
That's
much.
us.
Oh, wait, no, that's sword.
And then he was like, "Much love, guys."
Here we go.
And then Joe moved his camera, and Distraction
mind
said,
pushing
"No,
Jet
not
to
the
me?"
porn."
My real concern is, I'm like,
Yeah,
I
it has
hope
to
I
be
haven't
within
typed in
30
any
feet
passwords
of-
on that, because I don't remember
No,
what
no,
I've
no, no, no,
accessed,
no, no,
like-
no, no, no. And again, it was literally just like the top maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I think all I've done is get on D&D Beyond, which it's automatically saved, so it typed it for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was all D&D Beyond, and it was all like the top
Corey,
left,
that's pretty
25%
cool.
of your screen.
Yeah.
Is this Heroes Forge?
Yeah.
That's badass.
That's the colored variant.
Yeah.
Like the plastic is all. It's their new tech.
Nice. That's pretty.
Yeah,
sweet.
that's Hero Force 2.0.
Yeah, just drop it.
So you swear.
Swear to me!
I like how you. I hope that's like your melee attack. You just hit them with the book.
No, it's big.
The pen is mightier.
Say no different
I will
than
say-
getting a
okay,
block
okay,
and
so
getting
who's
a
this?
stab.
That's Jet.
That's Jet.
Jet had to be within 30 feet of Gunther to cast
cast.
suggestion.
Right, because I would have been like probably up with you, just because you and I would have been at the like front of the party, because I was trying to get Gunther to come back. So
Okay.
I'm gonna say that I was up with you.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. I just knew I had to be within.
Yeah,
30
yeah,
feet,
not a
so-
problem. I was just trying to make sure that everybody was where they're.
All right. I should probably roll initiative for the monster.
You don't have to.
Who's
There's no
by
monster.
Xerath
Thank
right
you.
now?
That's all I've been trying to find.
Just
out this
because
whole
it takes
time.
up a size, it is considered a size large. I'm going to use the owlbear mini for this.
Who's by Xerath?
I don't know who's by Zara.
That is. Oh no, sorry. That's
No,
what
it's
we.
Beats by
That's,
Dre.
that's what we were using for V.
That's XV.
It was
Oh,
Valkyrin's
yeah,
mini.
Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Get it? X15.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4,
No,
5, 6, 7. Cool.
Okay.
We have all players.
No, I accidentally changed my name on D&D Beyond, and you can only change it once, and you can't change it back.
What did you do?
So I had to go into a forum, make a post, and then
What?
hope somebody changed it.
Did
which
you
I just
accidentally
confirmed
change
that
it
they
to like cocksucker or something?
did. No, I put my real name.
20 to
but, like,
25.
I was like, I don't want my real name.
What?
20 to 25 on initiative.
24.
Damn.
Natural 20 plus 4.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for wasting a 20 on initiative roll, but.
Yep.
20 to
But
15.
you know what? It's for the kids.
19.
So.
19.
17.
I also rolled 19.
Who has the higher dex?
That's what I'm looking. Mine's only
Oh,
plus
I
one.
have no initiative. It's just a straight 19. Oh, Dex.
Dex
Yeah,
modifier.
you dex, because we both rolled the
If
same.
you have
Oh,
a
okay.
plus one, then you would go for.
Yeah.
Mine's
I
You
have
don't-
0.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
because
I
so-
said, I had a-
really?
Yeah.
Zero.
Oh, yeah, because initiative would be. Yeah.
Initiative
19.
already includes the dex
Correct.
bonus, so if his
That's right.
initiative is.
A straight 7 or 19.
And
so-
Unless he
V,
has something
you said
that's like
17?
-1 to
Oh,
initiative.
true. Yeah.
But I don't
15 to
think there
10?
really is anything
10.
gives you negative initiative.
What's your dex mod?
4.
No, seriously, I was trying to tell you
Angles.
earlier. I finally bought.
And who was the other person that spoke?
I've never
10.
played.
Well, this is Bloodborne, but yeah.
Well, no, I've played Bloodborne, but I finally bought.
10 to 5?
Because we used to have
9.
Dark Souls earlier.
Oof.
It was $11 this week on sale, so
Oh, nice.
the remastered version.
I never roll good
The
initiative.
remaster was.
You're always the one that cleans up.
I've never made it more than 5 minutes into that game without
It's
breaking
weird
the
how it
controller.
works.
Yeah.
It's like Dice is like, oh, I'm
I've
supposed to
never
suck
made
right
it
now,
more than
right?
5 minutes without
All
breaking
right,
the
guys.
controller.
So, at the top of the round, Vale, it is your go as
Top of the morning,
you,
dude.
you and Jet sort of are walking behind Gunther, calling out to him, trying to get his attention, to get him to stop walking away from you. He just sort of continues on, lost in his own head. You both know that he's from Sire, and this is probably bringing back some memories, and he's probably, even though he's here with you mentally, he's probably somewhere else.
You can move.
Okay.
And-
we can.
I still don't think I can get to you.
We can see the.
You, as you're
Not
sort of chasing after him, you just see this probably 3 or 4 foot tall, just like mound of
It looked bigger than I thought it
bones
was.
and skulls and cracked pieces of armor, just sort of like almost like rolling sludge, just emerge from behind the door and just start like unraveling itself out of the doorway and pushing towards like straight at Gunther. But this is a large mound of these bones, and you can hear the disjointed like as it just rolls across the ground
The
and just,
original
and
Resident
just,
Evil zombie
and just
sound?
charges towards Gunther.
Yeah.
Fucking creepy.
I
Like, oh god.
Okay. Yep. It is your go.
I went back and played because I
well,
got,
I will run forward.
PlayStation. I went back and played
Next
the
to
original Resident Evil.
Gunther.
Dude, it's scary.
So
Yeah.
let's look at.
Well, because that game, you
5,
can't
10,
kill
15,
everything.
20.
You have to make.
Of my
You have to
movement.
make decisions.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, I would like to use Insightful Fighting.
Okay. What's the save it has to make?
It
Have you played
is.
7, the newest one?
Oh, it's contested, isn't it? Against.
kinda
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
contested, but
With the
I gotta
family.
figure out what my bonuses are.
I still need to play it before 8 because I played it like the week it came
Yeah.
out and I don't remember anything about
Yeah,
it.
I
Insight
just
check
replayed it just in one
versus
setting.
your
I
deception.
just remember like
So you're
the
gonna be
Saw
rolling
room.
a
At one point, where I was in a room that, like, I was watching a
with
whole
a
videotape and I had to play through like a Saw
DC
scenario.
Yeah,
29.
I'm sure it's great at charisma, right?
What?
How'd you get?
I rolled a 19.
I thought it was
my
against.
insight versus your deception. My insight, I rolled a 29 because it's a 19 plus 10.
It can't succeed on that anyways.
Okay.
It can't succeed on that.
And then in that case,
Can it
I would
succeed?
like to use my attack.
Okay.
I'm a.
What does Insightful Fighting
What
do?
happened? I
Gives
played
it-
it.
Fighting
Gives an
gives
advantage.
A, it gives me advantage. B, it makes
It
my.
doesn't-
Or no, it
it
doesn't give
doesn't
me
grant-
advantage. It just allows me to use sneak attack.
Consistently, even without advantage.
So like, if I don't have advantage and I'm still not like within like melee or
I love that you like
whatever
the
the
soundtrack.
thing is.
It's so
Huh?
good. The soundtrack is so good. This is the hunt.
Is this? Are you just like Snake? Like he's in this cardboard box and you're hiding. And you're just like shooting out of it. Is that how that
Did you
works?
see someone added that into Skyrim?
It's gonna be a 17.
Cardboard box.
17 hits.
Cool.
Hey,
Grand weapon
never mind.
mastery going on.
I figured it out as I asked.
Oh,
I
you
thought
think
about
you
coming
figured it
actually
out?
as Snake in a Box.
That will be
for
a
following
13 damage.
Would I just be dick in a box?
Stand by.
Sneak attack damage?
Oh no, that doesn't
Hey,
include my
actually,
sneak
no, I
attack.
don't
I am
understand.
so sorry.
How can I tell if something's a bonus action?
Don't say it.
Say 1BA.
1BA?
Or
Yes.
if
Okay,
you
so
go
I just
to-
don't have
if
anything
you
with
go to-
quick act.
Click on actions right there. You can click bonus action. It'll show you everything you can do for BA.
Okay, so Misty Step I've got. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll show you everything you can do for bonus action.
No, I haven't yet.
26
That's my next
Sorry.
one.
Cool.
I
So
played the alpha
including
for
sneak
it.
attack.
That's pretty good.
you see this happen, and you sort of
What?
push past Jet and rush up towards Gunther, sort of like as you're doing it, almost like grabbing onto the back of his chest armor and trying to like slow him down a little bit. And you just reach up and fire around him. And as you do, you see the bullet impact, and you see a couple of the bones sort of splinter and shatter off, but it
It seems like it
It
just
keeps charging.
Yeah.
I mean,
doesn't slow it.
you looked like you did some damage. How much was the total?
I forgot to get text message on
Like
my
28, 24,
You sent it.
27,
And- and you-
13 plus 13, 26.
26.
You described this mound like a
Star Wars
rolling
13?
mound,
I wish, now I'm depressed.
World War
Thanks
Z
a
type
lot.
of just moil,
Just like
boiling
rolling
hot.
over each other. Very much like the zombies climbing that wall,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're just like tumbling across each other and just pulling up.
He
Very much
might
that
let
same
you roll into
idea.
that.
Is that the end of your turn?
I mean,
Yes.
Is
But
that
otherwise
something I should not be able to ask you?
Zareth, it is your go.
Cool. I am going to
Sprocket,
run
you're on
forward.
deck.
Oh shit! I gotta
Swallowed
what my
wrong.
fucking speed
That's what you
is.
said.
should be 30.
What do you mean? It's always right.
So I'm gonna move to here,
Anyway.
You swallowed. You're putting
Okay.
forth the
and I'm
effort.
going
Yeah.
to yell at Gunther. Gunther, make haste, and I'm gonna cast counter spell on. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna cast haste on Gunther.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
Remind me.
I don't remember. Do I need to roll
I
that?
said that's my
I've got it right here. I can pull up what it is.
Extra action.
You just cast it, and he gets it.
Okay. So yeah, +2 to AC.
Yeah, double move.
You basically get
So 2 AC bonus action.
that can only be used for attack.
Okay.
Can only be used for the
you can
attack
also
action.
disengage and whatever if
And
you really want to.
You also have advantage on all dexterity saving throws. And then
Make sure to mark that spell slot.
I already did.
Okay.
Oh, I did. Sorry, I thought I hit it. I didn't. And then, shit. Sorry, I'm trying to remember.
Sprocket, you're on deck. Just remember that.
No, it did not. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I couldn't remember if Misty Step did dealt damage. But
You,
there's another one
like-
that does.
Correct. Yeah.
You're
That's it,
still. You're still back in Metrol before it was destroyed. Like you are. There's a flood of memories coming over you. You didn't think you would ever see this city again, and yet
Here we are.
here you are.
Just looked at you.
And you're sort of shaken awake. Number one, by the sound, by Vale grabbing onto the back of your armor and sort of like shaking you a bit. But then also the very sharp report of his gun as he reaches around you and fires. And then it all sort of clarifies for a second. And you see this swarm of bones just rolling towards you. And then you just all of a sudden feel this surge of energy through your veins. And
5-hour energy.
you sort of turn around and you can
course.
you sort of turn around and just over your shoulder you can see Zareth way behind you as he's finishing the incantation and just sort of nods at you and is like, time to go. So at the end of your turn, Sprocket, it is your go. V, you're on deck.
Alright, before I even do anything, I'm gonna chant my mantra. During this day, I will pay for my past transgressions with the cost of protecting my allies from the grip of death. I take my hammer, I beat it against my chest, and I give a war cry.
So some shit just went down.
You beat your chest too?
Hold on.
Nice.
Wait. So
I beat something.
Repeat
else.
your mantra again?
So during this day, I will pay for my past transgressions with the cost of protecting my allies from the grip of death.
Okay.
So what happened?
With that, I'm going to command bolt.
Where are you?
Where is
Do you
Bolt?
need a bolt?
Oh yeah.
I have a bolt.
To protect you.
Protect me. Oh. Everybody protect me.
I thought everybody in the club getting.
If you don't have a dog, we can use the little mini mind flare.
I actually have a mechanical dog. Here you go.
Oh, lit.
Nice.
Come on. Come on. It's me.
Yeah, I was going to say Mini the addict over here.
So he would have been with you.
Yes.
Or you get this one, whichever you like.
Ooh, that's attack.
Let's trade
Let me see that one there.
Yeah,
Just like
that's
see
right.
it.
I have two mechanical dogs, fuckers.
And where would you want him to go?
He's protecting her.
Mechanical dog fuckers?
So he runs over and he stands.
And because of how that works, that's my
Goddard
turn.
grew up.
Fantastic. All right, V, it is your go. Rin, you're on deck.
Action
I like how he skated
is
in
my
that.
action is to pet the dog.
Distract you.
You can go ahead.
He got
on
this.
this. Just I'm getting haste up.
Say I will pay for my transgressions.
Okay.
That's so weird.
So, V's gonna keep his hand on Rin and basically hold you still to restrain you, like to grapple you so you can't move.
So you're using your action to grapple me?
Not to grapple, no.
It's more just like you're tightening your grip on my shoulder.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Also,
as I tighten my grip,
Tyler?
the
I don't have
black energy
I don't have
tendrils that
I don't have a
cover my
haste, so
body
will you put that on
extend
Gunther,
over here
please?
and have mage armor.
Oh, what is it? Oh, cool. All right, my AC is now 20.
Shit.
What'd you do?
I mage armor Ren.
Okay.
So
Hey,
basically,
remember that's
stood and
haste, not
waited,
grapple.
hand on Ren's
That's
shoulder.
not a concentration, is it?
No.
Okay.
we're gonna
It'll
grapple.
last for 8 hours.
Yep. Fantastic. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Next up, Bryn, it is your go. Jet, you're on deck.
Oh boy, I had it right.
How sensitive are these mics?
Free action. What's your dog's name again?
Bolts.
Free action. Pet bolt.
You almost absent-mindedly get your fingers like caught between the, like some of the plates as he sort of like slides up against you and sort of like rolls his shoulders. You go to pet him and you sort of pinch yourself a little bit.
Take 2 damage.
Free action. Let's see. I will focus on a shimmering white globe that shoots out from me, and it separates into 4 individual little globules that hit Gunta, Vale, Sprocket, and Zareth.
You get my bless rings out, don't I?
I'm sorry. Vale, Gunter, Sprocket,
So
Zareth.
I'm gonna have to write
that's
down
bless.
a
What
list
are you
of
doing?
bless.
I don't know what bless
Hashtag
does.
blessed.
There's
Okay.
your 4 bless rings.
So
You get to roll
Okay.
a d4 to any
Attack
Attack,
roll,
saving
ability
throws.
check.
ability check.
No ability
All the
check.
time?
Only
No,
attack rolls.
yes,
saving throws.
attack
Saving
rolls
throws.
and saving throws.
All the time or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
No.
every-
Yes, one per roll.
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I should have clarified that question.
And it's only
Okay.
on attack rolls. It's not on the damage.
Correct.
Correct.
It's only to hit.
what was
To
it?
hit and
Advantage
then
on
save.
dexterity saves.
Advantage on dex
Just
saves,
bless.
+2 to AC, and then also
Extra attack.
All
I
right.
should say Gunter is fucking lit.
Okay, so haste is what now? Sorry, I was writing down.
Extra attack.
Bless.
Plus 2
Oh,
to
bless,
hit.
bless. Sorry, bless. Sorry.
Add a
Just roll the
D4.
d4 to your attack rolls and save throws.
Is that the end of your turn?
That is my other turn.
Attack, not damage.
No.
Correct.
Okay.
Gunter's already got the damage covered.
By the way, Led says, haste, how it feels to chew 5 gum.
Nice.
Thank you,
So,
Led, that was great.
between Rin and Jet going, the skeletal swarm surges forward.
Because that sounds friendly.
5, 10, 15, 20. Surges forward right to both of you. And as it surges forward, you see another emerge from the door behind it.
Same thing.
The
Same exact thing.
Ah, that looks like a chimera.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
There-
Something's not right.
Both Vale and Gunther are now deafened while this swarm of roiling bones surges around you and just blocks out all of the other sound around you. You cannot hear anything else beyond the clattering of bones and this just unholy wailing coming from it.
Does that have any other effect other than I just can't physically hear anything?
Just can't hear
Let-
anything.
Okay.
So,
I just was confused.
Downside is
let me
I
just
can't
ask you
bardic
this
inspiration
from a,
yet.
Oh,
from
okay.
a
Or
perspective.
Vale.
As I figured, things that I would have to hear. Okay.
Is it like deafening as in like we're hearing it, or is this like
It is
a-
deafening, as in all you can hear is the rattling of bone and the unholy wailing.
But can I tell that it's coming from an external source and it's not just in my head?
It's coming from the bones and the
Okay.
unholy
Right,
wailing
right.
because I put the mini in front of you guys, but this swarm has surrounded you.
Yeah.
Like the bones and everything are roiling around you and between your legs and passing around, and it's sort of like engulfing
But
you
it's,
at this
but it's
moment.
not like a psychic
No.
thing. It's around us. Okay.
Can I move?
That's for me to know and you to find out on your next turn.
Oh, saucy.
This one is going to 5,
Are you fucking trying to hula hoop over here?
15, 20,
Yeah.
25.
I'm their hula hoop champion. I mean, I won the last festival we went to.
This is true.
I broke the game.
All of them.
Unrelated.
Don't have a text.
Okay.
I hope it went to you. 'Cause if I sent that to someone else, that's gonna go bad.
It's going to. The one that is surrounding both of you is going to attack both of you.
Just get hit with like random skulls.
Pretty much.
Well, I sent it for my laptop.
Gunther, pick odd or even.
Odd.
Okay. You get hit first. That is a 20 to hit. Dirty 20.
What's your AC?
What's your AC right now?
It's 18. Shield is 3, right?
Shield
Well, I
is
was gonna
5.
say it's 18 plus 2 from haste.
So you
You're
20.
at,
No, no, no,
20,
no.
You're at 20 and
No. So mine's 16.
You're at 18.
So I'm at 18.
Okay, yeah, shield would block that.
Shield does
Shield
plus
would make
5,
it plus 5.
Shield makes it plus
so
5.
you can use.
But
shield.
it burns a reaction and it burns a spell slot.
I haven't used any spell slots, so.
Yeah.
It lasts for the whole turn too. So if it tries to hit you again,
So what's attacking me? This
that
Yes.
where's that thing's attention to?
You don't know.
It's
It
kind
is-
of
it
an-
is
Oh,
a-
it's another.
It is a rolling swarm of bones. It does not have.
I physically. It had heads. I was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Idiot.
It appears to be moving behind you.
Okay.
In what direction it is heading directly or who it is focused on, you do not know. It does not have a face. It does not have a head. It does not seem to have its attention focused on any person in specific.
It appears to run some sort of necromantic and magic. There. Might be interesting.
What was it?
So it appears to be running
Are
on
you
some
burning
sort of
shield?
necromantic magic.
I don't know why that popped into my head.
Yeah. Fuck it.
And that's going
Yeah.
to be a 16 to hit against you, Vale.
That will miss.
Okay. So both of those attacks miss. That is the end of
so shield
the
lasts
swarm's
the whole
turn.
whole turn. Yeah. So if something else went to go hit you, it would still be up. But yeah.
So Jet, it is your go. Gunther, you're on deck.
Wait, hold on. So that was one attack from each swarm, or the only swarm that attacked was the one that's right next to
One
us?
attack from each swarm.
Got it.
The
So
swarm
us
that's surrounding you guys attacked you. The swarm that's
next to us hit
attacked him.
Got it.
as it passed by, it
Right.
lashed out and then
Right.
it continued forward.
Bonus action shift, so that I can
Duh.
go ahead and.
Or it's still within melee range of him, so that's why he didn't get an attack of opportunity.
No, it walked outside. Like it moved on the edge.
Oh,
yeah,
because
it
had reach,
it sort of wrapped around.
'cause
Yeah.
it's like reach.
Right.
Well, it's a large creature. It takes up
Well-
a cube.
Oh, then it's actually technically there. But either way.
Yeah,
bonus
so
reaction
I
from
should
shield.
I should realign it. It is technically those 4 squares
Yeah. it's-
is what it is consuming.
My point is, if it moves slightly further out, he gets an attack of opportunity.
Yes, but he
or
burned
it
his-
moves
but
slightly
he's-
further out,
he
and
burned-
its melee range is within.
He burned his reaction to cast shield,
That's
Yep.
right.
so
Oh
he
my
does not
God.
get
Doesn't
an
matter.
attack of opportunity.
All right. So
Test roll. 2 1s.
it is possibly coming towards me then.
You don't know. It's weird. It does not seem to have any. There's really no way to determine
Hey, wait.
its intent, its
Where are my
direction
spell
of
slots on
travel.
this page?
It just is this amorphous assembly of bones, some rotten, some broken, some decaying, some fresh and really white.
So I don't think this is going to work as a player. However, I'm going to do it anyway because I don't think Jet would know. Anyway, I'm going to look at it and I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery. So I would love for you to go away right now, please. And if that does work, it'll need a Wisdom saving throw of 15.
I know
It
that.
specifies a creature, so if this is not technically a creature, then it will not work. It does not need to
it's a
understand
nightmare
language
creature?
for it to work, though.
So I got a quick question.
That's right. I forgot I can't do that.
Is it just essentially a bunch of skeletons? Is
So
what we're
it's a mass.
It's a massive bones.
It's a swarm.
Yeah.
Think of like
So if-
think
said
of like
wisdom
silly
save?
putty,
Yep.
but if it had like
What's the
bones in
DC?
it,
15?
and it was
So
rolling
if I
at you.
just you guys, if I toss something, would something get stuck
Natural
in
16.
Got it. So
Problem.
it? Okay.
doesn't do any damage. Also doesn't
Okay.
have disadvantage
Okay.
on its
Okay.
next attack.
Yep.
So it worked? Okay,
no,
sorry.
I
I
wish.
was trying to read Vicious Mockery while you were doing it.
With that, I'm gonna go ahead and move basically around it, see if I can draw its attention. I don't know where it's going, but
So you're just gonna go. You're sort of gonna hug it so it doesn't. Do you?
I'm not gonna move outside of a range.
Okay, so 5.
Actually, random question: Am I also deafened at the
I'm gonna
moment?
throw it, tap,
Depends on where you end.
bring it back.
Okay.
Again,
Depends on where you end your turn.
I would want
take
to
a
be
turn, wait, and then I'm gonna
Not deafened.
not deafened. if
Okay, so
possible.
you would have to be back here.
Okay, I would actually have to move away from it then.
It is anything that is within its space or within a space adjacent.
cast my fire.
Okay. I'm still within its
That's kinda cool.
attack range. It didn't make a swipe at me.
Didn't seem to do it.
Okay, cool. And then rapier's coming out, and then dagger as well,
Okay.
because I don't know where else to go at the moment.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, because I used my bonus action to shift.
Gunther, your go.
Pull up Brothers Grimsby and crawl up its ass.
Yeah, that's his turn.
If I knew where its ass was, then you know.
Okay.
Vale, you're on deck.
Got it.
I don't know if I can technically ask this,
Yeah, 2 things I can do it.
but so we're basically standing in a puddle of this thing.
Yep.
Can I guess I'm gonna attempt to move this direction. Toward,
Okay. It is going to be considered difficult terrain, so every 5 feet of movement is going to cost you 10 feet of movement.
So you can move 3 boxes instead of.
Okay. Can I get behind it?
It does not appear to have a front or behind, or sides. It is just literally, it is an amorphous glob of skeletal remains.
It's
no face.
It doesn't have an It's got a spine, doesn't it? It's a problem, isn't it?
I was gonna say it's no face from Spirited Away.
I know what you're
Actually, that very
All right,
clearly
I'm
has
still
a
going
front,
to
though,
Yeah.
'cause he has a
Get behind it.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't have a
And
face.
He doesn't
then
have a face. He has a mask.
okay, and then I'm just gonna start swinging.
Swing away.
Yeah.
Your damage is considered piercing, right?
What is it?
For your guns, it's considered piercing?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
All of my damage is
Piercing.
all of
Except
my
for your weapon.
no all of my melee is also piercing because they're daggers and rapiers.
Because
Gotcha.
So everything I have on my
If I was
person
to
outside of
weapons
unarmed
probably
strike is
resistant to necrotic, or resistant to it at least.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna.
Skeletons and stuff like that can be.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead. I had a massive burn.
Okay, I was just wondering what was going on there.
Sometimes they're
I don't know.
immune
Remember
resistant
to add the
to
D4 to the
well.
attack.
Being a necro
Yeah, D4.
probably
That's,
know that.
that's why I was like,
It-
I thought
it-
I
it
would
takes
know
on
this,
the
but as
damage
a
type of
player,
the
I'm
attack.
having trouble.
Yeah.
Like my
It's-
character was
it's-
just
Well, I'm doing great weapon
Dagger
fighter.
is probably the best way to go.
So if you use sneak attack with a bludgeoning weapon, it would be considered bludgeoning damage.
Which
Sneak attack with a piercing weapon.
It's almost
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And I also get a +4 on top of it. 'Cause again, that's every turn, right? I can do that.
It's every attack that you do.
And,
unless
So wait a
it's
second.
area
D20,
effect,
D4
so if you
plus
drop a
4.
fireball, that's different. You don't add bless to it because they just have to do a saving throw.
D20
Yes.
plus 4 plus
Yes.
1d4.
Yeah. Roll the D20. Roll the D4. Add 4.
No, it's 2 plus
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the Great Weapon Master lets me do.
Doesn't let you do it.
It's more damage,
You,
right?
you subtract 5 from your roll,
Yeah.
and if you still hit, you add 10 damage.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, sorry, it's been a minute. It's
Been a while.
Shozu.
Been
so.
a while.
Been a while.
Been a while since I could.
Well, that's not going to hit anytime soon. That's just going to miss.
What is
There's
it?
No way. It's a 3. So there's no way that's going to. Well,
Well,
I,
three
Oh, is
well,
that
plus-
the reference?
well,
That's all?
3
Okay.
plus 4 is 7, plus your d4.
Well, I guess did you call Great Weapon
He
Master?
did.
Yes.
Yeah,
that
he
what
will
I
always
think,
be calling Great Weapon Master until he doesn't call
Okay,
it.
I was gonna
And
say
he will specifically not call it.
Yes, that's basically what I.
right.
Such a great fucking movie.
That's a 1.
Yeah,
so
so
it
8.
doesn't hit.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Next attack.
Well, that's unfortunate. Wow, this is not going so great.
What'd you roll?
That's a natural 1.
Okay.
You got one more attack?
I do.
Oh shit.
Roll.
Well, 2 more, right? Because bonus action and then also.
Yeah. You can only use the bonus action if he has critted or killed.
Well, hold on though.
Well, I mean, if
you're
he
rolling
hits-
2 attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if he
Never
hits the
mind.
next one.
I was like, with the natty
Right.
1, he still gets a +4, and I was like, that's still not gonna hit.
Okay, so that one will hit. Oh, that's a 19.
That is.
0 points of rolling to my bonuses.
Which
or
of 3?
anything.
That's what I thought.
Go ahead. So a 23 rather D4.
So 25 to hit. Okay.
Is that minus the 5?
Yeah. Okay, so just triple check. So I can have 2 attacks because I can do that now.
Plus 1 from haste.
Plus 1 from haste.
Is 3 attacks.
That is your third attack hit. First 2 missed.
Okay.
Third attack hit.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
add roll the 2d6, add the 10, add your strength mod, add the.
Not to bring it up, but is there any negative from the natty one?
Have to find out.
I don't like the sound of that.
I don't either.
Does he accidentally throw his hammer and smack Vale in the face?
And Vale takes
at least
57
At least
damage.
you went next to Vale. And
So,
you also reroll 1s and 2s.
oh, that's right. Okay, that's good. So that's. Okay, no bonus attack.
Right, just you add 16 to your hit. 16. 2d6s.
Oh yeah, so then 26.
Okay.
Sorry, it's been.
I know. That's what happens when we take 2 weeks off.
Okay, so
Damn COVID.
as you stand there and sort of are like surrounded by these bones, you like trudge through them and push around to what feels like the back of it. You're still sort of like surrounded by, because you didn't step out of the bones, right? You're still sort of in them. You just sort of like move towards its rear.
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know how many squares it's technically taking up, but I went to
4.
the.
We take up 4.
So it is consuming. It was basically, if you guys are here, it was
It was on
surrounding
top of it. We
both
were
of you.
occupying the same space as it.
Yes.
So technically, it occupies 10.
It occupies 20 square feet. Or 100 square feet, sorry.
Wait a minute. 100? No,
square
20.
feet.
10 by 10.
10 blocks by 10 blocks?
Oh, no, each block is 5 feet, dumb butt.
Yep.
Each block is
I was doing the same math. I was
It's
with
considered
you on the
it's
the
considered a
math.
large
Yeah, that
swarm
makes
of
you a
medium
dumb
undead.
fuck.
Yeah, but if I throw it off on him,
But I can move 50.
I blame autism.
You
which
can
is
move
a-
60 feet because you have a 30-foot movement,
Okay, then I would have moved.
but
Ouch.
it's halved,
So it's 30.
so it's 30.
But
you took 15
3.
feet of movement to get out, so you've used half of your movement technically.
Okay, so that's where I forgot I had that much more of it. I would have moved just outside of it then. So whatever. Technically, I'm not occupying the same space as it.
Okay.
So I moved outside of it, and I'm trying to hit
So
it.
when you would have
I got
moved
it.
outside of it, it would have taken a reaction attack at you, an opportunity attack.
Also, it wouldn't have been
Okay.
half his movement. It would have been his full movement, wouldn't it? Because it was. to
He
go
has
through.
double movement because of haste.
It's half his movement because it's
God,
still above
haste
terrain.
is just the best goddamn thing in the world.
Oh, it's amazing.
But
It's so OP.
what if I wasn't disengaged? Like,
If you
So you
leave
get
its
60 feet
so
from her?
for it to attack, it has to be occupying the same space as you. It has a
Yeah,
reach of
no,
0
I,
feet. Has to
Okay.
be occupying the same space as you.
Okay.
If you stay within its space, if you stay within the swarm, you're fine. But if you step out of the swarm, it's going to make an attack at you.
okay. Well then, I mean, I guess I wouldn't know that. So yeah, just let it let that play out.
So you can do
Natural
3d8
7.
damage.
It
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay.
Um,
I was
Okay,
okay. I
so-
understand. I understand.
as you stand there and you sort of like trudge your way through this, you finally break out of the far end, and as you do, you feel like 3 or 4 of these skeletal hands reach out and like grasp at your legs and try to pull you back in, and they just sort of like slip off your armor. And so you turn around, and as you do, in one smooth motion, you turn around and draw Persuasion and swing once. And as you come down towards it, the bones actually sort of like move out of the way. And you watch as the hammer just swings wide. But you maintain that momentum and come up and around for another almost like baseball swing at it. And again, as you swing, it sort of like merges out of the way. And so you're like, okay, if you're going to do that, and so you come over the head for one big overheaded swing, and as you do, you slam into it, and you watch the bones just shattered into pieces, into dust. You hit it hard, but you sink so far through as the bones shatter that your mace actually gets stuck in the ground a little bit, and the swarm reforms around it, and your mace is stuck.
God damn it.
You can't seem to pull it out. You're gonna have to use an action on your next turn to attempt to remove your mace.
Attempt to remove.
It's basically just gonna be a
Is it
strength
metal?
check. Huh?
Is it metal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's metal.
I mean, we're
It is-
fighting a metal monster basically because it's awesome.
No, I was asking about his mace. Is it metal?
It's a hammer. Two-handed hammer.
It's a war hammer.
Okay.
It's a
But
two,
not
two-handed
Warhammer.
two-handed
Oh,
war
yeah.
mace.
Metal or is
It only
it
paid about 1,200 for it.
Okay.
Warhammer 1,200.
So yeah, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Top of the order. We're back to Vale.
Okay. Just for clarification, because my first thing was trying to make sure that he gets out of whatever, like he wasn't under a magical trance or anything like that, but I mean like whatever trance he
He's
was
back.
in. He's back.
He's back.
In that case,
He's present.
I will move back, but in an opposite direction,
Who's
so we can't
present
get
is he?
both of us.
Like, who
So
gets done
5,
rapping?
10,
Not yours.
15, 20. I'll move to there,
Okay.
and I will pop
Go ahead.
on. So that is 19 to hit,
Okay.
and
Yeah, you can just use
23 to hit.
Both hit.
So
misses.
the
That's my plan, that's why I was like,
first one is
Because it's your big mole, right? That you, yeah. So
No, yeah, I've done it already. So
then yeah, you can just use the bonus action and then
Yep.
go ahead and take your 3 swings.
because it doesn't cost me a bonus action to attack, right?
25 to hit. That's the first
That's
one,
separate.
or 25 damage.
Yeah.
The first one.
Once you hit level
And
5,
the
5, you
second
can do
one
that.
is
$1,300.
10 damage.
Sure.
So 25 or 35 total. 35 all day.
This stuff's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's $15 a growler.
So as you sort of step back and away from it, you see Gunther push his way out and take a couple
Ashen Elf makes it, but we gotta
swings at it. And as he swings the third time and hits, you watch the bones sort of like surge out and surge back in around his mace. And so you just sort of like push yourself out of the way while it's sort of occupied for a moment. And as you do, you draw both of your pistols and just pop, pop. And
because if it's a long time,
it seems
I wouldn't do
to hit. It seems to do some damage. Like you see a couple bones sort of break and shatter, but
It doesn't.
it just doesn't seem very effective. It seems like all of the free and open space in between the bones is sort of absorbing some of the impact of your bullets.
Gotcha.
So just don't touch my hammer. 'Cause I have a plan. So
As I was going through looking at
Is
that,
that the end of your turn?
That's what I was supposed to do until like Wayne walked me through it. I was like, oh, now that I know that, I've got these. spells,
Zareth, you're on deck.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Actually, you know what? I will.
Take all goddamn day. Yes, you will.
that's the first time I noticed that fridge magnet you had in there. It's a D20. It says, hell yeah.
I've got a lot of really cool. If you haven't looked at all the stickers, I've got a lot of really good stickers
I
out there.
haven't been paying attention. I didn't notice that one.
There's a bonus action. Can I hide?
Pussy.
Use your second. To
Oh yeah,
pop,
yeah.
right?
It's
Yeah,
not an
so
extra
you
attack.
do- you
Never
do
mind.
your
Never mind.
second
Never mind. So yeah, I've used my bonus action. Never mind. Fuck it.
What's your opinion
As much
on
as
that?
I would like you to be
Zareth,
able
you're
to.
up. Sprocket, you're on deck.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead
Dealer
and shoot
choice.
a firebolt at it and see what that does.
Okay.
So hold on 1 second.
Which one are you shooting at? The one that's closer to you, or the one that's behind it that
Oh, that's what I
Gunther's
did,
attacking?
you gotta take the +7.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm rolling damage. Hold on. No, roll, motherfucker. There we go.
17. But which one are you hitting?
Yeah, which one are you hitting? Are you hitting the one that's closer to you, or the one that's farther that
Hold on
Gunther
1
has been
second,
hitting?
because it's also a 23. I'm hitting this one right here
How do you get 23?
because I'm blessed, so I get +4
Oh, yeah,
or
shit.
a D4.
Yeah, yeah,
that
Oh,
roll
I didn't
a
even
4.
think about that. Yeah.
So but yeah, so I'm gonna hit this one right here.
Okay, it hits. Roll damage.
12.
Okay.
Better than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, 0 is 10.
And you hit the one that's closer to you, right?
Yeah, this one right. The chimera.
No, he doesn't have 12 health left. You did 12 damage.
Yeah.
I wish it only had 12 health left. That's great.
Hello.
I crossed off its total. I crossed off its full health, and I was like 12, and I was like, wait a second.
No,
That's
that was
right.
right.
No, DM error.
no,
That's
hey, no.
12 damage.
They
Or 12
changed
health.
math last
Can we
night.
bluff that real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I rolled a.
It's backseat, so it's opposite day.
Is that the end of your turn, Zareth?
I can. Yes.
Sprocket, you are up. V, you're on deck.
This will also be my turn, right?
Question:
The
the masses of
No,
skeletons.
it's a bonus action.
Sorry, hold on.
Are there metal
Shield
fragments
as a
and stuff
reaction.
inside them?
I mixed up two spells. I meant to ask about both. Shield, I can use at any point, right?
Make a perception
If it
check.
hits- If something's going to hit you,
Yes.
it's
I thought you
a
said there were like
shield.
swords and
Okay.
shields and stuff like that.
Misty Step,
There's like
it has
pieces
to
of
be my
armor,
turn.
but from his distance,
Sorry, I forgot I was gonna ask about
it's
both.
majority skeletons and bones. It's not really.
Well, he's not going for distance; he's going for speed.
Yeah.
He's going
It's like
with this.
it's like every time, man. Every episode, there's always a cake reference.
14.
Read the email.
14 perception.
Or no, wait. No, just 11.
Oh, there might
It
be
just
from
went
this
away.
distance. You
That's fine.
really
That's
can't
fine.
I
tell.
was halfway through
Can't
it.
tell what I'm talking
But
about.
what I'm gonna do
Did you have the gist of it?
is I hope
Metal.
I can do this in this order. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop a level 2 spell. I'm gonna pop Binding Smite on
Okay.
my hammer.
Okay.
I'm going to then toss my hammer at old boy right here.
God, I hate this fucking thing.
Just text me your phone.
And then do I just roll to see if I hit it?
I would assume. So.
What's
Okay.
the distance on a thrown hammer?
Probably
Yeah, is
60.
it like a light hammer?
Yeah, it's a light hammer.
I think 20. Because I think the axes are 20.
I thought it was.
60 at disadvantage.
So just
If you can,
you can move.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
can move
I
forward,
was like, yeah, I'll move a little
get
bit
within
closer.
20 and then toss it from there. But yeah, if it's a light hammer, then it should be 2060.
Light hammer is
30,
light
20,
throw
20,
range 2060.
No, that's
20
Use
normal,
15, bro.
60 with advantage.
I have 30.
Disadvantage.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. I wish it was
I mean, you move
disadvantage,
15
that'd be
feet.
great.
Always.
that's only 15. It's only
Oh,
5.
Far away.
I only can only move 3 squares because I was.
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha.
31,
I just need to be right there.
Yeah.
If I remember
Oh, okay.
right.
Sorry. You didn't have to go that far. I thought you were trying to hit the
But
one
light
closest.
hammers
No,
and
I just-
throwing axes are...
Well, I guess.
Well, no, I mean like for me, like see it.
Yeah, we'll
daggers.
just.
Like, I don't
I'll
wanna
see
be-
if I can finish this one.
and daggers. Although there's no class
just-
of rogue,
I
and you
wanna
can make
check.
psychic daggers and throw them without disadvantage at
You said it
60
was
fucking
blind
feet.
ones, no?
Great.
Branding smite.
Just came
I'm
out
looking
last
at it
night.
right now.
Wait, is that
I still like
protection
Shazam
spell
better.
of everything?
Yep.
You already bought it, I see.
He basically cast Branding Smite on the monster and then threw his hammer at it.
No, on my
Yeah.
hammer. Because that's to be on a
Do you have
weapon.
the physical or just
I get the
They just
physical
go
book.
exactly Levi.
From what I'm reading,
I
it says
have
the
it.
next
Oh,
time.
yeah.
it's still on here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess it would be on the weapon. You're right. You're right.
I
have so
Okay.
many cables in my life.
Sorry,
I misread it.
Play a Phantom
You're
Menace.
right.
no, sorry.
And then I'm gonna
No,
toss
no,
my
no.
hammer at it.
Okay, roll to hit.
Oh, yes.
Alright.
A lot of them.
The Chimera or the Owlbear?
Chimera, since I'm a little.
Okay.
That's the item list that I was telling you about, isn't it?
Nat 20
Nice.
and +2.
It hits.
So that's gonna double the branding smite damage.
Yep.
No.
So
So that holy shit, that's gonna make it an automatic.
Instead of rolling damage, how do you want to do this?
Hey!
okay, I would
It-
have played
it-
this out the way I was going
It
to.
had 8 health left.
Oh, so I cast Branding Smite on my hammer. I toss it. It hits. Hand out. I'm still worthy. It comes back, and then I toss it again. Hits and comes back.
Okay.
He's Thor.
Yep.
As you do that, you hit it once and you watch as it sort of like reels back a little bit and almost like it rears up, almost like a sentient creature. And from the way it rears up, like you can't even see Gunther behind it. And then while it's up like that, you pull the hammer back and you hit it one more time. And as you do, the hammer sinks inside of it, and it's almost like the hammer disappears. And then you just see this faint glow from inside, and then it flashes, dims, and flashes even brighter as all of the skeletons and bones just scatter across this open courtyard as it
Hell yeah.
scatters. And you see the hammer just sort of floating there.
You take shrapnel damage.
You call it back. That is one of them.
Oh no,
no.
The Chimera.
I thought you were going after that one.
No.
That's my bad. So I do need you to roll damage.
Oh, okay.
But
I got confused.
It's a D6 for your normal thrown hammer,
Well,
right?
It's a 1d4 plus 4.
Okay, so 1d4, the way we rule.
So that's
crits.
8 damage automatically.
Okay.
So, but
Plus
since
his
you rolled
smite.
your smite, that's also capped out damage, so that's another 12.
So you're already at
20.
20
So then
damage.
roll-
Now do your normal rolls and add 20 to it.
Yeah. Holy
So a d4 plus 4.
7.
Okay, so you're at 27. Now
Okay.
roll 2d6.
10.
37 points of damage.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Your weapon is classified as bludgeoning damage, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then the radiant damage is radiant damage. So, let me math
What?
real quick. You did
Like
8.
half the bludgeoning.
8 and 7.
Rating.
No, it might do. Might
15.
Be
Oh, really?
Skeletons a lot of the times are.
Mmm. Dim be
Or
bone.
at least normal damage. I was gonna say if it's piercing, it's half.
Who goes next?
I think me.
You do, okay.
So you do not kill it. I apologize.
That's fine.
I thought you were going for the owlbear. That is my bad.
Hey guys, the owlbear has
Well,
8
no,
health left.
just because we talked about the distance.
How did you know?
Just because of the distance.
Yeah. Is that the end of your turn?
Well, I read on my defender. He takes the same turn, but he takes it after mine. He's still going to protect Rin.
Fantastic.
He's staying by Rin's.
Okay, next up is V. Rin, you're on deck.
So, he shot the Chimera, so V's basically kind of by him. Can't remember. Am I? Do I have a disadvantage since what's his nuts is right in front of me?
Who? Sprocket?
Yeah,
Who are you trying to hit?
the owlbear.
It's not disadvantage.
It's Eldritch Blast.
It's not disadvantage, but I would call it like half cover because Sprocket's sort of like obstructing your
I
view.
know. I didn't know.
It doesn't give disadvantage; it just raises their AC.
You could also just move.
Yeah, but then I'm letting you go.
Yes.
Funny how you're the one talking about me moving.
Just trying to get you a better line of sight.
Or you can go diagonally.
I was gonna say
get
I'm
between.
gonna go diagonal in front of Rin.
Yeah, I was gonna say get
Someone
between
like
Rin
that.
and the enemy.
There.
Yep.
Okay.
And then shoot the owlbear.
Shield Rin and just
Yeah. Go ahead.
Eldritch
Natty
Blast.
20. So.
Nice.
Jesus.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah. So stepping in front of Ren, basically using one hand, you see the black tendrils form up in his hand, and he just fires 2 Eldritch Blast beams that just pierce through the very center.
Well,
rolling.
technically, you fired your 2. You could fire 1 at the owlbear.
Oh,
and the
that's a
other
good
one
point. That's a very good point. I didn't even think about that. So I'll do the 20 on
On Owlbear.
yeah,
I'm assuming,
Owlbear, I
yeah.
guess.
Because that's the main. That's the first one you were going for.
Yeah. 19, so that second one would hit on the what's his nuts. 19 one hit on the Chimera. Well, hold on. I'm sorry. 19 plus 6.
Okay.
So it's 25.
I was gonna say because the direction you moved would put the Chimera
True.
one half covered,
True.
so
25.
it hits.
And then it's a D10. So.
Yeah, it's D9.
I will see you Friday.
Go talkie.
It's
That
top
one,
if
yeah.
you want to look at it.
Yeah.
Who was it?
My
Oh,
assistant.
that.
Yeah, I was watching your
I'll
phone.
take this one.
No, you're gonna take this.
Send a message. I can't send
5.
It's pissing me off.
5 damage against.
So yeah, the
Chimera
owlbear
one.
gets,
If someone would remove the owlbear mini,
and
please.
then the Eldritch Blast. The other one curves
Bitch.
around Sprocket and hits. Just,
Okay. Next up,
He
is that the end of your
wanted
turn?
that.
End of your turn.
and then yeah, I'm still basically standing in front of Ren with hand out.
Rin, it is your go.
Does there seem to be any change, any perceptible change to the roiling mass of skulls, bones, and
Beyond the one that just exploded in a shower of shards and
like,
dust.
How
No.
well does this one, last one, seem to be holding on? It's hard to say. It's still a roiling mass.
Not that it really seems to matter at this point, because I'm assuming we're pretty close to the end of this combat. But are we still deafened, even though the one that deafened us we are no longer?
Not anymore.
Okay. So should we take the purples off?
Yes, you should.
Now you only have 2 hula hoops.
Damn
That's weird.
Wait, so since I destroyed the one, wasn't that the one surrounding his hammer?
Still buried in the ground.
Because the creature itself is still there. Like, it is still
in
there.
this-
It's just...
It just
Not
lowered
alive.
because you removed the creature. It lowered the DC that he has to make on his strength check.
Just wondering.
In this land of the dead, what's the lighting like? Are we able to see? It's dark. All right.
You're all. I mean,
Most of us are dark.
imagine like a full moonlight.
Okay.
It's still lit. Like you can still see each other. It's not like you're in dark, like pitch black, total darkness. But there is not a sun in the sky. It is not. Does not appear to be a day. It just is this like dark nighttime, almost like there's moonlight, just like this pervasive light in the area.
And
Actually, old Chimera boy, he's been lit up.
Dim light within 5 feet.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
In that case, I'm going to try to.
So yeah, I mean, you would see the chimera, the chimera swarm. They're just sort of like.
Oh God.
It's just like lightly glowing, but it's very faint and dim.
Okay. I'm going to put more light on this situation. I'm going to cast Dancing Lights, and I'll just position it.
Basically, two
here.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah, just sort of illuminating the area.
exactly.
Fantastic. End of your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Next up is the swarm. I know, as soon as you adjust it, I stand up.
Yeah.
It is going to charge 5, 10, 15, 20. You would get an attack of opportunity if you would like to take it, and it is basically going to consume the space where V, Ryn, and Bolt are at.
Reminder attack. It's just attack.
Just a normal attack.
Okay.
Did it switch to
That's the new
But add a
macOS update.
16.
My computer's out
plus-
of date.
It's been randomly switching
Well,
to Bluetooth for some reason.
If it's an attack roll, then I need to add 7. Yeah.
27.
So 27 to hit.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
This is not a hard creature to hit. It occupies 100 square feet, and it's just a mass of bones. It's not hard to hit.
7 damage.
7 damage.
Yeah, Gunther managed to miss.
Damn.
Shit!
It's a natty one.
Oh!
I gotta.
Is
I'm
your,
not the only one firing shots.
I was about to say, is your name Bill? Because you just fired some shots.
I do have a question though. Is my branding smite still on my weapon?
One time.
Oh, is it
It's
one
a
time?
one-time
Okay,
use.
Gotcha.
Ooh, no, it's
So it is going to make an attack against all 3 of you. V, Ryn, and your dog.
not me this time.
All right. Let me
All 3 of you are considered deafened.
Only for me.
What?
You're
Yes.
all considered deafened.
What?
You're all considered deafened.
Ah! Speak up.
Let's see.
What is it that deafens you, though? Like,
V.
physically,
The sound.
You
of
are
this.
1 to 2.
It's just so
You are 3 to
so
4.
loud.
Bolt is 5 to 6. It just determines who gets hit
It'd
first.
be like if I took,
Or-
You
I
get
took
hit
a
first.
speaker with the
Okay,
THX
so-
intro and just held it to your ear.
But my point is, the
As
creature
it comes
dying
in,
would not
I'm gonna use
reverse
my
that.
reaction to do entropic ward.
It's so
What?
loud.
Now
when he
it's
gets when he gets
very
within so
away.
close of you, it's so loud you
On
can't hear
you?
anything else
Yeah,
but
in
the
the center
creature.
of a.
Oh, it's not damage to your ear.
No,
it's,
you're
okay.
standing in a tornado right now. When the tornado.
You just can't hear anything else because it's so loud.
Okay.
16 to hit.
I thought it
Damn
was
it.
damage to your ears. That
You
was
should have
going on.
cast Mage Armor on yourself.
Roll double
I
12.
have mage armor.
Roll double 12s.
Huh?
Roll double 12s.
No, it rolled.
So
It rolled double
Oh,
12.
wait,
he's
roll
using
double 12.
So I gotcha.
No, actually, I think he has
God.
the
my D6 is right here.
Oh yeah,
invocation.
You
Oh, it's
can, you can
D8
apply it
anyways.
to yourself
What?
without
Mage
using
Armor.
spell
Yeah,
slot.
you have the.
He does.
I do
You
have
have the
invocation.
that
Yeah.
you can
So
do
that's
it.
what-
You can give Mage Armor to
The book-
him, to you, to
Yeah.
me, to the
I
dog.
thought it's only to
The
yourself
dog.
that you can do it.
Yeah.
Nope, it's by touch.
12 points of damage
Well, I
as
know
this swarm rolls past you, and like as it's pushing through your area, rushing behind you towards Ryn and the dog, a couple of these like closed skeletal fists just sort of rise out, and as they do, they just collide with your chest, and then another one collides with your knee, and another one pushes past and catches you in the side of the ribs, and it just sort of like as it's pushing past, it's just like clashing into you.
Clink, clink, clink,
Um,
clink, clink, clink.
Next up, we're gonna do Ryn.
How much damage was it?
12.
See what the fight
Out of 12, you're hitting
Doesn't
me with.
mean I can
13
take
points.
the attack
13
instead of-
points. 13 to hit.
Oh, that misses.
Ask him
Okay.
that question. I don't know.
And then against your dog.
Quick question. So he has the ability to deflect attack. Can I use that?
Launch creature within C.
Did you find that?
Or is that a commanded thing?
It's a reaction.
It's a reaction?
Yeah.
So you can burn your reaction.
Or it's the dog's reaction.
Is it your reaction or the dog's?
Dogs.
Oh,
Defender.
then yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? Do I still roll to attack or is it just deflected?
Did it-
Well,
Defender
it's
imposes-
technically he already defended or put disadvantage, so you can't have triple
Oh,
disadvantage.
okay.
I don't think. I think you can only have one. Point.
I thought Entropic Ward was only on attacks
It
against
is
him.
only on against attacks.
Right. So who are you doing disadvantage on? You?
On the
On
dog?
the dog.
On
Yeah.
the dog.
I think.
Because the way can I use that to like block the attack for him?
You
You
could.
could. It just missed me. Other than
Oh.
the defender, it can't do
It already missed, so
Oh,
if
yeah.
it rolled
But
disadvantage and I roll higher, it's
the
not going
defender
to.
can't deflect attack on
Yeah, it's
itself.
only on yourself.
So-
that will.
It cannot deflect an attack on
Correct.
itself.
On
Okay, so
allies, yes. It's
So-
also.
even if you would have used it, it still would have missed the attack on
Gotcha.
on Ren.
Then yeah.
Yeah, so it already has disadvantage against him. And already
So
gets the attack on
to
him.
hit on your
They
dog,
don't have to
that's 17.
Weird, because maybe that won't let me.
Yeah, it's gonna hit because
Remove
he's got
spell
an AC of
slot back.
15.
It won't let me cast it. It literally just shows.
Do you have
14 points
Yeah,
of
you have to
damage.
actually take it as a spell.
All right.
Steel defenders
You'd
are
have to
sturdy
take it as a
creatures.
spell.
So
Yeah.
now all of you are
Otherwise,
considered
you'd be able to cast it
Default.
on an entire
deafened.
party.
Well,
You
I
don't want
say
to be able to do
I was
that.
just going by this.
Uh,
Creature.
Right.
Jet,
Yes.
your go. Gunther, you're on deck.
Awesome.
You like randomly generate
Uh,
all your.
Let's see.
stats based off rolls from your-
Jet doesn't like that Ren's in the middle of all that.
It's like you-
I am gonna go ahead
lineage?
and try the wisdom saving throw again, see if I can.
Based on that.
Vicious mockery.
Yep.
And,
Okay.
when we did it, like on a scale of 1 to 20, I was like 18 with like beauty,
Uh-huh.
but my
What's the save?
was like
15 wisdom.
Fails.
It'll be 6 damage, disadvantage on its next attack.
What kind of damage is that classified as? Necrotic?
What?
It is actually psychic damage.
It's amazing.
Okay.
That Witcher music though.
It has disadvantage on his next attack roll, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then Jet will move towards it. I've got 40 feet of movement right now, so
Where do you want to end up?
let's see.
So,
Tyler, how much damage does my dog take?
right up Main Street.
14.
14, sorry.
Right up Main Street.
Going to try
Deadpool.
to the last spot that I saw. Who was that? Sprocket's dog. I'm gonna move opposite of that.
Okay.
35, 40.
Opposite, so around Sprocket.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Right about there, I
You can get like there. If you want, you can enter the space of the
I
creature.
do not want to enter the space.
Okay, so you are considered right on its border.
Okay.
You can't even see the dog. The dog has disappeared within the roiling mass of bones. You can barely see Ryn just sort of like almost like floating on this sea of bones. She's just sort of like standing there, like, barely just like her chin kept above it as it rushes and roils around her.
I'm doing like that, like the floating thing they teach you.
Yep, and then I'm gonna go ahead, Bardic Inspire. Vale, please shoot it. Really, really well. Do it.
You know I've done the least amount of damage to it, basically, right?
You guys want to have a fucking conversation? You guys want to
Every
fight
one
this
of my
fucking
shots
thing?
seems to have not done too much damage, but
I think you're the next one to go, though.
End of your turn?
Oh, Gunther is? Then if I can switch it to Gunther.
That's fine.
Oh, you took
Hit
me
it
up,
harder.
please.
No take backs.
Okay.
Here you go.
Alright, so I have 60 feet of movement.
You just run away without your hammer?
Yes.
oh shit! Whoa!
5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
He's
30,
about to not use suggestion.
35.
He's about to use kill.
So I'm going to get within the edge of it, right? And I am going to do.
Fireball.
Yes.
That would be hilarious.
I'm just saying, this is the first time that we've seen Gunther use magic.
No, you're not.
Thunderwave.
No, you're not.
Thunderwave.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
What's that? I'm going to use Weapon Bond. And I'm going to summon it to myself and pull it out of the ground.
See, here's the thing.
He is Thor.
It was a test to see if he knew his character.
Hey!
Snapchat says it's a test.
Yeah.
So
That's fucking ingenious.
That's why I was not upset when he said it was stuck at the ground. I was like, it's still on the same plane. We're good.
That's why I was like, why the fuck is he running away from it? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now it makes, like,
Yeah.
plenty of
So
sense.
I'm gonna
Good job,
charge
Luke.
towards it as because it's doing that, and as it's coming, I'm summoning it to my hand, and then I will take 3 attacks on this blob.
hit.
of-
I
Fucking
kind of see it like
rail
you just
away.
kind of mimed the hit, and at the very last second.
Yeah, I'm like
I
already
realized-
swinging, and then it just kind of into my hand, and then this is coming down.
That was fucking cool.
Does it make the super cool magnetic?
Is it a lightsaber?
It doesn't like shoot to him. It just
It apparates in his
Apparates.
hand.
Oh, it'd be.
Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah.
But I mean, like he's already like
Yeah,
mid thing,
I
and it
see
just
what you're
generates into his hand.
Okay.
What,
So I added
what's
these.
the guy's name?
What are you talking about?
Okay. So
The guy.
You know, signs, swing away.
25
Oh, yeah.
for the first attack.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but-
Joaquin Phoenix.
Right, but what's Joaquin Phoenix character?
I saw that movie once in theater and I hated it.
You have a
It's
D8
something
to add
basic.
to one of those.
Did
if
you?
want.
Really basic name.
For I what? hate Mel Gibson.
Bardic inspiration.
You did a lot of things.
I hate
I
Mel
really
Gibson as
do.
a person, but he's a good actor.
That's a D8.
I'm gonna bring up fucking McConaughey.
Motherfucker.
Fucking hate McConaughey.
11. Wait, no. 11 for the second
Killer
one.
Joe, we'll talk.
No, no, no.
Killer
No, no, never mind. Yeah, no, that was right the first one.
Watch The Gentleman and then we'll talk.
The gentleman.
Yes.
Oh, is that the British one?
He's so good. I hate it to say
Meryl.
that I liked him.
16.
Swing away, Meryl.
Marrow.
Hits.
Like bone marrow?
Okay, so it's going to be 20 damage
R-N-E-R-R-I.
plus
Like the Pokemon?
4d6.
But not the marrow, like the D&D aquatic creature.
And not like the
Just
bone
keep
marrow.
re-referencing it just a ton of things.
13.
For the next hour.
Marrow, the thing that my
16.
boss's kid needs to live.
So
Not the
36.
superhero
All
from
day?
Marvel Comics.
What?
36 all day?
Yeah, because it was 20 for Great Weapon Fighter, and then I did 13 total damage.
Okay. So 33.
No, sorry, 16 total damage.
36.
I was looking at a 3. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So
so-
36.
As you,
I thought that was funny.
almost against your better intuition, just start charging towards it, leaving suggestion behind you. You start charging full speed at this swarm of bones that is enswirled your teammate, your party members. And as you do, you run towards it and you take like 2 or 3 big bounding steps. And on the last one, you jump up in the air. And as you're almost like midway through the swing, suggestion just apparates in your hands, and you just continue the swing, and you smash into it once. And as you do, the whole swarm sort of shifts and moves a little bit. And you pull the hammer around, and you come down for the second strike. And again, just like you did earlier, you smash it right into the center of the swarm, and you just hear this as the swarm shatters around you. And you all now find yourselves in relative calm and quiet as you are in this courtyard surrounded by stones and rubble of these destroyed buildings, now littered with dust and shards of bone after these swarms have been defeated.
This courtyard we're in, does it still look like Sire or no? What is this courtyard?
Still looks the same.
But I mean,
Still,
what,
it's Sire.
is it still the court? But I mean, we've been shifting and doing stuff, but the thing we're standing on still looks like the original apparition. Which
Where you
was
landed.
of Sire.
Yep.
Okay. I was just
So-
making sure.
I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Sorry.
I'm assuming that it kind
Okay,
of
well, he
looks,
does that. I'm gonna use the other bathroom.
kind of looks like, you know, when like you're in a bowl pit and it gets released. And
Yeah.
that's kind of
The
what
bones.
Ryn does. Is she just kind of like goes with the flow
Oh, yeah.
of bone masked skulls and other undead accoutrement.
It's like your dancing
So metal.
skills are just.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waving it.
So,
Yeah.
uh,
I'll get it free.
Sprock is impressed by your strike.
I hate your job.
Wait, Sprocket is.
Yes.
Your job? Whose job?
His job.
What's wrong with his job?
Because he just gets everything for free.
They sell it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That helps.
How was that brand new Xbox that you paid so much for?
right.
What do you do again?
I run.
Well,
run a
also,
GameStop.
with that said,
Oh,
right. Okay, I didn't know if you want to say it on stream. I was gonna say he also went through and traded a bunch of shit in, so he didn't have to pay for it.
No, there you go.
Like he actually did pay for it, but not the same.
But okay, so wait, so are you saying that to me?
Yeah, I'm pretty much giving you compliments to that.
I've been holding that for so long.
All right, as you say, well, what do you say to me specific? Like, is there something specific you want to say?
As you're walking away, I kind of is it kind of like
Okay.
you know when you're in a bowl pit? and
You
it
just
gets
see me kind of
released,
like.
and you kind of just flow with the rest of the.
I'm assuming you
the
saw
wave
me
of
kind of
balls.
like
That's kind of what Rynny
awestruck
does.
by what was going on.
Oh yeah.
Is
So I
she
was
just kind
like-
of skates free.
Can you hand me both my cups?
Gunther gathered self.
Since I'm already up, I might as well get refills.
Good on you.
Nick,
What?
could I have some of that cider, please, if there's more?
Yeah.
Sweet.
So, Sprocket's gonna look at Bolts. He's a little banged up, and just tell him to repair himself.
Repair mode.
Is he just?
No, that's
what's
literally
his
what he
name?
has.
Is,
I
is he
assume
Bastion from Overwatch?
Pretty much.
If
Yes.
you have mending, I believe that also helps.
But he also has I think the way I interpret this, like he can repair himself 3 times a day.
Yeah,
So,
I believe so.
Yeah.
If I recall.
Yeah, but mending is a cantrip you can cast over and over again. I believe that gives you 2d6.
Repairs some damage.
Right.
Repair everything.
Well, yeah, that's why I said 2d6 of health.
Sprocket.
Yes.
Gunther liked hammer throws.
Just double checking. Does anybody else want any of this cider before?
I will take whatever is left, maybe up to here of that.
It's gonna be a little less than that, but yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever you wanna splash in. That's alright. Perfect. Well done.
There's not that much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gulp.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is finished.
Everybody's kind of rotating.
I'm sorry, Charlie. You want?
You say it's a little light.
No, it's still delightful.
That's a lot of sugar.
Well, the weather outside is frightful.
But the fire is so delightful.
You see the front of
We can't play that song on the air anymore.
Nope.
Did you ever see the SNL sketch with Jimmy Fallon about that?
Which one?
Jimmy Fallon SNL, where they're kind of like he's convincing the girl to stay through with that song, and she finally decides to stay, and it's just like 5 minutes later, and they're like, he's just like, so actually, it's the weather's not that bad. You should probably go.
So, just to understand, mending. Do I just heal him back to full?
No, well, with the repair, it depends on how much damage he took. Mending, I believe, gives him the 2d6. You just roll 2d6 of HP. I think that's on your...
He doesn't say anything about it, and then when I...
Right, well, the mending spell isn't going to say that. That's an artificer specific.
Oh, okay.
I actually have the artificer up here. In Tasha's.
Artificer.
Artificer.
Well, is he the UA version, though?
Tachi Station Lot Lizards?
That's such a good album.
I'm from Eberron. I'm the Battlesmith.
Oh, Battlesmith, sorry. Okay. That's right, the armor is one of the new ones.
It has armor.
None of their stuff is available.
Armor was a mirror.
Except for their brand new stuff.
What did I say?
Do what?
They've
Says
removed
that's
everything
like
except for the
last
brand
time
new stuff.
Yes,
Unless you check out
Your battlesmith.
They
Yeah,
always
the
do.
mending spell
But every
is
time they
cast
release
with
something
the
new, they
Thunder
erase
Tuesday
everything else.
Did you
I'm
see
like,
their new
why?
sound
CD6?
though?
Okay.
All
So
the shit
in
that we're
mending
still
is a
not
cantrip
tired
you
of
can,
yet.
as long as you
And
have
so
that
it's all
cantrip,
stuff
which
off of like
yeah,
Tachi
artificer
Station.
should.
But is it everything or just
you
like
can
compilation?
have
It's-
until
it's just
Sprat-
that,
or
like,
until both
Three
is
songs
done.
So,
up to
yeah,
the sound,
I-
three songs up to
In
the sound.
roleplay, I tell,
Did they
come here,
redo
boy.
them?
And then as I kind of just start petting him.
So they're not like
mending
remasters of them or anything?
Till his full health.
I don't think he took that much damage, so it shouldn't be.
14
Love that
years.
song so much.
Sarah, if you're kind of the expert on all things undead and gross, what
Character is, yes.
what was that?
That was plane shifted.
No, and I just kind of point to the scattered
Oh.
remains. Have you ever seen or built anything like this?
I would say as a necromancy specific
I've
wizard.
seen. I've never built anything like this, but definitely seen things like it before. In my travels, at least.
Well, is it actually dead now?
I mean, it
Did you
appears to
really
be.
get-
But I mean, was it
I mean,
ever really alive to begin with?
Well, I mean, can it reform?
Actually, hold on with that thought. Hold that thought
Did-
real quick.
Anyone get hurt?
Did anybody take damage?
No, I did not. I mean,
I did.
Like a lot?
Kind of grab
I
your
take 13
I grab your hands and I
or
will
12. I'm sorry.
cast Cure Wounds on you.
God damn it!
See
Did it fucking
the
close
metal
again?
just undent and the wood like fibers just kind of repolishing, gleam.
8 points.
Okay, out of character, real quick. Player
Was
asking
I the
because
only
I'm
one
having
who took
trouble
damage?
going through
Believe
this.
so.
What type of shit is that?
I, I cast shield, so.
I just
Spell to
used the
prevent something
skill
from turning.
to make it so I wouldn't get
Turn
hit,
undead?
and still
Or
this
like
regard.
gentle repose is another one.
Gentle repose is, I think, what I'm thinking of. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Increase that AC.
I should have just kept my reaction and used fucking hellish rebuke.
Easy.
Are you full health?
No.
Sprocket comes over, does the same thing. Here, brother. And he cures your wounds.
Do we how much?
That's a 1d8, right?
It's
Yeah.
you.
You gotta hit at least 4 to give me full HP.
Do we have 10
Hit
minutes?
that.
Well, it's a +3. Well, it's just, I gotta get 1 because it's +3 to whatever.
Roleplay.
Yeah.
Roleplay.
Holy.
So,
I
that's
don't
10.
think we want to spend another 10 minutes in this plain
So
shit.
he just looks at you and goes, "Brother."
Brother.
The whole island appears to be plane shifting.
Right.
The entire island and everything on it appears to be shifting every 10
So
to
even if
15
it does
minutes.
continue to shift, this where we are and everything,
Or-
what we are
or-
standing on will shift with us.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're-
so
You are
this-
connected
this
to the
course
island
is
at this
going
point,
to
you will
continue
shift with
to
it.
shift with us.
But we don't know if these creatures
You get
are
the idea.
from
yes.
the
No
island
idea what
or,
you're doing.
I just shake my
or,
head.
or inhabitants of this place.
I would much rather take care of this while we're here, rather than it come back later.
What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna cast Gentle Repose as a ritual on it.
On each of them.
Yes, if we have the time. I mean, I think it is a good idea, and I'm just gonna start, like, turning away from the group. I'm gonna go over
You
and
know
just
more
start
about this than I do.
casting Gentle Repose. I'm gonna start with the Chimera, and then I'll move to the one that had Gunther's hammer in it.
So you spend the 20 minutes, and the rest of you are free to do as you wish for these 20 minutes, while Zareth just sort of meanders his way around the courtyard. He slowly sort of like gathers some of the skeletons and bones together, almost creating like a small little, I don't want to call it a tombstone, but almost like a small little like grave, almost like burial site. And he sort of like assembles the bones in these small little piles, and then sort of sits down between them, cross-legged, lays his spell book out in front of him, lays out his components, and just begins slowly for 20 minutes just reciting these incantations and speaking in arcane words that some of you can't comprehend as he sits there and just almost gets lost in himself. And you, for a couple moments, you see his eyes almost like roll back in his head, and he's just sort of mindlessly incanting. And then he finishes, and the bones don't shift or anything like that, but you almost see them settle and just calm.
When I go to do that, is there a chance, because I forgot that they literally are just a pile of bones, so I can take them away. Can I build another just medium pile of bones just to the side that just is there?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to do that as well. And then once I'm finished, I'm going to cast Animate Dead on that.
Okay.
I get to be able to use that, so...
I was gonna say now's not a bad time. How long does it last?
It lasts on 24 hours.
Oh,
It's under control for 24 hours. So hold on, here's the thing though.
It'll be a skeleton or a zombie.
So, but also after 24 hours, it doesn't die. It just stops listening to me.
You have to
What?
You have to recast it.
Correct. Yeah.
So don't forget.
I want.
Well, you should
Oh,
also,
that sure would be bad, wouldn't it, guys?
Siri, set reminder to recast Animate Dead in 23
Hey, Cat.
hours and
Hey.
55 minutes.
Don't let me forget. I need to take care of that. Don't you got that? You're
Well,
the
so-
you're the
real-
smart
So
one.
you're all standing there as he finishes casting Gentle Repose, and you watch these two piles of bones sort of settle and relax, and this sense of calm just sort of exudes the area. He grabs some of the other bones, and instead of laying them in a pile, he actually picks out a rib cage, and a spine, and some arms, and some hands, and a skull, and some legs, and some feet, and a pelvis, and all the different requirements for a full-fledged body. Some of these bones look older, some of them look newer, some are broken in a few places. Some have cracks in them. One of the hands is actually missing like 3 of its fingers. But he assembles it, and you're all a little confused for a second because you haven't seen Zareth this methodical before. And as he does all this, he finishes, and you all think he's done, but he finishes assembling it, stands over the top, sort of nods, smiles at how good his work is, snaps his fingers and casts a spell, and you watch as all of the bones and reassemble. And this skeleton just like raises up, pushes itself off the ground, looks at you, and just...
He's immediately going to put his hand in front of Ryn again
Yeah.
and start charging Eldritch Blast.
No,
Rocket pulls
it's
out his
fine.
hammer.
It's fine. This is my friend. This is Bob, my big ominous battle buddy.
And it's still looking at you with its head sort of cocked to the side,
Total waffle.
and the head just...
Good boy.
And then it just sort of turns and looks at the rest of the party, and it's weird. It's an empty skeleton, but the eyes are just these deep pits of darkness. Just these... You almost... If you stare at them for too long, you almost find yourself being, like, almost drawn into them. And it just stands there and looks at all of you. Jaw
I want to give it
slightly off kilter.
You have to look to see
Got
what,
it.
what all it can do.
And then it just looks back at Zareth, walks over, and just stands behind him.
So, quick question. Animate Dead, the thing you bring back, it has to listen to whatever you say,
For
right?
24 hours.
It is a guaranteed command.
For 24 hours.
No, that's what I mean. It's not one. It's not
It's not-
charm, where it's
Correct.
Won't,
It's not going to roll like a...
No.
It's not gonna roll a
save
save.
well,
to get
no,
out of
not
this,
not a
right?
save, but like
Here
some
you
spells
go.
will make it so you can't.
This
so
is
like,
this
if
isn't
we're-
going to be a weird genie where it tries to skew his
You think
words
I'm
to
No, but-
do
No,
something.
no, no.
okay.
What I'm saying is, like, if for whatever reason he can't cast Animate Dead again because he's out of spell slots or something, he can make him run off a cliff or something. Like other spells,
Nope.
like Dominate Beast, it won't. You can't tell them to kill themselves. It won't work.
No. I don't have space for you. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, he tried to jump over my lap, and I'm like,
Other
"I don't
question. Because Drake doesn't know. Can it wield weapons? If I just put a dagger in its hand, does it know what that is?
I mean, in theory, it could. However, I don't know what.
It doesn't say
Doesn't
one
he
way or the
get
other.
Yeah.
claws, right?
Yeah, I think he's got claws and bite from.
Oh, he's got
skeletons.
claws.
If
he
you
doesn't
issue
need a
no
dagger
if you
then.
issue no commands, the creature only defends itself against hostile creatures. Once given an order, the creature continues to follow it until the task is complete.
Bob, follow me.
And so it just sort of like clicks and then just sort of like trundles along behind you.
Is that like Weekend at Bernie's?
Very much. Very
I almost
much.
spit that out. I'd have been really sad because my computer is not waterproof.
I just real quick, I know out of stuff, but Distraction was like, wait a minute, aren't you guys missing a player? I was like, oh, we're not, but Corey's hiding on the couch. So I turned the camera to where you were actually on camera. He was like, damn it, Corey, I didn't see him with my passive perception. Dude rolled a really high stealth.
That's fucking funny.
I rolled a really high stealth.
Yep.
He couldn't see you anywhere, but that was also because...
I rolled a really high stealth. I'm wearing plate armor.
I shot the clerk.
Did you shoot the
Did
deputy?
you shot the clerk?
Did
I
not
shot the
shoot
sheriff.
the deputy.
Whoa,
But
wait
I
a
didn't shoot the
minute.
I shot the clerk?
All right.
Remember that?
So,
Oh,
you all find yourself in this courtyard.
guys, we got a big fucking skeleton.
During that time that
Excited.
Zareth was casting his spells, you all did shift again, and this time you found yourself back in the astral sea.
Would
You
I
have a weapon out there
recognize?
for you.
Because I've been in
Yeah, Wayne got you.
Metro. Okay.
Didn't
Do I
see pretty many out there.
recognize this specific courtyard?
Roll a.
I have a mini for every occasion.
As you should.
I saw you guys.
As you should.
He's cute.
Remember Wolf? Yeah.
He's
in
cute.
the pack of Orion.
Hopefully it's an athletics check.
Roll a history check.
Tried to sell me 8 boxes for $100, and I was so tempted to buy it.
17.
So it's just a lot of minis.
Good needs 2 wolves.
So, while this is all going on, you meander around the courtyard, just sort of inspecting the buildings and the architecture around you. and you don't necessarily directly identify where in Metrol this area was, but you start thinking back, and very similar to when you first stepped onto this island, you almost get lost again. Like you remember one of the few years that you actually lived here in Metrol, and you remember the city sat in like almost like a slight basin, right? Like almost in like a caldera of a volcano. You know, hills rising to encompass the edges of this sprawling city in this massive basin. You distinctly remember entering typically from the south, and as you did, you sort of entered, and the walls of the city were just over the crest of this basin. And so you remember like entering into the city and passing through the Ten Horns district, and as you did, you crested the top of this hill, and you could just see this sprawling metropolis in front of you. The city itself was massive, not on the scale of like Sharn, but still large in its own respect. You remember seeing the white stone buildings passing by as you walked across these smooth gray cobblestone streets. Metrol was once known as the Rising City because many of its buildings stood atop these soaring columns of stone that dared to scrape the heavens themselves. You remember occasionally visiting some of the establishments that grace the tops of these pillars, walking across the bridges and the skyways that interconnected them. You remember passing the great cathedral of the Sovereign Host, this ornate, grandiose cathedral that was the center for those that worship the Sovereign Host. It was like the center of their faith. As St. Peter's Basilica is the center of Catholicism, this Cathedral of the Great Vault, or Cathedral of the Sovereign Host, with its floating spires and grand buttresses, just a feat of design in and of itself. You remember passing just south of the Castle of Galifar, which was the central iconic, just like the Empire State Building is part of the skyline of New York. If you were looking at a skyline of Metrol, Galifar Castle would be just this prominent rising structure in the center of the city, and just south of that stood a massive stone and steel reinforced building that looked almost like a prison, but was known as the Vault, and it was the mint and the treasury for the entire nation of Galifar that sprawled this entire continent of Corvair, housing untold riches, and some artifacts and pieces of cultural belongings that were deemed too valuable to be put on display were locked within the Great Vault. You remember the floating gardens that surrounded the Royal Vermishard, one of those pillars that rose from the city that was sort of reserved for the royalty and the nobility and the upper class. But even though it was reserved for the upper class, it was a point of pride for those in the city, because it was this massive column of stone that rose through the air, but it was just surrounded by these beautiful self-sustaining floating gardens. And there was one of these platforms that you could almost call a forest in and of itself, that housed its own beasts and animals within, that was just floating around the city. And it pains you to see what's become of this part of the city, whatever part of the city it is. It hurts you to see it damaged and dirty and broken and inhabited by monsters such as those you just fought. But you don't really identify exactly where this chunk came from.
Okay. Rube,
Do I see him go into like some
I was
kind
gonna
of
say, do we
trance,
notice he's-
reliving all of this or anything? Like,
Make perception checks.
does he?
Make insight checks.
Insight.
Insight
So,
checks.
Even better. But
we shifted back to here, right?
I guess it's more of a.
Like, we were in the one place and we shifted.
Yeah, we're in the astral sea.
You're in the
now, right?
astral sea right now. The astral
So
plane.
the actual courtyard you're in has not changed.
Oh.
It still looks like Sire.
Yep.
But we've been like where this massive like building is sitting inside of. We've shifted like this area into other like
15.
planes. Yeah, that's what I had to clarify earlier because I wasn't.
Real quick, so,
So,
the city
just to
rose
give you
the
guys
sky,
just to
right?
give you guys an idea, that's what the city of Metrol used to look like.
Okay.
It
In case you guys want to see.
No.
This city rose to the sky, right? Did it right? The city rose to the sky. That's how we got here.
Those.
How you got here? No, you guys were on an airship and you crashed into an apparently floating piece of a city.
But that used to be on the ground, so it rose. Did it rise from the last war?
It,
there it is.
it appears to be a chunk of a city that used to be a part of the ground.
I'm just making a reference to the title.
I get it.
No, but hey, I rolled a 50. Does he set that, or who sets that?
It would be against his deception. If
28.
Nick would pick up on. It's not that he's in a trance. There is no magical effects on him or anything. This is
But
Is he in the same mental state as he was when we first
Yes.
got on
Do we
here?
notice,
He's
hey,
just
he's not
walking
okay?
off on his own, or
no,
is he
he's not
in
walking
the-
off. He's still in the courtyard with all of you while Zareth is doing his thing.
When he walked off,
Yeah.
is he in the same
He's-
mental state as that point, or when we were in combat? And he
This
was
is a man that has not seen his home country in 5+ years, and as far as he knew, his home country was annihilated. It was nuclear holocaust. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that remains of this man's culture, and he just stumbled across a preserved piece of a city that he loved.
Okay, that was what was throwing me off. So it's
Yeah.
preserved.
He is fighting those emotions within him that is, I thought this was lost, and now I've found a piece of it, but it's broken, it's damaged, it's
Right.
scuffed, it's dirty, it's inhabited by the deceased and the dead and these undead abominations, and he is present with all of you. He is under no magical trance, but
Right,
he is
yeah.
mentally
he's
he does not care about anything that you all are doing. He is fighting a battle inside of himself to understand the situation he finds himself in.
Can I go ahead, Drake? You ask your question, and then
Does Jet get advantage on that because he's experienced something very similar?
Advantage on what?
The insight check. To watch someone.
I don't think
face
he's
You
saying-
wouldn't
I
even
think
have
he's
to make
saying
an
we all
insight.
noticed
Okay.
it,
You
yeah.
would just you see the looks and you see that sort of like
distant.
that 1,000-yard
Yep.
stare, and you understand, and you're just like, okay, he's going through the same thing I went through.
How long is message? How many words? Is it only 6?
It's 6 seconds, whatever you can
6
fit in
seconds,
seconds.
whatever you can fit in 6 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna cast message to
Hopefully you're a
Gunther.
chopper.
Get to the chopper.
I literally went to Chopper, like Tony Chopper, and was like, "What?
No.
A doctor?" No, I'm gonna cast message on Gunther, and just say,
Keep talking. Fill my
Um,
beer.
sorry, I'm trying to think of how I want to word this. Gunther, I know loss can consume you. If you need anything, please let us know.
I'm not going to say anything to that.
That's
I'm,
fine.
I'm just going to still be just.
You don't even have to
This-
respond. I just want you to know.
This area that we're in, even though it's slightly, does it still have some of its beauty left, or does it look completely decimated?
It is, even though some of the pillars are cracked and chipped, and there's rubble on the ground, and a few of the pillars have collapsed. That door has fallen off of its hinges. The majority of the buildings are relatively still standing. Some of the roofs have caved in, but for the most part, you can still see the general architecture and the design and art that was put into creating this district of the city, and it is beautiful. It is. We are talking architects and contractors and builders with decades of experience using everything they know to create a city that in and of itself is beyond a functional city,
This is artistry and
a work of
architecture.
art. This is a combination of human, elven, dwarvish, gnomish, orcish, all the different races of Corvair. Sire was the center of it all. Sire was the home seat of the kingdom of Galifar. This was before the last war, this was the center of civilization on Corvair. Not Sharn, this was the center of civilization. And it's beautiful. A little damaged, but now that you have a moment to sort of take a step back and take it all in, there is that sense of, if this wasn't a plane shifting shard of a now annihilated city, this city would have been something to behold. Just an insanely beautiful place.
So are there like columns that are holding up? Okay.
Gotta have some columns.
All right. I'm just gonna be standing
got
like
to have 8.
as I'm like staring off the distance. I'm just like kind of like touching the columns.
As you're walking by,
creative
I'm just sort of imagining, like, as you're sort of rounding from here all the way around, just sort of looking at the architecture, you're just sort of passing, just like hands running along the wall, feeling the columns. It's just that there's almost that thought in your head, like, is this even real? Because as far as you know, Sire as a whole was wiped off the face of the earth.
Have you made the party aware that this is you're from Sire, or you would keep that to yourself? I can't remember.
We heard him saying
You
he
bear an insignia of Sire on your armor, but
Yeah.
you have not really told the party that you are from Sire or that you fought for Sire.
We've
Well,
heard it though.
Well, he's
actually-
mentioned
Heard.
fighting for Sire.
You've heard it, but you haven't really heard where he's from or where he lived.
The party knows we fought for Sire because at Tower Valiant I told the captain I
Yes,
fought for
yes,
Sire.
yes.
So they are aware that I have.
Connections.
Connections to Sire. at
But
the
they
very
don't
least.
know that you are from
I don't.
the country itself.
I think I'm the only one who does.
Yeah, no, you would have no idea.
Yeah, outsider.
Do it for Jack.
Yeah, you loser.
Aside
I'm
from
just-
the undead mounds, this place is quite beautiful. Can we explore further, do you think? Is it safe?
I'm not paying attention.
My recommendation as a party is, should we maybe take a short rest and let Gunther give him a moment?
I mean, seeing as how where we're at tends to change location, kind of looking up.
I mean, no matter
mean,
where we
the-
go, it's going to change location. Nothing's going
Well,
to stop that.
right. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I don't see a way of us getting back to the ship anytime soon.
Just remember,
Pressing on may be our best bet.
you heard something from,
You're
You're right along.
Bring,
so did you.
I was just about to say,
Just remember those things that you heard.
I'm still...
You were not here, Zareth, but when you first sort of stepped foot on this island, as the rest of the party jumped over the edges of the airship and landed, there is a pervasive, all-encompassing magic to this island and what it is. It is that thing that as soon as you contacted with it, with your 200 plus years dabbling in the arcane, you don't have to cast detect magic to feel that presence, and it is
Ever present.
it is all around you.
Cool.
But there does seem to be a central location.
Okay.
It does appear that sort of as you move around this courtyard, it gets stronger in places, weaker in others, and it seems like the farther you move in, the stronger it gets.
I'm feeling something is drawing, pulling me towards the center, out towards that door.
I feel it myself.
It's what prompted me to jump from the ship in the first place.
My only concern now is pushing Gunther.
I don't think we have to push him very hard. He hasn't blinked.
No, I'm saying I feel like we are pushing him too hard.
Are you guys taking a short rest? Just in terms for me to mark in my notes.
I don't think.
I think that's what we're discussing, whether or not we should.
I mean, we're trying.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Carry on. Sorry, I didn't know if you all had decided.
No, you're fine. I
Other,
think
other
that's
than the
kinda-
time it took Zeref to, which by the way, so you cast 2 animate dead spells.
He casts 2 gentle reposes and an
Oh,
animate
2.
dead.
Okay.
2
yeah,
gentle
so-
reposes is a ritual.
20
Animate
minutes.
dead is an instant.
Correct.
Yep.
Quick question. Purely thematic. You cast 2 gentle reposes. In that, it cannot become undead. You then created an undead from something.
He created 2 piles to
Yeah.
cast gentle repose on.
Right.
As he was creating those 2 piles, he assembled a full skeleton off to the side.
That was
Yeah.
not part of what I
Undead
cast gentle
from-
repose.
Or
on.
can't become undead, can't become
Right,
undead, but
that's-
this pile in the middle I create
Correct.
to my undead.
Okay,
That's
what
why.
I was-
Yes.
Well, I will say I amended that
Okay.
after
Okay. Cool.
originally
I-
stating it, so that did kind of change.
okay. In my mind, I'm just like, why won't this work?
You did.
Motherfucker.
You did mark the spell slot for animate dead, right?
I did, yes. That was my other concern. Is I'm literally almost out of 3rd level spell slots.
Yep.
We're doing a short
rest
rest.
wouldn't
Do anything.
matter.
Well,
I
short
have
rest,
arcane
he can
recovery,
do-
so
yeah.
yes, it would.
He can recover at least one of them.
True, true. I forgot about arcane recovery.
So yeah, roleplay amongst yourselves.
I don't know. Some
Just
Yeah.
I did not make
same voice that drew me here. I'm feeling perhaps it's best not to linger as well.
Good question.
I just always look to you for counsel.
Jet will look over at Gunther.
I just want to make a point that the 270-year-old wizard is looking at like the 22-year-old shifter for advice.
24. Be nice.
I just want to throw that out there.
He's a big boy.
Well, you know that 19
He's a
charisma goes a long
24-year-old
way.
It does.
He's
It
a
does.
24-year-old man that's been adventuring in these campaigns for probably a good 24 years.
Yes!
Weird how
Well-
that works out.
He's lived more lives than
To be
any of us
fair-
could count.
No,
You're a
To be fair.
Oh my
we
god.
all know.
They said that in fucking Gears of War Judgment. Someone literally was like, "Oh, to be fair," I was like, "Holy shit!"
To be fair,
Letterkenny is
everywhere.
I
Shifters
would
actually
appreciate
age
Letterkenny.
The main
quickly.
character's name Wayne.
At 12,
Yeah.
he was a full-grown
Yeah.
adult.
Pitter pat, let's get
Created
it.
Letterkenny?
He's been around for a little bit.
2012,
Alright.
2011.
That's nice.
Jet will look over at Gunther, know exactly what, or have an idea of what he's going through right now.
Yup.
I think we should move on, to be honest.
I look at Bull and say, "Stay with the girl."
And it's sort of like looks at you and nods
So-
and sort of clanks a little bit, and then just sort of
Where
like
are you
trots
saying
over and
this
stands
from?
next to you and
Like what's like
sort of
what
like
is the context
bumps you
of
a little
talking
bit
to me?
Is
and
it like a,
Oh
like a
no,
boop?
I,
Is it
It's-
the dog
Jet's
boop?
talking to.
it thinks it's a boot,
Oh,
but it
okay.
hits you and
You're looking at
it like
me, but
pushes
saying,
you a couple
"Hey, we
steps
should
off to the side because it's a
go."
heavy metal
Yeah, okay.
dog.
Never mind. All right, good, because I'm not listening.
He
Anyway.
wasn't particularly quiet about saying it, but
I'm not paying attention. I did
Yeah.
not hear you. I did not hear you.
Clink,
V
clink, clink.
holds out his book and just depth guard await.
There's a death guard awaiting us?
It was Death's
Death's
guards.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
There were S's at the end there. Yeah.
I also would believe V would not have necessarily gotten
Death's
that exact.
That's
guards await.
Right. And any further, I don't know, insight once I landed on the island, or has my
Nope.
voice been silent?
Voice has been silent so far. There's just there's that drawing feeling further into whatever this shard of a city is. Yes.
Just her is feeling that.
No, 3. All the magic users.
The 3 magic users,
Okay.
prominent magic users. I'm talking more arcane.
yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say mine's more
As soon as you
innate.
said that, I was like, "Oh, gotcha."
Well, not to leave you out.
No,
Jay,
yeah.
you're just, you know.
more
You're not
more
important.
innate.
Get the fuck out.
Well, thanks. Goodbye.
Jet just walks to the edge and just jumps off in the astral sea.
I mean,
No, hold on.
Rage
First, doesn't
quit.
he grab? Or no, that was you. I was like, doesn't he
Yeet.
grab Jet first?
Do that.
Dab.
Dab as he falls backwards off the edge of the island.
Yeah, it was.
It's been an honor serving with you.
goodbye. I'm out.
Do again.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. We need to get back to the ship. but I don't think we can get back to the ship without pushing forward.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We have no way to get out of here unless you happen to know a very high level magic spell that could get us out of here.
Oh, I do, but I don't want to use it.
Can anybody reach my mini? I want to go towards this door.
So the
Can
only way is
Anybody
forward.
tell me where we are?
I don't mind going forward, but I am very exhausted.
So,
that is my only complaint. My only.
Zareth, in your readings, you haven't really touched on the multiverse and the different planes of existence.
Yeah.
But you do know that between the prime material plane, where everyone resides, and the exterior planes of existence, there exists the astral plane, sometimes referred to as the astral sea. It is an empty, expanseless, open, infinite void that exists in the space between the planes. Very much, you're floating in the empty space between Mars and Jupiter right now.
Yeah.
There is
Pretty
nothingness.
bitchy, guys.
There is nothingness that surrounds you. You do see stars, and it's not like it's just pitch black, completely enveloping you. There are stars, and beneath you, you do see sort of like the silver, like gossamer waves of you don't know what. But there is just this. You don't know a lot about the planes, but you know enough to know that wherever you are somewhere within the astral plane, within the astral sea. You are in the space between spaces.
I'd like to use my immovable rod as like a selfie stick to just.
Damn. I was gonna say, I was like, I want to pull out my Kodak disposable camera. and just-
Hashtag plane traveling.
I was gonna say, I mean, I wouldn't know where we are. I know we're in the void.
Yeah.
In the sense that we know if anyone.
There's an emptiness.
Well, you know, my guy.
My old.
So are you guys taking a short rest?
I don't.
I just
No,
I
I
need
think
I
they
need to
would be
know
more
for where because if that hour passes, you guys are gonna shift a couple times.
I feel if you think we should rest, well, of course. You know,
I'm willing to do what the party wants. I'm just.
I don't feel
It was a
comfortable
suggestion.
lingering
But
here
like-
without knowing more about where we are.
Do you have to let
Well,
it
all
in?
this has been happening.
What?
Have I
Do you have
noticed
to
a
let it
pattern of we shift to this plane, then this plane, or is it randomized?
I was gonna say, I don't think you
For
even know
what-
what's
for what
happening.
you've
You're
seen
like,
at this
I don't
point,
know
you
what's
went-
happening.
you
Yes,
went
I have to.
prime material,
Yes, I have to let it
astral sea,
linger.
Furnia, the plane of fire, Dolur, the realm of the dead, back to the astral sea. That's where you're at now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
So there's been no pattern we've been
No.
able to see yet.
Not yet. You haven't been around long enough to develop any sense of
You've
pattern.
mentioned we're switching planes, but I have a high.
So
Yeah,
this-
but my
this is
point
our
is, I don't
layover
think you
then?
know what any of these
What's that?
planes are.
This is our layover then?
So I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, we switched
exactly.
planes, but I don't think
Pretty
you.
much.
Yeah, but
I don't
they-
think you
Yeah,
they
say
all
so,
catch.
yeah.
completely different. Blue, then green, then red, then yellow, then purple.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think we've hit enough for you to notice a pattern yet.
Right.
Right, yeah, that's what we were
But
If
saying.
we've looped twice or maybe 3 times, yeah, maybe. But,
But I noticed that the plane we're in currently, we've been to once before.
correct.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's
Zareth is saying.
Uh,
Zareth will follow the party. You, I will.
Gunter, have you ever?
Gunther's just not
Are you just outside the gates? Have you made any movement to?
I am at the door the
Hey,
thing
guys.
came out of.
Hey guys,
So you're at the gateway.
No,
Are you
step away
moving
for a second,
forward? Or are you
let's
just
see.
kind of waiting?
I would notice you
I'm
walking
kind of.
away.
I don't know. I was about to say I'm actually
You
trying to
literally not
peek
Rin-
in.
You're trying-
you
are you
have
trying to
not
hide?
Rin's
Anything
sight this
else?
entire time, and all of a sudden
I
you're
guess
leaving
I'm
her.
not really trying to hide, but I'm gonna try and open the book.
You're hiding
and,
behind me.
Run my hands through, and like
6 foot.
there's writing. I see writing and everything, right?
3 foot girl.
Some notes, yeah.
Right.
Some pages
Maybe
are
he
blank.
cast reduce on himself.
So V's gonna look at it and then look at you.
Are you writing or are you signaling?
You
Yes.
have
Oh, you want my autograph? Yes. Hold up. I'll pull out my pen and I'll go to writing.
that. I mean, if you want to, I'm okay with that. Like
He turns the book
Yeah.
and shows it.
God, it's a death note.
He turns the book and shows it to you, and the pages are blank.
Oh yeah, and I'm just.
Well, since he
The
did
pages
the
that you,
lines,
the pages that
way
you
of
showed
death, he
him
just
have
fucking
writing
did
on them.
not.
yes,
He sees them as blank.
correct.
Zareth lifted him.
And then so as you do that, he just grabs the pen, and just kind of because there's no writing. He just kind of starts matching some of the symbols
Hey guys, is this
Wait, hold on. So you're tracing what you see to then show to Zareth?
No.
He's just scribbling.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like you're tracing what the symbols are or some
I think
of them.
it's trying to communicate.
Sprocket asks her, does anybody know where we are?
So that's the irony is I can read.
Last hour was it said
Jet?
we were in a weird
Jet,
plane.
I
What?
think it wants to learn.
Well, so hold on. Figure that out though, because with that knowledge, I would know how to write, right?
To an
I
extent.
can read.
To an extent. Writing is a different skill than reading.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess I would be absorbing the information. That's first.
But wouldn't you, you've absorbed memories of two of our party members, so wouldn't writing includes...
That's a
I'm
skill.
gonna
So
not a
yeah,
memory.
that's
But at the very least, you would be able
a
to,
bit of a stretch.
because you know what the symbols look like, so you'd be able to create what the symbols look like. But it probably would look like you're writing with your offhand, as like a comparable.
Well, the thing is, so I do have the Eldritch Invocation to be able to read anything.
Mm-hmm.
So anything I look at, I'm going to read it, but more specifically, I'm just going to understand it. Whether or not I can recreate it is completely different. Right? That's kind of how I took it.
Mhm.
So I can understand common,
Does your...
I can read clearly, I can absorb the
You
information,
can speak it.
and I can speak
Fuck.
it. Sort of. I mean, it's kind of been shown that, not really.
You can speak it in
Uh,
2 words a minute.
So, Ryn...
So what are you trying to accomplish?
So he's gonna write, well, he's gonna scribble, and he's just gonna match random symbols that obviously he's seen, which is writing, and just say, where am we?
We are in the astral sea right now.
You write all that out, and as you complete the phrase, the ink like seeps into the pages and disappears.
I am Tom Riddle.
So right in.
very
Tom,
reminiscent of.
Yeah.
So Zareth has shown me that V is trying to write, right? Jet will pull
Yeah, I
out.
was gonna say, because I pulled you over. I was like, it's trying to communicate.
He'd pull out his own notebook. Try this one. Because I imagine we didn't see actually any ink coming off into his book, right?
No, he said it showed and then it disappeared.
It showed, but
Does
it
it show
disappeared.
holding it,
But
no?
from the point in time
No,
that he wrote
'cause
it
it's
till
normal
he
ink.
showed us,
Okay.
it's
So we
gone.
can see that. We just can't see the writing that he can see.
He's writing on there,
And it's just
and
disappearing.
then by
as
the
it's
time
going.
he turns around and shows it to you, you see it fading away.
So we can't fully catch what it says.
Correct.
So
That's why. Yeah.
try that one. Jet will give you a regular notebook. Try writing in that.
So he takes, and again, comparing, writing completely random, I'm just smashing my hand against the keyboard of random letters, and just says, where am we? In reality, it says, this, not the, that.
He turns it around and shows you, and it nothing.
I think it's his name.
Well, we'll work on that skill here in a while.
Do we know his name was V? I don't remember if he
Yeah.
ever like
Yes.
explained
Yeah,
that to us. Okay.
But you said Astral Sea. That's where we're at.
Where are we?
But that's the thing is I wouldn't know what says where am we.
He says it out loud as he's writing
Yeah.
it.
I think
Oh, you are
some
actually
place
saying.
called the
Oh, okay.
Astral Sea?
Yes, then we're in the astral sea.
Okay.
Astral sea.
Well,
Yes.
how do we get back to
Do
the
you-
airship?
Mine.
Well,
He
it
specifically
seems
takes
that
the
the
notebook in the other
majority
hand.
of opinions is we go through that gate, and I point to where Gunther is still leaning against.
Puts the,
Because the ship
pen
was back there, and I point to the empty void.
No work.
But that over there was
My
on
pen's
another
broken.
plane of existence.
Seems to be fine.
So
Sparker
the-
remember he's talking to a child.
It seems
The
to
only
work.
and
way-
the child is explaining this.
Yes, I'm
And you just-
Oh, we
very-
saw it disappear, so I know there's
I've been
something
hanging
with the
out
book.
with
Yeah.
Zara.
I mean, I
he's
can
very
at least
smart.
piece that
So
together.
he's taught me a few
Yes.
things. It seems like the only
Seems to
way
be your
to
book
get back
doesn't
is to
work.
go forward.
I pat your head. Okay. Zareth, where are we?
We're in the astral sea. I'm trying to explain to this child.
Not heel sprocket.
What?
He just patted her head.
It's a bit
She was explaining where. I was
bit
like, where are we?
condescending to me.
And she was explaining, and then I patted her on the head. I'm like, Zareth, where are we?
Jet's gonna start making his way towards the door where Gunther's at.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'd be making my way to Gunther, making sure.
Thank you, V.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna peek inside the door.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
so
sort of
kind of
peek
the way.
around the gateway, and you see coming out of this courtyard, you see a street that sort of extends maybe 40 or 50 feet down and slightly curves off to the side. And you can see buildings and what look like there's the occasional like business off to the side. You see some
Yeah.
houses, some homes, some dining halls, all kinds of different buildings off to the side. You can see as you sort of as you make your way down the street, you can see like trellises that are strung across the street from the tops of the buildings that has like over time has sort of like overgrown with ivy and plants and vines that have started to like wrap up from abandoned flower boxes that were on the sides of windows of some of these homes and wrapped up the sides of the buildings and grown across these trellises and almost started to like shade this street, even though
So it's Shady Street.
yes, even though it appears as though right now like there's really not much light because you're still in that realm that doesn't have like a sun. But yeah, you see like the street in front of you. You see some of the buildings have like collapsed in on themselves. You see a couple that look relatively intact, but you can see the street ahead curves off to the side, and as it starts to curve, you can see a slight incline as it starts to go up a hill.
Okay. So
The music's on point when like
Nothing-
It's been on point a few times.
nothing seems like weird or anything. So I didn't roll
Besides
perception.
this
Make a
giant
perception check.
fucking sky, city in the sky that's not.
I'm
in
going
Earth.
to say, since no one can give me a straight answer, I'm going to go to where Gunther's at. And then
It
I
was
would
on a
tell-
20,
What am I
and then
moving?
like it
Yeah,
got
13.
cocked. And I was like, nah.
You're right here, right?
So
Wait,
12.
straight answer for
I was gonna
Um,
say I've been walking up to Gunther as well. If you could move me.
Nothing really seems odd except for like
guess so.
you sort of take a second and at
Wow,
first you were
really
just
follow.
glancing around getting like the big landmarks ahead of you, but now you sort of focus for a second and you can see up against a couple of the buildings you can see like
You want me to move you up?
a silhouette of a body
I'm with Red.
almost like
This point, we're just,
struck,
doing
very
weird
similar to
things.
like the silhouettes that appeared during Hiroshima when the nuclear bombs went off, of people that like blocked the blast from hitting a wall, and there's like a silhouette of a body
Oh God.
on the
Shadow.
wall,
Oh, wow.
shadow.
Anyone doing
The shadow.
The shadow.
You see like a couple bodies that are like thrown up against a wall and
They
like,
hit the floor.
and like relaxed
The
against the edges of the wall. Some of them that are just skeletons, but you see a few more that are like almost they've been petrified. They still seem to have their skin and their flesh and their muscle, and they're just locked in these expressions of pure horror as they're like crawled up in, like pushed up into a corner and just frozen.
I want to walk up to one of the bodies.
Okay.
I want to touch it.
It is hard as stone. There's an odd calm to the area. There's just this. Now that you've gone through that combat, there's this weird peace that is sort of in this. It's just it's unsettling.
Okay.
You're next to me.
Is a
correct,
stone
V?
corpse still a corpse?
So I would have seen you try to show your book to Zeref and Jet, and I would have been like, what does your book tell you about this place, V?
Not bad.
He just shakes his head.
That perfect day.
Jets, guards, wait.
So just to clarify, you guys are not taking a long rest.
Either. I'm not taking
Or a
any
short
kind of
rest.
rest.
Sorry,
No rest.
no rest.
For the weary.
Fantastic.
Jet would
Money don't
want,
grow on trees.
Jet would want to go up to
Got
Gunther.
bills to pay.
I was gonna say before
I think-
Gunther headed through, like I would have.
And nothing in this world is free.
Yeah, you're fine. At this point, you all sort of notice that those vibrations building and getting stronger
about to shift again.
and stronger, and then all of a sudden you feel yourself get like shunted into a different dimension, and you feel that like as your breath leaves your body for a second, and all of a sudden the sky completely changes, and it goes from that dark, dreary moonlit night to a bright, clear, sunny day. And there is immediately this sense of ease that washes over you. This sense of just safety and security and rightness. Just you just came from a place that just felt bad and evil, and now you're in a place that feels good and just and right. And there's almost a faint like chiming bells on the wind.
We don't have a cleric here to tell us where we're at.
There's this, I don't want to say holiness, but there is an odd
Guys, everyone
divinity
here has rings around their head.
around you, and you feel that presence in the back of your mind instinctually retreat, and it just retreats farther and farther within. You feel that coldness in your book disappear, and your book just becomes a book.
Sweet scrap. As Gunther was touching the body, Jet would just want to go up and place a hand on his shoulder. I know this was your home, right? I know that look.
These were Gunther's people.
Oh, Rynny, you talked to.
V's gonna hold his book
I am sorry.
and look, because you're right there, and use his
Gunther will
telepathic
manage.
to directly speak to you.
You used to live here.
Something.
Are you close enough to me? Because I'll actually.
Question is-
So I walked down the street.
Yeah, Jet had been
Yeah,
following.
Jet
right.
followed you.
Okay.
Same with me.
So
Yeah,
well,
I would have as well.
Did it work?
where Jet?
I'd probably be right behind
The awakened
Zara,
mind.
or
Are
Vale.
you this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
the
me.
connection worked.
Just making sure.
Seems to have worked.
I just kind of, I'm guessing like you're holding my hand or something. I just kind of grip your hand tighter. I'm just like,
So where's?
I felt something too, but I think it's not a bad thing.
What did you say to me specifically?
Just closes his book.
This used to be your home.
Gunther lived in Sire. Gunther has not seen Sire for 5 years after the morning.
4 or 5 years, or 5 years after the morning?
It's been 4 years since the morning.
Yeah.
Last time Gunther saw this city, probably 5 years, maybe more.
What I'm saying is, you said specifically the words 5 years after the morning. So I'm trying to figure out if you were saying.
So the morning happened. So it's been 4 years since then. So it's probably been about 5 years since I've been in the city.
Okay, the way you worded that made me. Okay, I got you. I'm on point now.
Oh. Okay.
Always.
Hold on. So we're in a very nice heavenly place. How's his undead?
He's just burned.
Yes, it's like.
Yes, the good
What was that, Nick? The whole thing with
It's cowering under one of the buildings.
No, it's the when they see water. They're all at the water and they're all just staring at him.
Oh,
He's like,
gamers.
yeah,
Aren't you forgetting anything?
We hate food precious.
well, in gamers when they're all staring at the river and then it cuts back to the table and one of the guys is like, "Wait, isn't your character have like a crippling like fear of water?" And then it cuts back.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
As of right now, it doesn't appear to be any change.
Kills him.
Does the drawing, the hole seem to be coming from up that inclined road?
In that pole is farther in. It is at the same
Where's
time
the rest of the
directionless, but at the same time
They're still in the
you
fire.
know that it's
General
farther
direction. Have you ever?
Where are you? Because we have gone through the door.
I'm using theater of the mind at this point, where V and I are
Everyone's
tailing
following.
the group.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point the map is no longer applicable.
Okay.
This
Oh,
is now
okay,
this is
okay.
all theater of the mind at this point.
Okay, gotcha.
So we've been keeping with the tail end of the group,
We're
V
just
and
a
I,
few steps
and
back.
Okay. So I'm just at the front, walking, touching things, reminiscing, and then you guys are following at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
so we're making our way downtown.
No.
I guess I'm
Well,
kind of
you-
just like
Yeah.
asking Jet and Vale like where are we? Like, because I'm still confused where we are.
Well, Learn a piece of science. You're familiar with the morning, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you are very familiar with it because that's
Like
what
the
ended, that's what
Holocaust,
that's what
essentially.
ended the war.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Everybody down.
Yeah, I know of the yeah.
He's a warforged
Right.
also, right?
Well,
Is his intelligence higher than?
this
You don't know.
Can
This
he
is a
speak
piece.
complete sentences?
Yeah.
a piece
Okay,
of
then that's-
Well,
science.
it
That's
has
what
nothing
I'm
to do with
saying.
intelligence. It's
You kind of see
age.
probably like
No, I
the,
didn't
like,
know.
the
Can we
realization like
communicate with him
what?
easier than
Oh
we
yeah,
can?
yeah,
with
yeah,
him?
100%.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah,
Right.
He's been around.
that's
Okay.
That's
Because
when you
were trapped
gesture
in that
just
one place for a
It's
to
while.
me
a
like
week-
this is why
what,
he's
2 weeks old now
confused.
at this point? I mean,
yeah.
technically,
Well, just the whole thing. Just this
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, appearance to you.
I
Okay.
can't
Where's that kid?
explain magic.
I think we turned it.
As an artificer, like
Is it okay?
kind of know magic, but this
Yeah, I mean,
is above my pay grade.
Towards me?
As a humble
This way.
bard, beyond me.
Understood.
I'm just gonna keep
tilted down.
trekking up this road.
As you do, you pass
Break
some
the
buildings that are collapsed in and dilapidated. You see a couple doors
Good
that
for
are
sight.
shut that
Makes sense.
look like they would open into a business, maybe a home, some other kind of building. You see a couple doors that look like they might have sent some staircases that have since collapsed in on themselves. If you're interested, there are doors you could try to open if you want, or you can continue down the street.
There's businesses.
This appears to be a relatively
I don't think they're currently
Should we see if
occupied.
we can loot anything, guys?
Oh shit, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, Sprocket's not gonna take part of that.
Detect magic.
detect magic.
I can't do that.
I can.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just I
I'll cast
sneezed.
it.
You're casting it?
Yeah.
You cast it, and beyond the items that you and your party carry, there is a. Just like that magical aura that you felt without casting the spell, this is like leaving a dark room after playing video games for 12 hours and walking out into the noonday sun on a clear sky. It is literally like you cast it, and you're immediately like, "Gah!"
just out of
It's
curiosity,
the
sort of
switch.
like-
It's the
you
dimmer
cast the
switch.
tech magic before?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a wizard. He's 270 years old. Of course, he's cast attack.
With
Tomb
this
roasted.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I literally cast it like once a session.
Because I've cast it a few times, he's cast it a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I literally cast it like
Okay.
once a session.
I can't.
Or no, I thought you had.
It was also going to
I detect
specify though,
bots.
just for like
Okay.
the
It's
game,
him.
I'm going to ritual.
Okay, that's
Like,
fine.
I'm
'Cause I
not-
think he
don't wanna
used it
burn a
in
spell
the
slot.
war
yeah.
machine.
Well, no, because.
Yes, yeah, that's how we found the
That's how I found the
core.
scrolls that we screwed.
Okay, okay.
So
R.I.P.
you need to stop the party for 10 minutes.
Yes, that's what I'm
Cast
saying.
a spell.
Well,
That's
it-
what I'm saying out loud.
I don't know if this has ever been said, but if you're casting detect magic, then you are going to detect magic on the back of my neck.
Oh, yeah, we've covered that.
Mhm.
No, he's the only person that knows in
Oh,
character.
character doesn't know then.
That's
oh,
not
okay.
true,
I was
but
say because
yes.
I knew that.
Well, okay, I take it back. These two are the only characters.
I feel
that
like
know.
you've told me that.
No.
You have not.
Okay.
Out of character, he has told you. In character, you two
I've
have
cast
not
it with
covered
him
it.
within 4 feet of me, like every single session. So how have I not noticed that yet?
You've been focused on other things.
But
You've
I mean,
been
I
you've
still
been
would've
specifically
noticed.
focused on casting detect magic on something
Okay.
else. You haven't been like right
Looking
now.
around.
You're more so doing a general casting it and being like, okay, what's
Because
around
you're
me?
looking for items,
Yeah.
remember?
But I mean, I did that inside the Warforged. But I mean, it doesn't matter.
But I was in a completely different room.
You
for
were
the-
with me when we were pulling open the core.
I don't know.
Again, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's new. It's new.
Then
I noticed that now, and I
for a second or third time or whatever.
Well,
you
we'd have
notice.
to stop the
Zareth
party.
notices that and then does not speak it.
Well, I think we'd have to stop the party though for 10 minutes.
For
I
10
already
minutes,
said that,
yeah.
Well,
No, like Zareth was like, "Hey, I'm
Is-
doing this. Like, you guys
oh,
can stop.
okay.
Whatever. I'm stopping. I'm
No.
casting this."
I guess it's Gunther stopping because
I am not stopping.
Yes, I'll give you attention.
that's the concern. That 10 minutes is a long time for a party.
I'll just burn another spell slot. It doesn't matter.
It's
I don't
only
care either way.
level 1.
Here,
isn't it?
It is. I'm just burning through spell slots like fucking crazy.
Just don't worry about it.
But
Okay.
Level 1 is easy peasy.
So you cast it. Like I said, it's like stepping out into the noonday sun
'cause it only goes for 30 feet,
after
so
being
that's
inside of a
long
dark
times
room,
if we're trying to follow
playing
something.
video games for 12 hours. You
But it-
step
it
out
follows, yeah.
and you cast it, and it's literally this. It is a blinding light that surrounds you for a second, and you sort of like shield your eyes, and you open and start looking around, and everywhere around you is just pervaded by this magical aura. that is left over from whatever
Everybody does.
destroyed the
But
city
dudes-
and whatever
dudes,
caused this portion of the city to shift planes
Everybody
over
complain
and
about
over.
it.
And it's odd.
See if these-
Detect magic lasts for what, 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Someone's like, I think it's not douche, but I'm gonna try it. He's like, oh, douche.
You cast it, and about 20 seconds in, you just feel, you see this wave of magic just like
Wait a minute.
pass through. And then like 5 seconds later, another passes by.
Something's pulsing.
And then it's like
Or with that.
past you.
Yeah.
And then like 40 seconds later, it passes. And then a couple seconds after, another pass. And then another 40 to 45 seconds later.
It's only going out. Like it's
Yes.
not out and then back.
No.
It's
No,
only
yeah.
out.
Yes, it's
Okay.
2 waves. It's like
Yeah, yeah,
Something
yeah.
it's like
radiating
it's like
magic.
it's like
Okay.
and then it's like 40 seconds in between, and then and it seems to be emanating from farther within the
I'm getting a read on something over here.
and
It's
it
like
seems to be
pulsing through us.
it's almost like it's coming from farther away, but like down and up at this. It's weird. I'm talking
Maybe
like
multiple
I'm talking
things,
like
it's not
like
like
a
one-
shockwave expanding
yeah,
from
yeah.
an explosion,
Yeah.
right? It seems to emanate at the same speed in every direction, but this appears to be like it's coming from one direction, but at the same time it's coming from multiple. But you can like zero in on a singular focus, but at the same time it's coming from different areas. It's weird.
So my only question there is, both waves are the exact same way?
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know if like one
5 to 7
one
seconds
up,
apart, and then the 2 waves are coming probably 45 to 60 seconds apart.
Okay.
So it's like a,
Okay.
and then it's just silence, and then but it does seem to be in the direction you're traveling.
Okay.
You
There's
are
something
walking
large
towards
coming
whatever
this
is
way.
emanating this wave.
I don't know if it's
So you did use
good or
detect
bad.
magic.
He cast it with a spell slot, so it was instantaneous.
Ah,
Yep.
okay. Well then, then I'm not that far ahead of them. I'm still walking down the street, seeing and do I did.
Where is there at this point? You're right there, correct?
I'm with the group. But again, the map doesn't mean anything. We're all grouped together.
This is theater of the mind. You all are grouped together.
Okay, so everybody's walking in the same
Correct.
area.
We're all
Okay.
just following.
I am at the front though, for sure.
Yeah, he's.
Gunther is probably 10 to 15 feet ahead of the group. He's just sort of moseying down the walkway, not really paying attention to what you all are doing. He is reminiscing.
Sprocket's on it. He's just on edge.
'Kay.
I'm gonna be watching Gunther more to watch his body language and see if he's reacting to anything that changes his mood. Really,
Anyone else doing anything, or are we just progressing down the street?
I think we're just progressing down the
My
street at
6
this point.
Okay.
I mean, I did specific. You, because I know everyone's talking. I'm trying not to like over talk over people.
Well, you are.
But I am explaining this to you what we're feeling, and again, I don't know if this is good or bad. Something is up ahead. I don't know what it is.
Well, best be on a guard, I suppose. Which
I just
I
I read
imagine
one of my
we already
notes.
Do what?
Nothing. Carry on. Carry on. Carry on.
I immediately just like we fucked something up.
No,
Wait, did you hear me say that, or did you just say it?
I just heard it.
What?
I just heard it.
I guess we're still
Oh,
just walking.
okay, I said that like right,
Okay.
literally a second before you said that.
So as you all make your way down this, 50-foot long street, you start to curve around a slight bend, and as you do, the street starts to rise up on a little incline. And towards the top of the incline, you can now see this large, circular structure. It's almost like a cylinder with like a dome on top.
Oh, it's like the final boss room of Oblivion, like that middle courtyard thing.
Yeah, sort of. But it's at the top of this hill, and you can see there's these 2 stone and metal doors, probably about the same size as that archway you walked through. 20 to 25 feet tall. Each door is maybe 10 to 15 feet wide. They are wood core with steel reinforcements on them. And from your perspective now, you're probably about 60 feet away. They appear to be shut, but it does appear that is where the road ends.
That's where the sidewalk ends.
Yes.
And we just passed empty streets and stalls and shops and houses to get there.
There are skeletons and corpses lining the sides of the streets.
But all of
Some that
that's-
have been discarded, some that have been kicked to the side. There are open
Kick to the
doors.
side and said people have been here since these corpses were made.
Not like kicked to the side, but some that have been, like they have, in the shifting, have shifted and moved.
Okay. It doesn't look like somebody has taken the
There
bodies
are
and repositioned them.
no. There are some doors that are closed. There's some doors that are open into what looks like a home. There's another door that opens into what looks like a business where the roof is collapsed in and inside is just piles of rubble. There are other doors that are closed that appear to be for fully standing structures.
On those businesses, are there any outward signs that might indicate what type of business?
There are, but whatever paint was on them has faded in the years
I saw the
since.
sign. It opened up my eyes.
Okay, if I could,
You are not
if
amazing.
V lets me, I'll poke my head into it and just kind of do it.
One of the ones that's open,
Yes.
you poke your head in and the roof is collapsed in. It is just a
These, by
like
the way, is
the
basically
door doesn't
construction
even
is all
the
made
door
of-
can't even push farther open because it is blocked by a massive pile of stone and rubble on the inside. You gather, based off the decaying fabric that hangs in the window, this might have been like a textiles shop.
As we approach this door that seems to be at the end of where this street ends, I'm just gonna touch Gunther on the shoulder and be like, I'm not telling you to continue. Or I'm not saying don't continue. Just be careful.
Gunther will pay attention, but Gunther must see what this is. Basically letting you know that, like, I am still enthralled, but
Just be
I am
cautious.
still here.
I heard you, but we're continuing.
Yeah.
And
I know we're continuing, just
this is some kind of like center, crossroads of like a center point, if you will. This dome.
Does this seem any more like specific to me? Do I maybe
Yeah,
know what
fair.
this is?
Roll another history check.
That's a 12.
all day? Like including bonuses?
Yeah,
You don't know you don't know specifically, but as you've progressed a little
I
bit
live here.
farther in, you've started piecing things together, and judging by the architecture and the relative elegance of a lot of the buildings around you and the area you're in, you gather that wherever you are this is probably a chunk from one of those columns that rose above the city.
Are you saying this is a building that was on a column that is now on the ground? Is that I don't.
You had those massive columns, right?
Correct.
Right? You're gathering that the architecture that you're seeing around you is indicative of some of the buildings that were on top of these columns.
So the columns have collapsed, and the buildings are now resting on the ground. Is that?
No, this is a chunk of the city. This appears to be a chunk of one of those columns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, we're
You
good.
dig- you
We're
dig?
good. We're good. We're good.
'Kay.
Okay. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
As we're walking to, Jed is going to absent-mindedly just kind of start playing with the wedding ring.
Are you trying to hide that at all?
Yeah,
It's
I was gonna say with my
absent-minded.
passive perception and
You would
insight,
notice
I
it.
would
Yeah,
notice.
it's
Okay.
absent-minded.
14 what I've noticed.
Mine's 22.
Bale's the
That's
only
true.
Bale's the only one that notices.
Fucking detective, man. What the fuck do you expect?
Fucking magic, man. How does it? Or magnets, man.
I look back at you, but kid, if you want both to do something, I give you permission.
What size is bolt?
I know where this
He's
is
like
going.
the size of a German Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm riding Bolt.
Hey,
Bolts him out.
There's a slight creaking.
Yeah, that's all.
that's not what I had in mind, but sure.
Like no, as soon as those words left your mouth, it was like you just turned to look back, and I'm just like,
So are you all just progressing down the road? Is anyone trying any of the doors? Anything like that? Or are we moving on?
I'm just following.
I'm literally
Gunther.
just following Ren at this point, trying to
dude,
ensure she's not
I'm
gonna poke her
following
head into it.
Gunther, but I'm keeping an eye on other stuff to make sure that like nothing.
now that I have total
changes
control
vastly.
over bolts, I'm
Total control over Bolt.
Hey,
I'm edging him over to some doors. I'm like, hey, open that door and seeing if he can paw at it. And I'm gonna try a few different doors, kind of like under the weaving pattern.
Just gotta do. We can do.
he has
No.
dark vision of 60 feet and a passive perception of 10
allowed.
plus.
So, you all make your way
Yeah.
to the end of this pathway, coming up to the
No,
the tall wood and steel doors that are on the exterior of this cylindrical dome structure. Gunther, you reach it first, and at first it appeared as though the doors were shut. But as you approach, you can see that one of the doors is actually a little bit off kilter, and the space is just enough that you might, if you forced it, you might be able to squeeze through. And it is
Okay.
darkness on the other side.
Okay, how close is everybody behind me?
15 feet. You're just a little bit ahead of them.
I'm gonna see if I can fit in there.
I was gonna say I would have been a little bit closer because I touched his shoulder when I was speaking to him, so I would have been basically right up on you.
So yeah, you have to take persuasion off your back, and actually like push it through the door first, and almost like as you do, and sneak your way and like push through, and as you do, the doors sort of shift a little bit, and you push your way through, and the doors settle back in the position they were in. Like you sort of, as you push through, it sort of pushed back a little bit, but then as soon as you,
but it's still a gape a little bit.
it's still a tight squeeze.
Okay.
I'm gonna say as he goes through, I would immediately follow after.
You're a little bit smaller because you're not wearing as bulky of armor as
Yeah.
him, so it's a little bit easier for you to like sneak your way through, but you are now inside. The rest of the party, you see Gunther just disappear, and shortly after, Vale pushes his way inside. The rest of you find yourselves outside this large structure.
I guess we follow.
Yes, Jet will look back and make sure Ren's not far behind, which he would have been keeping an eye on
Yeah.
where Ren was at the whole time.
Yeah.
More focused on making sure she's keeping up, and then that everyone's coming along.
I dig my heels into Bolt's side, and I just go, giddy up.
One
It
word.
turns around and like nips at your knee real quick, and then continues forward.
I scratch behind the middle ear.
So it takes a few minutes for you all to push your way inside.
So these two guys have the hardest.
The
time
two
to-
Warforged,
Yeah.
you both struggle for
I
a minute,
look
and
at it
you have to
like-
like you try to push your way through, and it doesn't work. So you back out, and you like reposition yourself, and you try again, and it still doesn't work.
Then I attempt and I'm like, someone else do it first. It's gonna take me a second.
And so the rest of the party makes its way in. You two, everyone else is inside. You two find yourselves on the exterior. Both of you make a strength check.
Strength.
Which, as they were going through, Jet would want to keep
Strange.
just a hand on Ren since he can't see the other side.
I'm say you have the easiest time out.
Let's
of
see
all
if
this.
Oh, I slip right in.
He's like,
Let's see if you can break up to the other side.
10.
8.
Oof.
Both not.
You
two
just
Warforged.
managed to like you get yourself wedged between the doors, and honestly, you're like, fuck, I'm stuck. And you start trying to pivot and move, and finally you're like, you push just enough on the door to squeeze your way past, and you're all standing on the inside in this quiet, dark room, and you just hear this clang, 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 and you turn behind you and you see Sprocket on the ground. Like
Sorry.
you try and you just no matter how you push and prod, like you just can't seem to fit through.
On the other side, can Jet
Can
try to
I,
grab a hold of him and
Sure,
hold?
you can make a strength check with advantage now.
And I can give you
Can I help?
guidance.
With that as well.
Yeah, Jet's gonna
Do
try to
you
pull
reach
you
your
through.
hand through it?
Yeah, exactly. You just see like one little pale hand just go tap. You're it.
Oof. Oh my god.
D4. D4.
I don't know. This has to hit a 4 though, because I got a 6 and a 2.
Well, you never know.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to Bardic Inspire so that you can get through a door.
1.
Foiled by a door.
So Vox Machina.
Come on, B.
Doors.
Jet's gonna try
Vox
to pull
Machina.
again
It
and
is
Bardic Inspire.
Roll with advantage and a bardic inspiration.
Now it's gonna be fine.
Okay, that one was an 8. That one's a 1.
Jesus.
Bardic Inspiration was what?
D8.
So I had a D8 and a D4.
Yeah.
That was 8 plus 5.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
13.
So
Jesus Christ.
with the assistance of Jet grabbing
big
your
boy.
hand,
So we are
Sprocket
back into
holding
this
onto the door and pulling as hard as he
You
can,
already found the
you
magic
finally
artifact.
manage to squeeze your way past, and you feel a slight rip in your nice new yellow robe as you push your way in,
Give me a
and a
knife.
splinter grabs hold of it and tears just like a
Mend it,
1-inch
damn you.
hole
Give me a knife.
Hold on.
right in
You
the
gotta
side
do it.
of your.
Punch you.
You get a small little gash right in the side of your robe.
That's so sad.
I touch it because I feel I see that it's like the because being a warforged, I understand this. Your stuff is important to you.
Yeah.
So I touch it and I mend.
Hey, and so you see just like his jaw open and like a gape at the sight of his robe, and then it just stitches back together perfectly. And magic.
Gotta stick together, brother.
Brother. Cloak.
Fire.
That's his way of saying thank you.
Oh, yeah. I like slide dodge. You're welcome.
So, how hard do you slap me?
Oh God.
It's a
Oh God.
in my perspective, it's kind of like the boys like yeah,
Like that?
yeah.
So,
You nut tap it?
not even, just 100% just slams up against the side of the door, 'cause we're still right next to the door, right? So you hit, and it just hits against it, just like,
I,
He's not trying to hurt you. Just gentle,
robe.
Nope, it's playful. Yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
He's not used to
Kill him.
things. People.
I'm starting to understand.
Yeah, he's learning.
Why attack?
No, not attacking.
Not it's brother.
Just makes me think of
Jet's gonna look around
Makes
and
me
be
think
like,
of
is
Mr.
there anything in this
Deeds,
room
where
that
Steve
while I'm trying to
Buscemi's
calm
just
these two down
"Yeah,
that
I
we should
thought
be
the
more
mailman
concerned
was a
about?
wizard cast a
So
spell at me."
you all find yourselves in this small, probably 15 foot by 15 foot circular chamber. It appeared to be dark from the exterior, but as you all make your way inside, your eyes sort of adjust for a second, and you see what appears to be like a small little foyer. Directly across from where you entered through the doors, there is very similar doors, just smaller in scale. The same wooden doors reinforced with steel. But as you take a second and sort of look around, the walls themselves are covered in glyphs and runes. And all of these glyphs and runes seem to
It is.
like intertwine into these repeating fractals that just start at the floor and wrap their way up the ceiling. And again, it's a curved dome-like
Are
ceiling.
there frozen fractals all
Um,
around?
and as they wrap up, they culminate at the very top in the shape of a six-pointed star, and it's just at the very top of the ceiling. You can see a couple like banners
We're gonna get
hanging
canceled.
hanging down from the sides. The banners appear to be like a darker, like almost like purple blue color, but they've started to like fade and decay over the years. So whatever symbolism was on them, you can't really make out. It's more of a, you just sort of see the general color. The bottom edges of them are sort of like ragged and frayed, where it's started to rot away over
They're
the
in a
years.
state of decay.
Yes.
Good game.
But no,
which
across
one?
from you, you see these two large wooden doors, two handles on the front, and a set of heavy iron chains wrapped through the handles with a massive padlock on them.
Seems inviting.
Wizard cast knock. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, to let everyone fucking know
I
that
just
we're
run,
here.
I just run up and knock on the door. I don't actually no, like Zarek just walks up and just. I don't have knock, so but I literally just.
Wait, hold on. This is at the back of the thing, right?
Is that what you want?
We're there first. Are you sprinting
No, I'm
across
just
this room?
kidding. I wasn't.
Ah.
Jet wasn't saying that.
These runes, Sarah. What? Can you make heads or tails from this?
I will let you know in about 4 seconds if I can.
Yeah, 15 foot by 15 foot. It's a circular chamber.
Guidance.
And then at the other end of the chamber is a door,
Yep, it's very similar to the doors you just pushed through, but smaller in scale.
and they're padlocked.
Yes.
I'm gonna do an arcane. Would it be an arcane check? I want to see what these
Be
rules
Arcana.
I gave you a quick guidance.
Which
when I
I can't
asked you
remember
that
that.
question,
Add a d4 to your roll.
are. And
Add
then
a
what's-
D4 and a D8.
Wait, I can help. I'm proficient with arcane,
I got
so you
advantage
should get advantage. Yeah.
and a d4.
And a D8.
So roll a d20 again.
Your mom's
There,
house.
hold on. Your
Oh,
tub.
dude, she got.
So I got an 8 originally. I'm gonna add 3
On the
to
table,
Eight
whatever.
far right
for the
side,
first
push the
one,
bathroom.
and then
Oh, and then just re-roll.
roll,
Right.
roll a d20. Yeah.
Those are mini cheese
Well,
balls.
specifically, I'm gonna do that, and we'll add it in. Mr. Gabe.
Ooh, there you go. 18 plus.
So 25, 26, 27, 28.
Good. It is an amalgamation of different schools of magic. This is the arcane represented as an art form. This is
okay.
sigils and glyphs combined together in fractal designs as a way of decorating the interior walls of this building.
Do they seem to? Is it just for art purposes, or do they seem to be doing anything?
Are the runes and glyphs themselves active? No.
Okay.
Could they serve a purpose?
Maybe.
Potentially,
but, like, right now,
but
there's not,
beyond
like, a
it is
spell on
it is beyond your 270 years of understanding.
You know, 28. Jesus. Okay.
This is spellcraft and arcana on a grandiose scale, interpreted as an art form. If it has a use, it is this. This makes you look like an amateur.
Okay.
This is expert level magic that is beyond your comprehension.
This is beyond science.
Appears to just be art. I'm assuming it's their kind of art.
And you
Their
can pick out.
style
You
of-
can pick out like. There's an evocation glyph over there, and that's enchantment, and that's transmutation,
Has it
and
been?
that's abjuration, and
I
you
like
can
the way
like
he's
pick
acting
out.
this out. Just
Like you can
Sarah's
pick
doing
out the
this.
different. You can pick out the different glyphs, but they all wrap around each other and combine together to create this
Symbol of
fractal
magic.
design that is. At first, you were sort of confused by it, but then you start to piece it together, and you're like, "This is some next level shit. This is magic on a scale and in a use that you hadn't expected."
Has it been 10 minutes since he cast Detect Magic?
About
I guess.
Is it active?
What I'm getting at is.
No, is my detect magic
Yeah.
spell active?
you're on the very tail end of it though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But no,
But
none of
he's not
none of
getting
these
magic
runes
off
are
of
lighting
these.
up.
Yeah, he'd already said that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
none of these runes are lighting up. None of them
That's
are
why
active.
If they are, I can't. I don't know.
He's
anything
gonna walk
about
up and just poke the big lock, like metal finger hitting metal padlock.
Cling, cling, cling.
We
I'm gonna
have,
look at Gunther
we
and
have
be like,
a locksmith with us,
do you
or a lockpick with us. Excuse
do
me.
you recognize this at all?
I would say based off your earlier history check, it's still sort of drawing a blank. You never really dealt with the arcane back in those days. Like you had some magic at your at your disposal,
Wait,
but like
what are you asking? Do I recognize the building or do I recognize the shit that's on the
No,
ceiling?
no, no, the building. Like.
yeah, you don't recognize the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
I I'm
Gunther
assuming
can't
you
remember
want
which
to-
building specifically. May have passed it before.
I assume you want to progress further.
Gunther would like to get through lock, yes.
So V as he's poking just says, "Why?"
Trying to do a screenshot.
That would be a 28 sleight of
Can
hand.
you have it disabled?
So
or-
you
Not with
you
lock.
No, you have a different phone, don't you?
and it pops open and the lock just hangs.
Oh, there it
When
is.
you did
Oh
that
my
sound
God.
effect, I thought you meant a
No,
lockpick broke.
stop.
Yep.
About to call
Is
911 on
that
me.
your SOS one?
Yep.
Why do you have that enabled? You are the
You
only
do too.
person I've ever.
No.
No, I don't. I
Yes,
disabled
you do.
it.
After hitting it, I think 10 times.
Five
They
times.
now have a thing that you can disable it, so it's disabled on my phone.
It was
Because of shit like because I do shit like that where I just start hitting people's
I
phones.
have mine enabled.
So
I was gonna say
we
mine's
don't
too. I
know,
don't sit here and press a button.
other
over
than
again.
it's some housing of
Yeah, I
magic.
didn't
that was
expect them to
scary.
do that. Yeah.
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 Yeah, wrong.
Well, the
Quick-
worst part is I
quick
did
question
it,
to
and
the
then
DM, and I
it
don't know
went
if
to
we
the.
did-
Well, why were you doing
Since
that?
we didn't really
Why
do
did
a
you
full
start-
search
I was taking a
around the
bunch of
dome,
screenshots.
we
To fill up
the
his
road
memory.
we entered, it's like an open expanse
I took a
from
picture of
a
that.
residential township area into this dome, which
It's called
seems to
terror.
be more magical in focus. Did we ever get a glimpse of what is in the area, architecturally wise, around the dome? Like, is it just more homes, shops?
It is yes,
Or
it
is
is homes, it is shops, it is residences, it is businesses, it is dining halls, libraries, all kinds of different
It's
things.
just
It
kinda
is the architecture and the design of the buildings is elegant. It is
Right,
nice.
right.
This
Right.
definitely feels like an upper class, upper echelon of society.
Okay. So I guess this is more of like maybe the focal point of a certain district.
Or college.
Yes. Yes. The building that you have arrived into appears to be what this
Was built around.
district was built around.
Okay, that's what I was trying
Yes.
to get at.
So
And,
do you,
and,
are we opening the door immediately right after you pop it, or are we gonna wait a second?
and
I
that
was gonna say-
hole is coming from here that I can tell.
Appears to be.
I popped it. I'm gonna crack the door and take a look at it.
So before you do that, V grabs your just. Sorry, just scared you. He actually jumped. He's gonna put his hand on your shoulder and then just put his hand on the door, and you're gonna see his eyes and eyes and head kind of start to glow. And he's gonna do the detect thoughts as like a radar to see if he detects anything in the other room.
Beyond your party members, nothing.
Zareth, in your years of travel, have you ever been to what was it called?
Sire?
I thought he was about to say Chicago.
Shit.
I was like
Chicago.
Chicago.
Home of
Have
the
you ever
Bears.
been
Chicago.
to
Da
Sire
Bears.
before? Have you ever been
Da
to any
Bears.
of its inspired cities?
I hate to say I've been here before, but I don't remember much of it.
You've never perhaps been to one of these colleges of magic? No, this doesn't look at all familiar to you.
Nothing that's sticking out in my head.
Nothing you think we should prepare for?
Again, nothing that jumps out to me.
Not yet, anyway.
What's your next roll?
Well, who's
Mhm.
going to open that door?
I mean,
My next
I'm
one for whatever I want, I will take
Pushing your way inside.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm cracking it and going
Sorry,
into
but mine is the best.
slowly and surveying the area as I'm
Just
going.
one.
I think we need for you to
So as you sort of you crack the lock, you pull the chains out of the door handles. As you
Trying not to make a lot of
unravel
noise
it,
as I unravel.
set them off to
Yeah.
the side, and pop the door open. And as you push your way in, the next room is probably 120 feet side to side, and it's a large circular chamber, cylindrical with a large dome on top. And you couldn't really tell from the outside, but as you look now, the dome at the top of this building is actually like glass, crystal almost, and you can see the sky above you. And the room itself is actually rather well lit because you are still in that whatever plane had that bright sun. You can see rather well within this room, and what you see in front of you is around the entirety of the walls are bookshelves, probably 10, 15, 20 shelves tall, with ladders that run the extent of the sides of the room that people could use to climb to the higher shelves and grab tomes off of. You can see some of the shelves are
still packed to the brim with books. Others are completely empty. You see some where the books have fallen off and are now in piles on the ground in front of these shelves. You can see tables and desks and workbenches scattered around, lining the edges of these walls along these bookshelves. And dominating the center of the room on a 1 foot raised platform stands this massive bronze sphere, probably 15 foot top to bottom, 15 feet in every dimension. This just gigantic bronze sphere that just rests on this platform in the middle of the room, and extending from this platform, there's the sphere, and it has a small little basin that it rests in that connects to the raised platform. Extending out from that basin are 10 to 15 of these large protrusions, these large arms that stick out in varying angles and different lengths that cover the entirety of this room and raise up into the air. And you can see each of these protrusions ends in a smaller basin, not dissimilar to the one that large sphere rests in. All of those basins, though, at their differing distances and heights and angles, are all empty.
I'm imagining the bronze thing from what is the Warhammer video I showed you?
Astartes.
Yeah. Just with arms.
Similar. But we're talking a sphere that the sphere itself would easily encompass this entire room. That is what you see.
I'm gonna full on walk into the room, and as soon as I see all these books, how are you feeling about this?
You've never seen this building before. You don't really know where you're at.
Okay.
It is distinctly Siren. This is still a part of Metrol. It's just not somewhere you've been before.
This is the tech magic stuff?
No, it
Are
has
there
ended
any,
since then.
any bodies in this room?
I'm sorry?
Any bodies in this room?
Make a perception check.
Can I just make a general perception check for myself?
I was gonna say
19?
That's actually a good roll. You got a 19 first.
I'm gonna be looking at Gunther.
21.
Are you wanting to press on instantly, or do you mind if we take a second?
Hold on, let me see what I perceive first.
So, as you all sort of push into the room, you start looking around, and you can see some of these desks and workbenches. Imagine like an architect's drafting table, right? It's those tables you sit at, but the tabletop itself is at a raised angle for them to work at. You can see large maps stretched across these 10, 15 foot wide tables, and it's this long scroll of parchment that's stretched across it. The ink on it has faded. There's stains on it. You can't really make out what was on it. You see other tables that are stacked high with books and tomes. As you make your way around the room, you start seeing these little brass, bronze, golden spheres, probably about the size of a basketball.
Okay.
Different areas of the room. Just there's some over here, there's some over there. There's a couple just lying in the middle of the floor, just sort of scattered around. As you make your way around and look, you start, you sort of browse a couple of the bookshelves and just look. A lot of the books are based around astronomy, movement of the stars, alignment of celestial bodies. You make your way over to a different one, and it seems to be regarding let me pull my book out so that I get the name right. I believe it's, I want to pronounce it correctly. You see a shelf of books that references something called Daanvi, Daanvi. And it seems like this shelf itself is focused around whatever Daanvi is. And you notice at the top of the bookshelf, it actually has a symbol that almost looks like imagine the core shape is a Y, but at the top of the prongs at the Y, it's sort of like there's like two arms that stick out,
Okay.
and then from where the Y itself meets the base, there's like two more arms that stick out, and about halfway up the base, there's two more shorter arms that stick out. And there's like a symbol set in metal at the top of this bookshelf. And as you make your way around the room, you start noticing that there's other bookshelves with these symbols set above them. And as you
They're different from each other?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you look at these different symbols, you start to see that the symbols seem to correspond with whatever the subject matter is. And so you see that symbol is over the bookcase that seems to reference whatever this Donvi is. And then you see another one that seems to reference Thelanis.
It's a Dewey Decimal.
And then this one over here references Dolur. And then this one over here references Fernia. And then this one over here seems to reference Prime Material. And it's just all these different bookcases with different subject matter. And then there's ones that focus on astrology and the movement of the stars and these celestial bodies. And there's a lot of knowledge contained here. But one thing you do notice also is as you make your way around the room, the only door is the door you came through.
The only door
Okay.
The only door in this room is the door that you came through. There is no stairway leading up. There's no stairs leading down. There's no doors in the other walls. There's nothing that seems...
Are there any statues where I can move the head and there's a hidden button under the head?
No.
The giant
No,
sphere.
or
You
not
said
that
there's,
we see.
you said there's a sphere in the middle of
Yep.
the room with arms branching out, and there's smaller globes around the room.
As you get close to that large central sphere, you start looking at it, and you can see that the sphere itself actually has engravings in it. And you start looking at it, and as you start seeing the lines and the tracings and the engravings on this sphere, you recognize that the sphere is Eberron.
Cats are going to ask them out.
And you look around, and as you sort of walk around the back side of it from where the door is, you see the outline of what appears to be Corvair.
If I look at one of the smaller globules, what does it look like?
Smooth all around, except for a small... it's a sphere, so there's no real top or bottom or anything like that. But from the one that you first pick up and grab, you look, and you don't really see anything on it. And as you shift it to your other hand, where your hand had grabbed onto it, you see a small engraving of a sigil, like a rune.
Does that sigil match up with any other
It's just a matter of
sigil in
right place, right time.
Make an
right
investigation
now.
check.
Like I
Yeah.
have some
I'm
stock
not
right now,
quite
but
good at matching
Will I in a week?
symbols there.
Probably
Could
not.
I assist you?
Close.
$2.99.
Well, all this is going
But
to
then there's
be
the,
my-
Hold on.
I have
which
I
is
have
the
a
hand
theory
that-
about
hey.
this.
Get down.
Real quick, what are we investigating? The
Thank you.
sigils or are we the runes?
I am holding a small globe.
Yes.
And it has a specific symbol. on
It's
it.
small to you, but for
Yeah.
her, it's like the
I'm-
size of her
it's a-
torso.
yeah,
It's like a
I'm-
basket.
Big
it's
kilo,
quite-
big
it's
document.
quite heavy.
There's no adapter, nothing that you can
But
do.
it's, so there's a
$100
symbol
cheaper,
on it,
but
and I'm trying to
only a
see if
handful.
any of the surrounding
The
this-
horrible 2D
symbols
Yeah.
match up to it in some form. or
You
fashion.
just pulled this out of your.
No, I found
Oh,
it.
no, they're
Okay.
good. It's just if you ever want to play it.
So,
multiplayer.
I'm trying to figure. So,
So
am I
she-
doing an investigation or an
yeah,
arcana?
Investigation.
Okay, because
But
my
you're
other
gonna play
thing
single player,
is,
dude.
would Veil be better?
Because you can still play online and everything, but you just have to play one person.
Or did you say that you can go through and? what
I
did-
would say that you. I would say that Rin
Okay.
Rin specifically came to you, so I'm gonna have you
Well,
make
that's
a
what
check.
I'm wondering if I should take it. If I should approach.
I'm asking
Okay.
you for help. Sorry, I came to you.
I'm gonna roll. Oh shit!
Nice.
23.
That is.
Oh wait, hold on.
Why did you take that home?
Oh wait, is it just the
Isn't this
23 now?
supposed
It's with advantage, and you'll.
Well, I guess now you work.
And also, they don't do numbers.
I couldn't remember if
anymore.
there was a plus.
If you're part of the mug club, you just get a
I rolled
random
219.
mug because they
Oh,
can't
so
count
23 on
because
both.
of COVID.
Wait, you have
So I
5
asked
in
Hudak if I
intelligence,
could just
right?
take my mug.
No,
That's
my
plus 4.
yes,
So
plus 4. I've only got a 19.
And you're okay. So,
Yeah, I won't hit 20 until level
Where's the
8.
place you went?
Oaken Barrow.
Where?
Like 3 minutes that way.
23 on that investigation check.
23 on the
Yeah, and that's
investigation.
they both.
Cool. So you sort of take a moment and you look at the rune that's carved into the bottom of this basketball-sized brass sphere. And you take a second, and it doesn't immediately ring a bell, but it has a sense of familiarity about it. And you take a second, and you're like, huh. You sort of start looking around, and you walk around the border of this whole room along these bookshelves, and about halfway around the room from where Ryn first presented it to you, you find a bookshelf that matches. The symbol above the bookshelf is the exact same symbol on the bottom of this sphere. And all of the material on this shelf seems to reference whatever this Thelanis is. It all revolves around Thelanis. 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 All of the books. Some things are positioning of Thelanis, coterminus of Thelanis, movements of Thelanis throughout the ages, interactions of Thelanis, Thelani manifest zones.
I think this is a
Thelonious.
map of everything. My father always told me that Eberron was the center of, the our space, and that there were always different worlds, different planes.
Quick note that all of you would know. You have Eberron, the planet that you all reside upon. Outside of Eberron, there is a large silver ring that orbits the planet called the Ring of Cerberus. It is made up of dragon shards. Going back to the 3 progenitor dragons, you had Eberron, Cerberus, and Kyber. Cerberus and Kyber had an interaction. Eberron encased Kyber, but to do that, Cerberus sacrificed herself. Eberron encases Kyber, Cerberus orbits Eberron. But Eberron itself has 13 moons that orbit it in different directions, different orbits, all that kind of stuff. 13 different moons. In the mythos, for those of you that probably you would know, honestly, you're probably the only one that knows. In the mythos of Eberron, those 13 moons are typically corroborated with the 13 different planes of existence.
Okay.
So, Ryn's coming at you and saying, I think this is a map of everything.
It's an orrery.
It's a what?
It's an orrery.
Orrery.
Think
A
like
diagram of the solar system.
Okay.
One of those things that has the central sphere with everything that orbits around it.
So it's
On the
everything,
page.
or it's
Yeah.
just this
Central
point,
library.
because it's a single sphere, correct? Is what we're looking at,
think like
or is
think
it?
like a old school elementary map of the solar system with the sun being center and wires coming out representing the different planets that
Or
orbit
you
the
can
sun.
move
Oh,
like that.
there we go. Okay, perfect. That makes way more sense in my head.
So then all the arms.
Okay.
That
Very,
are,
very
that
much
are,
like this.
that are empty.
So if all of the
Sorry,
different,
I know you guys can't really see. Very much like this.
Yeah, that's what I was
Where you have that glass sphere would be the central sphere that's Eberron, and then you have all these different arms that sort of shoot out and up,
That are empty.
and at different angles that have these little basins on them that are all empty.
so the other things confuse me, and I'm trying to figure out with what you just said. So you said all the different planes. So is one of them the astral plane, and one of those moons is
The
also
astral plane is the space between spaces. It is the space between other planes.
So what about everything else that we were seeing? Are those all considered?
Planes.
Potentially. You don't have enough knowledge of the multiverse to know.
I was gonna say,
Although that knowledge could be in this room.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if.
So how many arms are sticking out?
From the
Yep.
pillar, if you take the moment to count 13.
So it's
13 moons. I thought there,
I think each sphere has its own place based on this information. These books.
So is it not a multiverse theory? It's a different.
It's like a solar system. It's like
Well, what I mean is Jupiter's not another dimension.
correct.
So it's still part of us. So if we've been thinking it's all multiverse, or that is
Well,
at
that
least the
was-
theory, is that just been
right.
proven wrong by?
So, in the world, there
Yeah.
are different planes of existence.
Correct.
Okay, you have the realm. You have the elemental planes, the
and
realm
I-
of fire, realm of water,
That all
elemental
makes
planes.
sense.
Eberron has 13 moons.
Yes.
In the religion and mythos of Eberron, the mortal species ascribe one plane to each of the different moons.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that
The
moon is not the actual
Yes,
plane.
exactly.
It's just,
We
hey,
named the moon
It's
after.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's the same way
Now I-
Jupiter
yeah,
is a
yeah,
planet,
yeah.
but it's also God.
gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
very, very.
I thought you were saying like when we were shifting, we were jumping to planets, and I was
You
like,
guys are
oh.
you guys are legitimately plane shifting to
Okay.
different planes of existence.
Okay.
But these 13 moons are each
Representative.
moon is given a personality of okay, that moon is Fernia, that is the sea of fire, that is the plane of fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
Even though it's just a moon.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense then. Okay. Now I need to know what to do with this information.
So V, I was gonna say V's not gonna understand anything, but my idea is we're gonna have to put the moons in
Yep.
the spots.
Yep.
Think
Did
Legend
you
of
bring me
Zelda
another piece of
puzzles.
pizza?
That's
there's one left.
So where are the moons around us?
You all like you can see the
Yeah,
one that she
we'll come
handed
back
you,
in
and you
here,
can
but-
see a couple more scattered around the room.
I think I'm willing to bet there are 12 more of these scattered around this room.
But then where do we place them?
That's
in their corresponding spot. We just have to figure out where that is. Which
But I'm
Jack's
saying,
gonna
like,
go
are
and
we
pick up
seeing
one.
pedestals, or are we seeing?
there's empty places.
You pick up one, and you look at the rune underneath, and you start walking the edge of the room, looking at all the bookshelves, and eventually you find one that corresponds, and you see that all of the books correspond to this
I
Dolur,
just figured it out. Okay.
underworld, realm of the dead. You know, focusing around some of like the darker aspects of magic and astronomy.
So the one that we were looking at, what? I'm sorry, what was the god again?
The-
What was it?
Thelanis.
Thelanis. What was Thelanis?
We didn't do any research into it. We just know that
Is that something I already knew?
Nope.
Okay.
the corresponding books are over on that shelf.
So I'm gonna go through and start grabbing books that looking for specifically, trying to find what corresponds with Thelanis. One more time.
Yep.
Thelanis.
So, a lot of the books that you grab talk about Thelanis, and you find that another name that it references is the Fairy Court. It seems to be a lot of these books talk about like home of the Fae. It's a realm where narrative and metaphor shape the reality around you. You see many different references to dominions ruled by like archfey, and the denizens of these individual realms sort of reflect the nature and the story of their like respective archfey. A lot of these books also reference that like time is a bit fucky in Thelanis. Time doesn't really operate the same there. You know,
That's the clinical.
there are some like excerpts and reports of people that have actually plane shifted and visited Thelanis, and to them what appears to be a couple days worth of a journey, they plane shift back to the prime material, and they find that years have passed.
So Thelanis is also the name of the plane, which means
The plane
that there would be a
itself
moon
is
called
the plane
Thelanis?
itself
Yeah.
is known after researching some of
Okay.
these books. The plane itself is known as Thelanis, the Fairy Court.
Okay.
As he's reading, can Jet be looking at the arms as well and trying to see if there's any icons on them?
Make an investigation check.
That's a 16.
You look at the arms themselves, and they don't really. They're just smooth metal.
Okay.
They don't really have any engravings or polishings on them.
Same with like the little basins that they've got.
Most of the basins are too high for you to reach.
Okay.
Most of these basins stand probably 10 to 15 feet off the ground.
10 to 15 feet.
Even with Jet being 6 feet tall.
Yep.
Okay.
Like I'm saying,
How big
you're
is this
standing.
gonna get when you
You're
get
standing
rolling?
here with the
Only about 6
orb.
feet.
You're standing here with the orb, and the basins are above that ceiling.
Okay.
What if I put them on my shoulders?
Who's good
Need a
at
lift?
basketball?
How heavy is it?
I might actually.
The ball,
Yeah.
How tall are
medicine ball, 10 to 12 pounds.
A mage hand can do that, right? Is that, or is that 5 pound limit?
Mage hand is 5 pound limit.
Okay.
I have it.
What if 2 mage hands?
It's not a question of
Working in
whether-
tandem.
Exactly,
One of
yeah.
them goes too fast and tips it over.
Steady,
Drops on
or
your
higher,
I
higher,
assume like
higher.
6'3".
Okay, then let me do it then. All right, so I see them kind of investigating, like looking at this stuff, and he's trying to like get to it. I'm gonna
6'6".
Okay, I'm gonna increase in size.
Okay.
So I go from 6'2" to 6'8".
Yep.
I'm gonna I'm gonna pick up Catman over here.
'Kay.
And put him. Let him stand on my shoulders.
Okay.
Are you telling me
need-
Jet before you just go over and
I
pick him up?
need you to make an athletics check. And what's your strength?
+5 is I'm 20.
You're fine. You can hold it easily.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna have you make.
go!
I was gonna have you make a
I'm-
check to hold it, but you're good.
It's
Athletics
like I'm
or
the 220
acrobatics?
beefcake that's on the it's on the
You
cheerleading
choose.
team. It's just like
Yeah.
the 110-pound cheerleader. I'm just like throwing up.
Ready?
16.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay. It's a bit of a struggle at first. You're not really expecting it, and Gunther just comes behind you and goes and and just sort of like throws you up into the air. But
Cat, go.
your innate like
Land on your feet.
your
Yeah.
innate feline senses immediately kick in, and you're just like and you stop and you look down, and he's got both of his hands up like this and catches you by your feet. And at this point, you're actually about eye level with one of these basins.
Thanks for that. Jet will look then in the.
And so you
basin.
sort of like grab onto it and very gently sort of like pull it down, and you can see the arm sort of flex just a little bit, and you sort of pull it down and just peek over the edge, and you can see in the bottom of the basin there's a small rune carved.
Is it the one that I have in my hand?
It is not the one that you have in your hand, but it appears to be the same size as it's not the exact same rune, but it appears to be the same size as the globe you're holding. Different rune, same size.
Not this
So
one.
you would gather that you probably have to take the
The right one. To put the
spheres
right.
and put them in the right basin.
Not the right one. We need the next one.
I run up to another one. How about this?
So I would like who all is going to be the ones doing this.
Oh
So I'm looking for.
So I would-
orbs
Definitely
themselves.
retrieve.
I would like for you to make an investigation check.
Add anything to it?
Are you?
Come on.
Do you,
I said I was ritual casting detect magic. I don't know how
19.
long it's been
Okay.
since.
It's been about 10 minutes, so it goes off at this point.
Yeah.
There is pervasive magic everywhere, of course. You do see you see the central orb that is the sphere of Eberron glows very brightly. All of the basins are illuminated, and you can see across the bottom of that raised platform where the big sphere of Eberron sits, you can see 5 very distinct glowing things, sort of equidistant around the base of this platform.
Gotcha.
But
None
yeah,
of the books are glowing or anything like that. Okay.
do you want to assist Zareth in finding the orbs?
I'm gonna say it was a.
What's your
Did you hear what I rolled though?
I mean, I would have probably
Oh, shit.
at that point in time I would have been probably looking for orbs myself.
What's your passive investigation?
My passive,
22? Something like that?
something like that. Hold on, my game's freaking out because I accidentally clicked the button and now it's doing so. 24.
Yeah. You don't even have to roll. With Vale's assistance between the two of you, it takes about 20 minutes, but you're able to sort of scour the room, and you find probably like 7 or 8 of them are just like out and about. A couple of them are sort of cleverly disguised. You do see there's a couple like smaller statues throughout the room, sort of set in like some of the spaces between some of the bookshelves, and you can see a couple of them have like they're holding like these large spherical objects that appear to have like a stone cloth draped over them, but upon closer inspection it's actually just a really convincing disguise, and the cloth itself is just this deep stony gray, and you actually pull it off, and you can see underneath is one of those brass spheres. And so it takes you about 20 minutes, but you're able to gather all of them, and in that time you take it and you look, and you're able to match each individual orb to one of the bookshelves with the symbols above it.
Okay.
Which Jet would be looking at the different basins and trying to get them to breathe.
And so, over the course of, I would say, probably about 30 to 45 minutes, you all work together, and you are able to place all of the orbs into their respective basins. And as you place the orb into the basin, you feel a small outpouring of magic, and it's almost like just a faint, and the orb itself almost seats and seals into the basin. And you do all of that, and you seat the last one expecting something to happen, and the room is silent.
Is there something we still have to do?
We have to do the hokey pokey and turn ourselves around.
Do the
On it.
levers
What?
move around at all?
Like, the arms?
Yes.
Like, if you push on one towards the base, like, it's got a little bit of play to it, but it doesn't you
move.
can't push on it and rotate the whole thing. You, like, it probably does move at some point, but whatever, there is no activity in the mechanism. There's no play in the gears. It moves a little bit, but it just goes back to the position it was in.
But the grooves, are there grooves that clearly make it look like it can move, like a representation?
You gather from sort of pushing and pulling on it that they do move, but whatever powers this mechanism has not been activated. So it's sort of, it's like trying to turn tires on a car that's off
Right.
and in park.
I'm gonna make that general, announcements of I think this is supposed to move or it can move, but I just don't know how it is operated.
Can I make an investigation check to see if I can figure out what exactly the power source would be?
Roll investigation.
Guidance.
That's one.
Okay. You sort of inspect around and you look around the whole thing and you look around the base and you come back to those 5 things that were glowing when you cast Detect Magic earlier. And you can see, like I said, that large circular sphere is sitting on a slightly raised platform. And as you investigate around the sphere and sort of out into the platform, you can see that equidistant around this platform, you can see there's 5, where your Detect Magic showed you, there's 5 arcane glyphs carved into the wall, and all of them are dark. Like they're engraved in, and they're just inert. They showed up on your Detect Magic as inherently magical, but there does not.
Are they all different schools of magic?
Roll an Arcana check.
I would actually.
Well, 'cause-
You're not. You are not inherently trained in the arcane.
Right, but it's more of a question because I can see, using Detect Magic, I can see what school of magic it is, but I guess I'm more or less looking at it from a perspective of, are they all showing up as the same type of magic, or are they showing up as different types of magic, whether I know what those schools are or not?
It appears, in terms of schools of magic, it does not ascribe to a specific school. It is just magical in nature.
Got it.
But if you'll point out those arcane runes, then I would drag Zareth over.
I was going to say, my Arcana's a 5, so I'm going to say pass it on to Zareth at this point.
I would be dragging Zareth over and be like, "Oh, you know more about this than any of us. What can you make out of these?"
Roll an Arcana check.
Can I also make an Arcana check?
By all means.
20, 30.
Okay.
With guidance, roll d4.
Yeah.
24.
Damn.
Guidance to him.
Artificer.
Guidance
Yeah.
to him.
Yeah.
You're looking at it. You're looking at it, and they're definitely runes. They're inert. They don't have
Wow,
any.
guys.
They're magical in nature,
You're so
but they
smart.
don't seem to have any.
SMRT.
They don't seem to have any innate power within them. You look at them, and something's familiar about them. This is a more elegant design, but it is reminiscent of the same runes you used when you constructed Bolt. These are runes of powering. They require you to channel your arcane power into the rune, and that is what imbues the power into your Steel Defender. And they are a little bit more elegant and refined than the cobbled together magic you used for your Steel Defender. But it's the same base concept. It's the same core concept.
This is it's a little bit more sophisticated than what I made to, and I pointed Bolt to make Bolt, but still it's kind of the same thing. You really need to.
It's like calculus is very, very advanced math, but you can't do calculus without knowing addition. Same concept. You used addition to make Bolt. This is upper level, high end theoretical calculus.
Oh yeah. So
it's more like trigonometry.
yeah.
Beyond.
Oh.
No, I meant like
It's a dragon shard, but
he used trigonometry,
they're energy.
but calculus is
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
Do those runes that are at the
Done.
base of the pedestal,
Do you have
do they
anything-
come up anywhere else
Oh,
in
got
the circle
Got
of
Cal one. I was
choice?
like, nah, this is good. I don't need more math.
Make an investigation check.
Is anybody here a math major?
Does
Like,
anyone
I took Cal
wanna
one.
help me?
Did okay,
I'm not
I got a
very
B.
good.
Yes.
Well, I
So-
failed
wait,
algebra
hold on.
too, so
I took
What
algebra
do you?
2
What
in
type of
ninth
roll you're
grade.
making?
I'm making an investigation.
I took
While they're
algebra
doing that,
Which
you wants
takes
to walk
what?
over to one of them,
It's
place his
ability
hand on
check.
it, and go ahead and cast
First
intelligence
Hold on,
to
hold
see
on.
if it responds
I
to
am
second semester at the
Okay.
same time.
at first level.
I'll remember that.
Not skill.
I just want to see what they do first.
Also, I'm gonna pull up that Titan core and do that.
All of this is sort of happening at the same time, so I know what Jet's doing. What'd you roll?
I'm going to
It's an
put
ability.
my hand on her shoulder and I'm going to cast
Hold on,
Enhance
it's
Ability.
power core.
Okay, advantage.
Remember, we had a
Um,
roll for its power core.
And I'm going to pop, because you wanted Intel,
Yeah.
It did have
which
some power
Intel
core,
is
but
Fox
it
Cunning.
Fox Cunning, okay.
Maybe.
So she now has advantage on Intel rolls.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Hey, do one of these.
So with guidance, that's 21. With
You're fine. You rolled a nat 20.
Okay.
You make your way around the room, and a lot of the bookshelves that are corresponding with the symbols don't really yield a lot of information for you. But you make your way along, and opposite the door where you enter, the opposite side of the room, one of the shelves just seems to be focused around like general astronomy and movement of the celestial bodies and all that kind of stuff. And as you're sort of perusing, you see one book that talks about observatories. You're like, So you pull it out and you look at it, and it talks about planar observatories and how higher level magicians would use these observatories as a way to analyze the movements of the moons and the alignment of the planes in a way to enhance spellcasting, amplifying magic. And as you're reading, you come across passages where it talks about these observatories themselves are innately arcane, and they require input of arcane energy to operate. And at this moment, as you're sort of reading through this, and it sort of dawns on you, okay, this is a machine that's out of power. It needs to be charged. And at that moment, you walk up and you see one of the runes, and you put your hand on it and cast Cure Wounds, and as you do, the rune and lights up and glows bright yellow.
Jet's gonna go around, touch the next one, do the same thing.
Okay.
This is fifth element.
So that's 2 runes lit up.
Come a minute.
Oh, what? I gotta get to broken
What?
one.
You have 5 runes all day.
I want to be fine.
Those are both. What you're casting Cure Wounds at first level?
First level.
I've seen that. I've seen him do that. And I go, oh, no, you already beat it. Oh, toss the book over my shoulder. run up to
As a
one.
child would.
Very faintly, you hear your middle school librarian just like,
Like, you already got it. You beat me to it. I will go up and I will also do. I'll just let's see what my spells. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, cure wounds. Why not? I will. Actually, I don't even need a spell. I'm just going to push magic, like first level spell slots, into it.
okay, so you're just burning a spell slot.
burning the spell slots.
Yeah. So you walk up and you see Jet do it, and you walk up and you put your hand against it, and you focus for a second, and you reach down to that well of energy within you, and without releasing a classified spell, you just force that arcane
Raw
energy
magic,
out
yeah.
through your hand, and that glyph ignites and glows a bright blue.
Got one.
What did you
So
do?
that's 3
How'd you
lit,
do that?
2 unlit.
Jet will
It
do
just
another one.
takes
Does
magic.
this
Four
have
lit.
to be like am I noticing them using different spells for different symbols or anything like that?
But they're still lighting up.
Okay, but I mean, like it's not like this kind of spell correlates to this symbol. This kind of spell
Doesn't
correlates
appear to be that way.
it's just-
Magic.
Okay. In that
So,
case,
I
I'll
just
just walk
kinda
up
just
and
got
use
lost.
detect poison and
What,
disease.
so
Which
what
is
are we
divination
doing?
magic.
Yep.
Clear
So
point
you walk
spell
up and you
slots
put your
into
hand on the
glyph's
last.
power.
You
This
put your
thing.
hand on the last glyph and you cast the spell, and as you do it, you feel the energy leave your body, and the glyph. And as you cast that,
All of mine have nothing to do with
all 5 of the glyphs
So everything's
flare brightly, and then you feel this. You feel this shuddering, this in the floor as this, very similar to the vibrations you've been feeling as this chunk of rock
explodes and
plane shifts.
no, it doesn't work.
Very similar, the vibrations, but they're more localized, and you feel this as all of those orbs that you have all put in their place start to rotate, and you watch as that central sphere where Eberron itself is starts to rotate in conjunction with the moons that you have placed, and as it does, it starts to rise out of the floor. And it continues to rise up, and you watch as all of these moons start to lock into position and start rotating very slowly. And as it reaches its zenith, about 15, 20 feet up in the air, you notice that the pillar that it rose out of has a door in it that leads to a spiral staircase leading down. But you notice, as it sets into position, you sort of take a second and you look, and you can see, although it's very slowly, the moons around Eberron are very slowly moving, and just like,
Timer.
and you start looking, and you see that even though this observatory has probably been inactive for 4 or 5 years, from the moment you guys activated it, it reset itself, and you can see that it is very accurately tracking the position of the moons in the sky. And you can see a few of them from your perspective. Even though it's daylight out, you can see a few of these moons up in the sky. And you can see that these orbs have aligned. Even though you appear to be in a different plane, they have aligned themselves with whatever the location of these moons are.
Which moon does it seem that is it pinpointing its origin at?
You can see that one of the moons, all of them sort of rose up into the sky, into the upper areas of this observatory. You can see that one itself has lowered down and is it is below where Eberron itself is. And you... Let me double check.
Basically, it's the iPhone you are here ping.
You sort of go up and look, and it's hard to decipher because there's no markings on the arms or the orb itself.
Right.
But you think back to when you were putting the orbs in the right position, and this appears to be the orb for Donvi. And if you want to take a moment and look at the different shelves, Donvi is referred to as the perfect order. This is the... Donvi embodies absolute order, along with the ideals of law, discipline, and their impact on civilization. This is the plane of lawful good, and that is why there's just that sense of
Let's keep moving. There's nothing but paladins here.
not wrong.
Oh, yep, I'm in the wrong spot.
It's lawful stupid. Let's keep moving. Should we check the door? That seems to be.
It's not a door that opens. It is just it is a doorway
Stairwell down.
that just
Okay, gotcha.
leads into a stairwell.
Does it seem like the glyph energy seems to be holding?
Appears to be that way.
With a 17, am I also seeing that slight shift in the? Okay.
It appears to be operating and moving and tracking the movement of.
Yeah. Well, that tick that Faye was hearing.
The tick is nothing more than just the mechanism itself operating.
Gears.
You can hear the gears like
Should
Okay.
very much the ticking of a watch.
Gotcha.
Do you guys mind if I head down first so I can kind of keep an eye out, make sure there's no traps or anything?
Jet will.
I don't think they're gonna let me take point on this. So yeah.
I'll head down and
So
actively looking for stuff that seems to be.
you start
I follow
to
close behind.
you all sort of gather yourselves for a moment. You look around at this odd place and just this is somewhere you never expected to find yourself.
Burn all my good rolls.
And you start to push your way through this doorway into this stairwell. And you take the first couple steps, and as you start to round the corner, the stairway descends
First time I rolled
into
that die, then.
darkness.
Casting
I rolled a different die every
dancing
time.
lights and
Fantastic.
shooting
So
it.
as you do,
I'm gonna say I have dark vision, but
you all start to slowly, one by one, descend the spiral staircase, guided by the lights that Ryn has provided. You descend and descend.
Also, Bolt has 60 feet dark vision.
You keep descending,
dark vision is all you.
wrapping around this central brass column that this staircase is built around. You descend for what feels like 30, 40 feet, 60 feet, 80 feet. And you continue to descend into darkness and more darkness. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Alright.
Because I got to pee.
I gotta pee. And we gotta do
Imagine
shots.
climbing these
More
stairs,
shots.
guys. Holy
Hey, we
shit.
solved the puzzle.
We just sit there and just.
Good job, guys. I wondered how long it would take you to decipher that one.
Alright. So, interesting enough, the last campaign I played, the other guys also included an orrery.
They're easy puzzles.
Yeah.
Now we are unmuted.
All right. So
Everything is live.
Porn.
as
Nipple,
as
penis, vagina.
you all continue to descend down
Yes,
this
that was my check
spiral
of what I have.
staircase, basically encased in darkness except for the light that is provided by the dancing lights that Ryn cast, you all progress farther and farther and farther down, continuing down this staircase for what feels like quite a long time. And eventually, Vale, you stumble across a small landing that has a doorway in front of it. And the doorway itself is sort of pushed about halfway open. And you can see a darkened chamber within.
Am I seeing any light protrude?
Negative.
So
The
even
only-
though,
the
even though
only-
it's dark, where I guess we
The
have
only
dancing
light
Never
that
mind,
is
alright.
in that room is the light that is coming from the dancing light that is floating above your head and just casting probably 10 or 15 feet out from the
Yeah,
doorway.
let me get the
You can't
exact.
separate.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
So the only way to buy
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
the
10-foot radius.
$70
Okay.
edition.
So you can see about 10 feet out, and what you see is a
That's not bad.
On
What?
I just got a notification of stuff you're posting. I'm like, wow, that's a random time to be posting that kind of stuff.
a
Oh, hey, later.
Hey!
Later.
My guy!
I'm just like, when my wrist vibrates, and I see Rule 34, and I'm just like,
My guy!
Later.
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
he
I'm
posted
going
porn
on.
on Discord.
Yes.
Why?
Whoa.
Allegedly.
She's clothed, but
is it that Gal Gadot?
yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Okay.
This just brings me back to Ryan Reynolds' whole thing of being challenged to put a shirt on upside down. Why?
I love that.
It's
Anyway,
so great.
That was great.
Anyway,
Back to here.
Okay, so as this is happening,
I'm not sure what's happening.
do I see the landing before the dancing lights would be getting within 10 feet of this doorway?
Yeah, I mean, you're coming down this spiral staircase, and basically I'm imagining it as there's a dancing light above you, there's a dancing light above Jet, and then there's two in the middle. So they're sort of just
But-
illuminating the area that you guys are in.
Can I?
I don't think I'm a part of
As
it.
you are descending the staircases, you see where it it levels off
As
and
I
is
see-
no longer a staircase.
As I see it level off, I'm going to.
What movie
How
is it?
far away
Keeping Up with the
is
Joneses.
Rin from me?
30
She's
feet back.
supposed to be a spy.
Yeah, 25.
She did spy on me anytime. Yep.
I'm gonna like as I see it flatten, I'm gonna stop and can I turn around to her and be like, in a hushed tone, be like, "Hey, don't have the dancing light follow me."
You just hear like a and then trail back.
And so you see one of the light that was above you
Yeah.
just sort of recedes back farther.
And
Just
then,
like his
and then
hairline.
I will kind of continue forward. I mean I have dark vision up to 60 feet, so
Okay.
I will continue forward up to like you said it was like a door that's partially open.
It's about halfway open.
Yeah.
And more than enough room for you to, like, without touching the door or the frame, if you take a second, you can, like, and you can just
Yeah.
slide through it stealthily.
I wouldn't necessarily slide through fully. It's more of a look.
Just, like,
in.
peeking in.
Yes.
Cool. So, dark vision 60 feet.
Dark vision 60 feet.
So you sort of peer into the room a little bit, and the room itself is pitch black.
So dark vision, I am seeing.
You can
Shades
see
of gray.
a little bit off to the side of you. You can see some sconces on the wall that have torches in them, but they
But
are
none of them are lit.
not lit. You do see hanging from the
Doesn't match.
ceiling. The ceiling itself is probably,
Colors.
I'd say, 20 feet tall.
I wanna
And
buy one,
hanging
but I
about 2
can't
feet
find
down
it
from the
that
ceiling,
match
you can
well.
see a large glass
Yeah,
orb,
same.
probably 2 feet in diameter,
Okay.
that hangs from the ceiling, and you can see one of them probably
That
about.
doesn't match and black does not match.
If you're here, you can see it hanging probably about there-ish on the map. If you want to,
Okay,
if
yeah.
you see, probably right about there.
Or
Beyond that, you can see some bookshelves, some tables, things like that, scattered throughout the room, and you can just very faintly
That's why I saw it.
make out the shape of a couple humanoids and a couple other shapes that
Yeah,
are
white or blue.
they're just beyond your ability to really perceive what they are. But you can very distinctly make up two humanoid-ish figures
Can I make
about 50-ish feet ahead of you.
Can I make some form of perception check to like listen and see if I hear any movement or if I
Yep.
just.
Make a perception check.
That would be a 24.
Not available.
Absolute dead silence. It is pervasive silence. There it is one of those rooms where you are like it is so quiet you can hear the very faint like of your own heartbeat. As you can feel like you can hear it's so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat.
For cost.
At that point, I would kind of like bring my head back in and turn back to the group, and then again in hushed
I'll
tones.
consider it.
I bought my
Okay,
like
so,
pre-order mine, so like it took a while to ship.
There's humanoids in the room.
Yes, us.
I can know in the next room. I can see them, but there is no sound of movement. Did I notice any movement from them, or did I just
Negative.
see? Okay.
With a 24 perception, it appears as though you can see two figures distinctly, and just the very rough shape of more figures beyond them.
Right.
The two figures that you can see appear to be like mid-step, but not moving.
Okay. So they're not moving. So the fact that they're not making
Oh,
noise isn't
I mean, this works fine. I don't care.
too out of the ordinary, but I just it is literal dead silence.
That's
Carry on. Just I'm.
are they actually people?
Humanoid. I don't know.
That means they walk on two legs, I think.
45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70.
Right, I'm trying to discriminate
Okay, so
there.
80 right there.
That's why I actually
Okay.
I like to
Makes
look at
sense.
the actual
Statues,
purpose
or
of it.
I don't know.
Okay, so
They're,
Plus,
they're
plus
humanoid
the
shaped.
phone. Big fan.
No, I'm just it's
But again, I
notation for myself so that I understand the spatial.
Circle of death.
I see shadow. It's completely pitch
They're
black.
just
in
innocent
there. I
civilians,
don't
just
know.
like trying to figure out what's going on. Just
I should have probably brought this up before. But do you want to go take a closer look?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I can do that.
I can help you do that.
I could send in Badger.
Oh yeah.
Sending Badger or
Sprocket has a more arcade solution to this problem.
So I touch you, and I cast invisible.
Well,
Invisible?
you're going to have to get
Oh, yeah,
around
invisibility.
at least 6 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you're is
Or
Vale
invisibility.
Is Vale going to shimmy back?
So Vale, you are now invisible. You watch as Sprocket looks at you and reaches his hand out and rests his metallic wooden hand on your shoulder, and he's sort of like, even though he doesn't have eyelids,
That's
you
a-
watch
that's a
his
solid
his
spell.
eyes sort
Yeah,
of dim
yeah,
for a
yeah,
second,
yeah.
and
If
his
you
head
have
sort of
character
nods,
phone,
and he
can manage your
focuses,
plan.
and you feel the surge of
that
arcane
was
energy
about
flow
phone?
through you, and you watch
yeah,
as
and it's just about
your hand in
you can
front
see
of
your
you
Apple Care plan that you have on your phone.
disappears.
Where'd you buy your phone through?
T-Mobile. I'm supposed to have Apple Care Plus, but I don't.
I did it through Best Buy.
None
They
of
say
you can
Apple
see
Care
me?
specifically.
Nah.
Yeah, I know it shows everything that's covered in lost places.
Nobody can see me.
No.
You get a general feeling of negativity coming from where Vale was.
Get to the back so he can.
I will go investigate
I
further.
noticed that
And
yesterday.
I will, at that point in time, I will actually enter the room.
Okay. Where do you want
I
to?
keep saying I have like the limited.
Where do you want to
Well,
go?
see,
So I guess I should
Did
probably
you get
elucidate.
through your carrier?
So
Um,
my insurance
Most
plan
of this
carrier
wall is
gives me
bookshelves.
Apple Care Plus.
There's a couple like
So
small
my
tables,
insurance plus
a
Apple
couple
Care Plus.
chairs around a circular table right
'Cause I
here.
directly bought Apple Care.
There's
I guess
another
that's what-
table
that's what
down
Best
this
Buy
way.
offers for iPhones. It's amazing.
There's like a
That's why I
small
buy from Best Buy.
workbench here.
I still have
Over
the
on this side, you can see like some other implements, barrels, boxes,
Apple Care.
things of that such.
Plus.
There's another small
double
circular
checked.
table with a couple chairs around it over here.
I thought that was Apple Care Plus because it literally was like if anything
Negative,
was wrong
Captain.
with it,
It's
I
not
could
that
take it
nice.
directly to Apple and fix it.
Yeah, but
where do you
I
want
don't
to-
remember
what
being
direction
on
do
the
you
phone
want
as
to
like a thing
go?
that told you what's covered.
I
No,
would
that-
kind of I would head off to the right.
Correct.
Hug the wall.
T-Mobile plan does not.
Kind of hug to the wall, but like
last
so I know my dark vision works within 60 feet, so I'd probably say about 30 feet away from the
I
wall.
know they
30
changed the
feet.
price of it.
So
that could
that
be,
way I can see
that
30
could
feet
be.
to my left.
I don't know if there is
maybe
30 feet, is there?
So you want to
10
stay 30 feet away?
10 for regular.
Yeah,
13
if you wanted to
for
stay 30
depth.
feet from each wall, you'd be right in the middle of the room.
Okay, so I'd probably be a little
13
further
over
to the
nine.
right of that.
Okay, so like there maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just kind of continue forward,
Right,
but like
area.
very cautiously
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to be
starting
as
to-
Okay.
dead
So you
with
get
silence.
to about here, and go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Yeah, ironically,
Do not be
like,
singing
after
your
working
own
for
theme
Best Buy, I actually
That would be a
highly
dirty
did things,
20.
so I'd buy them everything.
You very carefully sort of like creep through this room, and again, it is. Now that you have left the lit area of that stairwell, it is absolute pitch blackness. You are seeing in gray shade, gray
Yeah.
tones, and you don't really see a lot of detail. It's more so you see the vague shapes of
tones
these
and I.
tables and these chairs and these barrels and these figures in the center of the room. And as you progress closer, you see that those two figures towards the back are humanoid in shape.
Towards the back, as in closest to me.
Yes, these
Okay,
two right here. You see that they're humanoid in shape, and they still have the head, 2 arms, torso, 2 legs,
Head,
all that kind of
shoulders,
stuff.
knees, and toes.
But they
Knees
seem
and
to
toes.
have like these weird protrusions, sort of like coming out of their back and their sides that are almost, I don't want to say tentacles, but they're very similar to like these
I know where this is
like prehensile appendages that sort of stick out from them, and they've sort of like wrapped around, almost like they're. Imagine a human body with spider legs coming out of their back.
Doc Ock.
Very much. They're sort of mid-step going forward with these protrusions sort of wrapping around, going towards whatever is at the opposite end of the wall. And you see that. You can see just in front of them,
because I don't think they offer it. I think you have to get it through Apple or
resting
through
just
Best Buy.
on the ground, this
But that was 3 years ago. It's not
like spherical shape,
It's weird. I've
maybe
never heard of them offering it.
maybe 5 feet in diameter, spherical shape, has a couple little protrusions, very similar to like those humanoids have coming out of their back, like these tentacle-like objects coming out of them, but it's just sort of like resting on the ground, and you can very faintly make out another humanoid object right there, but they all appear to be like mid-movement, but stopped. They haven't moved.
Seeing as how I have dark vision.
Yep.
So I've seen people in pitch black.
Yes.
Based off the shade of gray that their skin pigment is, am I seeing this as like a different shade? Like do they
From
seem
thi-
quote unquote paler?
From this
than-
distance, I would say it's too challenging for you to see.
Got it.
If you want to see, you need to move a little bit closer.
I was gonna say I would keep moving a little bit closer.
Okay, you progress further forward, and as you do, you feel this like I don't want to call it a presence, but you feel this like as you step forward, like you are always aware of your dragon mark.
Yes.
And all of a sudden that just faint like arcane presence that exists on the back of your neck disappears. And as you step forward, you stop for a second and you notice that you're no longer invisible.
I would literally freeze.
Okay, you freeze in place.
Mhm.
Nothing happens.
I don't notice anything else. Like none of them shifted or anything in any way, shape, or form.
Anti-magic field?
I was gonna say I would slowly start backing up.
Okay. You retreat back. Are you retreating back towards the group?
Yes.
Okay. You retreat back to the opening in the doorway,
Am
and
I noticing?
you can, as you turn
do I feel
around,
the presence?
as you turn around and start to walk back, you do feel that.
Okay.
It's very much you feel the dragon mark re-manifest, and it's one of those like you almost have to you roll your shoulders a little bit and you feel it. It's almost like you've attempted to hide your dragon mark before and remove it from other parts of your body, and it feels like
it's that burning sensation when it remanifests, and it's that
Oh, God.
immediate like, oh. But you
Seriously,
look
but
up.
it's still in the same spot.
Yep.
Okay, so
And
then
you can
switch to a
see
different
see
location.
just the faint illumination beyond the doorway where the rest of your party resides.
Oh, illumination from where they're at.
Yes,
Okay,
from
okay.
that doorway that
Yes,
you
yes, yes.
you emerged from.
All right. Yeah, in that case, I would head back. When I get back through the door, I'm gonna look at Jet. So, here's the thing. I made it in there.
Do you want me to make you not invisible anymore?
No, he's uninvisible.
He's when he returns, he is no longer invisible,
Okay.
which is weird.
Oh,
But-
okay.
so,
He would have felt it.
Also, would he have felt that?
Felt
Yeah,
the
yeah,
drop.
yeah.
Okay.
You would have felt the spell end when Vale was in the middle of the room.
Oh, okay.
Vale disappeared. Like you cast invisibility, and you could very faintly hear the
Okay.
as he stepped away and sort of creeped into the room, and then about 20 seconds after he disappeared, you felt the spell end, and you get that immediate like,
At that point, I say, oh, scrap.
and about 10 seconds after you feel that, you see Vale emerge back from the room, and he steps back into the landing with the stairwell where the rest of you are gathered.
Okay.
I don't know what exactly is in the next room, but I do know there's something that somehow dispels magic. Some magic returns, but obviously invisibility is not one of those. But I did
Let's
see.
just send in the skeleton.
I did see 4 shapes.
Are you sending the skeleton
but
in?
No.
none of them are moving. They are being held in place. They have tentacles coming out of them. I'm not sure exactly what we're walking into.
Tentacles coming out of them.
I mean, 2 legs, 2 legs, 2 arms. But I mean, like they had stuff coming out of
These
their back.
weird growths coming off of
Like,
their body.
did you
They're like
see
like
anything that-
additional limbs, but not in the shape of an arm or a leg. It is just
Right.
an appendage that is extending out of their bodies.
Did you see anything that seemed like an active threat? Or anything that
Not necessarily, but again, it's a pitch black room. I saw.
well, let's at least enter as a group, and I could at least throw a few more dancing lights in each, at least the beginning areas, to see what's going on.
Because they're not going to notice that at
I'm
all.
fine with that. Everyone needs to be
We-
prepared for this.
We can stay close to the exit in case we need to make a hasty retreat, but if you can't really see
Hasty
what
retreat up this winding staircase.
exactly. Unless you saw another exit in there.
Not as far as I got.
And you can still hear that, like, even though you've descended probably 80 to 90 feet, you can still very faintly hear that of the mechanisms of that orrery above you.
How's my what am I feeling? Is the power coming from down here? Is it growing stronger?
Appears to be
I still think
similar
whatever-
for you, Zareth.
whatever-
That magical
whatever's
aura, even
down
though you're
here
not casting detect
seems to be
magic,
our
there
best
is just
shot
that
getting
that
back.
Still notice
that
it.
feeling has gotten stronger.
Oh no, I'm not denying that in any way. I just want to make sure everybody's ready for a fight. just
While
in
you're
case.
all having this conversation, you feel the vibrations that you have felt every time
We should.
we shift. You
Do
guys
we
shift.
hear any difference in the ticking?
Negative.
Okay.
You feel it shift, and nothing happens. From what you can tell,
You know, we're super dark down below. We can't see.
your book goes ice cold. It is almost to the point where you almost drop it. In that the moment the vibrations end, the book just it literally feels like you're holding a block of liquid nitrogen. It freezes and you almost like instinctually you almost drop it, but at the last second you stop yourself and you hold on to it, and it is you can see the frost wrapping up your arm and starting to envelop your hand.
Do I
I'm
notice
just gonna
that?
hold on.
Via, you're right.
With how far back he is, no.
Okay. No, I didn't even.
I would say
think about proximity.
because this is
Yeah.
this is a small spiral staircase. So
Yeah, he's-
you guys
he's
you guys
probably
are
almost around
you guys
the
are
corner.
single
Yeah.
file. He is up around the corner
Yeah.
from you.
That's fine.
Open.
It opens and it is filled. Every single page
Chills.
is filled with notes, and 90% of them are in a language that you don't comprehend. Even with Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Yep.
It is. It's familiar, and it's
Familiar but unknown.
exactly. You can't read it, you can't understand it, but there is something about it that is familiar.
Out of character. So does Ryn have any difference? I know on the other.
I heard nothing.
Negative, Captain.
I just up on the last plane we were on, Ryn felt something like pulled back. Now that
I just
we
had that
are
notification.
on a different plane, quote unquote, possibly that is still withdrawn, or I mean, me as a character wouldn't know. I'm
You-
just curious.
For players, you have shifted to a different plane.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So
Rin does not notice any difference.
Ryn
V
feels like
does.
doesn't notice any difference from normal, or doesn't notice any difference from the fact that
Nothing has changed for Rin.
okay.
From where she was to where she is now, nothing has changed.
The
The only difference is you
disposition
notice your book get ice cold and you sort of open it, and very apprehensively you start to you open it and start flipping through the pages,
still
and
hides in
every
the
single
couch.
page is filled margin to margin, edge to edge with scrawlings, some of them in black ink, some of them in red ink, some of them in ink that appears to it surges onto the page in different words and then realigns itself and then disappears, and then diagrams appear and then they disappear, and it's just this constant just flowing knowledge passing through this book.
I'm going to use my awakened mind to try to speak directly to the book.
Okay, what do you say?
Who are we?
I really wanna know. The response comes not as words,
CSI Everon.
but more as a feeling, more as a
It just took me a second to
surge
realize what you
of
just said.
emotion, a surge of
We got the detective, the computer.
In the next room, we have some
Where's the muscle? That's me.
dire consequences.
And again, directly
Computer, what does this
into
say?
the book as
I'm not
much
a
as
fucking
possible.
computer. I don't
is
work
this
for it.
telepathic?
Yes.
Beep
Just
boop bop?
where are
Okay.
us?
Give me a print of that file. That's what?
Oh, I know where we are then.
You're like,
You would honestly with a 22 passive perception, you would notice that those vibrations end, and you've been here long enough to know that okay, we just shifted, and you sort of take a second to gather your bearings, and it's like the temperature drops 15 degrees. There's just a chill, just this. I mean, you're underground at this point. You're in a secluded place that probably hasn't been exposed to daylight or exterior air in years, and just this all of a sudden there's this
Would you say
this chilling breeze that passes through.
do it.
is there a frost made within so many distance of us?
I would imagine my eyes, all my rune stuff would glow more than.
Surprisingly not.
Do I recognize it as this is definitely from the surface and it's cold wind coming down, or do I notice it more as a
Cold wind coming up kind of thing.
yeah?
This just more so seems that you have shifted and your general environment has changed.
Okay.
It does not appear to be coming from the top. It does not appear to be coming from where you are heading.
Yeah.
It is just you shifted and the air got colder.
Okay. But it's not the temperature didn't change, but I'm feeling chills. Okay.
What?
Nothing.
I think we should progress.
Levestus?
Huh?
Say asbestos?
Levestus?
No.
I think.
It took me a second to realize what you were trying to say, but no.
I will say, I have altered to fit the universe.
That's fine.
So you might not be where you think you are, but we will touch base later.
That's fine.
You can touch my base later.
Ooh.
No trouble.
Just feel some shit.
I think we should
Who was it?
progress.
I wanna say
but
who
again,
you're looking for.
we should be
Levestus.
very, very cautious.
So, Devil Prince.
So we're going to be going into the room.
Yes. I mean, that's the only way to progress.
I'm going to ready my light hammer.
What?
Ah. That makes sense.
It doesn't make dollars.
Again, player knowledge, not character knowledge. Okay, so what are you guys doing?
Come on.
I'm gonna head back in.
Jet, I would say you would probably feel that chill as well. Vale notices it first, but you just feel the air sort of chill after you feel those vibrations end.
Does Arnold Schwarzenegger in a Iceman suit come out?
Iceman cometh.
I think you should freeze.
Please. Chill.
Dayman cometh.
I can't stay here all day.
Hey, Morgan.
Should
Hey.
we at least take
Did you have
an
fun?
idea of what we're dealing with? I mean, we could stay in this stairway, but I feel like we're more effective not strung out like this.
skating?
Perhaps, if Vale, you think it's safe to at least enter part of the room?
So,
I don't know if it's gonna be safe, but I think it's
while
our
we're
best
talking,
option.
we would have heard it say we were home.
I'm skating for 2 hours straight.
Oh, it's tired. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Home is comfort.
Like 15 minutes would be enough for me.
We just watch
Garbage at that.
I took my shoes off.
As you're all sitting here debating whether or not to walk into the room,
I was-
V just sort of pushes between all of you and just walks into the
I
room.
was gonna say, as this is going on, I've been preparing to do this, but as I see him coming down, I was like, fuck it, we're going in. And I'm just pushing the door.
Okay.
I've readied my light hammer.
Okay.
I'm walking in.
You all push into the room, and do you bring your dancing lights into the room?
Yes.
So as you bring your lights into the room, you know, you're sort of commanding them as 4 lights to sort of like out into the room, and as they do, they all sort of and they start to go out as you commanded, and then they all towards that glass sphere that was in the center of the room, and you watch as they all enter the sphere, and the sphere lights up and illuminates the back half of this room. And now you can all
Is that
see.
sphere where that point is at?
Yes.
Okay.
You can all see now relatively decently. You can now see the figures that Vale was describing. You can very faintly see another sphere, probably about. I guess I should go ahead and mark it since I marked the other one. You can see another sphere right about here on the ceiling, on the other end of the room.
Is there gold on this?
Everything past that cross is in
Black
at
keys.
this point is in like dark light. Like you can't
Black
really
keys.
make it out beyond that. But you can see these 4 figures, the 2 of which are in the back, sort of like mid-step, with these large tentacle-like protrusions coming out of their backs. You can see the one spherical
My whole
thing
one reference of the
on the ground with these like tentacle-like protrusions coming out of it, and it's just sort of like resting there, and another humanoid next to it that is in like flowing robes. Seems to have like flowing robes with a small like headdress on, and you can very faintly make out the shape of another figure just beyond where your light covers.
So,
Beyond light?
Ooh.
so V sees that and sees the other one and uses prestidigitation to light like a light.
You watch as the other one illuminates, and now the entire room is cast in relatively dim light. But you can now see these scattered tables, desks, workbenches, barrels, and crates.
Tables,
And you can see on the far wall. This room itself is probably about 30-foot floor to ceiling. The glass spheres hang about 2 feet from the ceiling themselves. But you can see on the very far wall there is a singular doorway, about the size of the door you just entered from, that is set against the wall, and above it you can see a large, probably 15-foot wide, 15-foot tall carving of a face, just sort of like leaning out into the room.
Is he the green powerful Oz?
It's huge.
It's big.
You said there was a desk, bench, workbench.
Yeah,
desk.
these are like, desks, table with chairs around it, like a picnic table, workbench kind of thing, like a drafting table over here, like crates and barrels over there.
What is the figure at the far end of the room now that it's fully illuminated?
The figure at the far end of the room seems to be relatively humanoid. You can see 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, a torso. Seems to be armored. Is in like very much like almost like mid sprint, and you can see the right hand is empty, but the left arm bears a small shield on it, and it's like mid sprint, and you can see the armor, and it has a helmet that has like a large, very similar to like the old Spartan helmet, has that like poof of like the plume of feathers on the top, and all of the humanoids in the room beyond yourselves, as you make your way a little bit farther into the room, you notice that all of them are stone statues, and they're all frozen in place.
The armor's not stone though.
Everything is stone. Everything about them is stone.
The one with the shield
they're all
but the
stoners.
empty hand.
Yes.
Does he have a sheath on him?
Make a perception check. From this distance, make a perception check.
Yeah.
We're all in there now, right?
Yes, I would say
Actually, I at this point, just because I'm seeing the figures and I want to like size up what's going on in the room, I would like to also make a perception check.
That
Go
put
ahead.
me at 18.
Okay.
17.
Does not appear to have a like sheath or a scabbard of any kind, but you can see like they do have a belt around their waist, and there is like a small loop on one side where you gather they could probably stick a sword or a dagger or a hammer
You mean
or
sword.
some kind of
It's in the
armament
end.
possibly was there, but at the moment you do not see anything on their
The S
person.
word.
Yeah, that's
You
word.
got one of them samurai
So I can
swords.
gather
You
that
got that
whatever
leg-
weapon
hey,
he
you got that
has,
Skyward
we'll even
Sword
take off
game?
of him
It was
after
signed by
becoming-
Randy Jackson.
Yeah.
See the smudge?
So you have all entered the room at this point. I would say that you are all standing
Of course.
just behind where that first lit sphere is. This is
Your
about
favorite
where you
non-pornographic,
noticed that
Magazine, good housekeeping.
Yeah, good housekeeping.
Good housekeeping.
that aura that dispelled your invisibility and removed the magical properties of your dragon mark. You're at that point where you're on the cusp of it. You know that if you take another step forward, it's going to remove that magical
And at
property.
that point in time, I would tell everybody, just a heads up, where we are at now is fine, but if we progress any further, all magical properties will dispel.
Are there any papers that I can see on either the desk or the tables?
Yeah. I mean, there's papers and tomes scattered.
If I kind of walk over to the desk and just shuffle through some things, what seems to stand out?
Make an investigation check.
Bye bye. Cast guidance on myself. That's a 9.
Don't carry this.
It appears to be written in common, but it's shorthand. Whoever was writing on these notes and this like outline of whatever they were researching or studying, it appears to be written in their own personal shorthand, and it's hard to decipher. You see some points about alignment of the planes, very similar to some of the notes you saw up above you in the observatory, but really nothing Nothing that stands out to you.
Right. Yeah. I'm only 12, but I'm the only one reading the papers. So if anyone else wants to take a crack at figuring out what was going on down here, you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna go stand next to V.
So wait, what?
Can I also do a perception check to see if anything in this room catches my attention?
Sure, go ahead.
That's cock. That's a 16 plus 7, so...
23.
Yep.
Are you progressing farther into the room?
I will set down the bag of holding.
Okay.
Knowing that Vale said, hey, there's magic's going to stop working. Then start moving a little bit forward.
Okay.
Kind of as I'm looking.
I didn't think about that.
So you
Would that have affected? Because I have my bag on me.
Yes and no. I'm not going to say that all of your contents spill out onto the ground. I'm going to rule it more as if you have a bag of holding and you step into the anti-magic field, it just becomes a regular bag. You can't access the pocket dimension anymore.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make all of your shit spill out onto the floor.
Okay.
It's
Thank
more
you, that's
of
what I was worried about.
It's
Well,
more
because
of
I
a-
have an adventurer's pack.
It
Small
turns into a regular pouch.
Oh,
But then
shit.
if you step out of the anti-magic field,
Then you get access
Okay.
to all my stuff.
you
again.
get access to the pocket dimension.
Oh,
Got it.
So
I'm
you
not
progress
sure.
forward.
Continue.
I'm not sure if Jet would know that or not.
Yeah.
but- I was going to say if I can keep it on me, then I will, but if not, then...
Would I perceive that if anything magical goes in there, it would just not be magical anymore?
He did state
I told
earlier
you
that.
that.
Magical effects past a certain point seem to stop.
I tell Bolts to stay where he's at.
Big brain time.
Big brain time! Because I was waiting for you to move him forward.
Also, Zareth, I think your
Sit.
new
Stay.
bony friend should
Not to
also
say my
remain
pouch, so he's just going to be
behind
out.
the line.
So how far forward do you go?
Zareth,
The
you have,
statutes don't seem to be responding to me.
No, they are
Personally.
statues.
do you have another spell slot to pop off another detect magic? We might
Then
be
I'd
able to
Move forward a
determine
little bit
the
more.
origin point of this
See. From there, can I
anti-magic
see
field.
the rest of the room?
So you do see the figure, the
detect
lone
magic
figure ahead that is
Ritual.
mid-sprint, shield
wanna
on the
spend-
arm, empty hand on the other,
If you want to
and
spend
you
two
can now
minutes,
see a little bit
Or
better
if we
that
don't,
face
I can
that's
use
mounted against the
detect
wall.
magic.
Yes, I can.
And you can see this
Well,
large
but I
stone
was gonna say,
face
if you want to keep, motherfucker,
of
if you
What?
want to keep your
It's not
spell
gonna
slot,
I'm confused.
I can just use it.
So if I go into this animal,
Therefore, you can still use other spells later.
It doesn't matter either way.
Because
He gets an
I can
inherent
just
cast.
once per day.
he gets an innate cast once per day for free.
Mario,
That's
you
fine.
motherfucker.
Just
So-
so that way
can't
you
you
just
just-
some of your spell slots.
You see
What
this
did you-
large face, and it is the
I
face of
will-
a
last time?
older male figure.
No,
Uh,
I've infused
big,
it with the ability
You know,
to
not big
combat.
bushy beard,
Yeah, no.
almost similar to like what Shannon's got going on right now. You know, a nice full,
Lumbersexual.
nice full beard, mustache, goatee, all that kind of stuff.
Gotcha.
Great. Anyway,
But you
back to
can
what we were
see
talking about.
very
'Cause that was weird.
Did you roll a perception check?
But
What was it?
23?
what was the actual spell you used
Um,
to?
As you progress a little bit
that
farther
one.
forward,
That
you can
was,
see where
Smite?
the
Some-
eyes
some-
are
branding smite,
two
Okay.
large
which I'm level 2,
stones
but I'm at a level 2.
set into the eyes. The
Ah.
right one, from your
no,
perspective,
like, I
so what would be
infused
the
it with
left
my
eye,
knowledge,
the
and it's like, oh,
right,
shit, if I
the
go
right
in
side of it
If I touch my
is
hammer,
shattered and broken.
I
And
can
as
pick it
you
up.
sort of investigate, you look down and you can see just beneath where the face is, down on the side, to the side of the door, you can see shards of this stone scattered across the ground and a small hammer, similar to what Sprocket uses, lying amongst the detritus.
The other eye is not shattered?
The other eye is not shattered.
Okay.
Is it like a
I
jewel
won't
or
be throwing my
stone?
hammer either.
I'm sorry?
I won't be throwing my hammer either.
So is it like a jewel, like some sort of precious jewel, or is it literally just like
Like Jewel, like the
like
singer.
A rock, like
You would-
marble?
From this distance, you can't really tell. I would say from this distance, you can't tell. To investigate the stones that are set in the eyes further, you would have to get closer.
Jet will continue forward a little bit.
I will.
Does
At this point, again, while this is all happening, you all feel the vibrations build and surge, and then
Right before that, I was gonna say, right before that happens, because at this point, V's gonna understand something's about to happen. He's gonna look into his book because it's still doing the stuff and everything, and he's just immediately going to awaken mind and go, "How do I talk to you?" Or I'm sorry, how do I talk to us?
silence.
So, but I can get something.
Of the lambs.
You feel that vibration surge, and then that shunting, like, as you all shift, and Jet, you shifted earlier, but you've since returned to your humanoid form.
Right.
But like you feel that shifting, like shunting force as you plane shift, and you feel that animalistic side inside of you grow stronger,
Do
and
I
you feel it like
Shift?
you start to, and it's one of those that you don't recognize it until you're about halfway through the process, and then you're like. You actually notice your hands start to turn into the paws and the claws start to extend, and you're like, and you focus for a second and you're able to stop it where it's at, but you can feel that like there's just this animalistic instinct within you that is clawing and trying as hard as it can to get out. You feel your senses heighten. Sight and smell are sharpened, and until you shift again, you gain advantage on perception checks.
Nice.
Perceive.
I will use detect magic.
Okay.
Do I notice where this anti-magic? That's specifically what I'm looking for. But
What's the range on detect magic?
20 feet.
30 feet.
30 feet. You notice that the statues ahead of you, the group of 4 statues ahead of you, are all glowing. They are all magical in some sense. But beyond that, you don't see anything else.
Also,
You would have to move farther forward, but you would enter the anti-magic, and it would negate your detect magic.
The spell can also penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of metal, or a thin sheet of lead. So just
Now
keep that up with that.
here's a question. So you're concentrating on detect magic. You enter an anti-magic field, which ends that magical effect. But if you're still concentrating on it, could you then exit the other side of it, still concentrating on the spell? Or would it be like the invisibility that Sprocket casts and just poofs out?
I would rule that it negates it. It just shuts the spell down. If you enter the field while concentrating on a spell, it ends.
So wait, do you make it apparent that these statues are magic? Nick,
What's up?
do you make it apparent the statues are magic?
Yes, at that point in time, I would turn around.
Let me rephrase. There is again that pervasive magic aura that surrounds everything.
Yeah.
Okay? The 2 in front exude a magical aura from them. The 2 behind them are just inert stone, but there is still that generalized magical aura that envelops the entire space you're in.
It's basically like a nuke went off and you're sensing radiation.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
These 2 in front are very irradiated. The 2 behind it are just not. But there's just that sense of radiation everywhere.
So the 4 of them have magic. The 2 closest to us,
On the lesser side.
yeah, not as much.
I just kind of take V by the hand. I go, do you want to follow Jet with me?
Can Jet do another perception check while he's
So
Wandering
we will
around
just
here.
nod and then kind of hold you closer, and we'll start walking forward.
same?
Alright, I turn to
23. As
Do you progress a little bit
Bolt,
farther
and I go,
forward?
stay.
yeah,
So
Follow.
as you progress farther forward, you see this door that's underneath this large face, and you can see in the doorway the door itself, there's a handle, and underneath the handle, there's a large keyhole. The face itself, that what would be the left eye, so the right side for you, is shattered. There's part of the stone still left inside the eye socket, but the majority of it rests on the floor where this hammer was, or where this hammer rests as well. The left, what would be your left side, the right eye on this face, is still an intact stone. And as you progress a little bit further, you recognize it as a dragon shard. And the same with the detritus on the ground. This is all dragon shards. You recall that dragon shards are obviously inherently magical. They can be used to store arcane energy, store spells, things of that sort.
I was going to say, while he was doing that, I want to actually check the statue people specifically to see if there's anything on their person that may be of we can grab or use.
You check all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Which I rolled a 22.
So, as you do that, we will start. The two in the back here, the ones that for you didn't really exude any magical aura, as you get closer, they look like this.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I know what they are.
It's Grandma.
Yeah.
Okay. This one over here looks very much like that. Skeletal,
But
flowing robes,
mid-sprint.
small headdress, all mid-sprint. And then the one on the ground, again, spherical, seems to have like tentacle-like protrusions coming from it. Appears to be that.
Gorgon.
Okay. I don't know if I want to be that close to that thing then.
Okay. But upon closer
It's
inspection,
just a beholder.
where the central eye appears to be, there is a large slash across it. And you can see, upon closer inspection, where those tentacle-like protrusions come out of its back and its sides, you can see a few of them have been cut off and removed. And as of right now, it only has about 4 of these eye stalks coming out of it. You, as players, know what a beholder is. As characters, you have no fucking clue what this shit is. But of its, like, typically 8 to 10 eye stalks, this one appears to only have 4.
You know what they say? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yep.
Boo!
As you make your way,
The eye has a slash in it.
as you make your way farther forward,
So it's Guns N' Roses.
you approach the figure at the very front where Jet is standing, and
City?
you start inspecting this figure, this humanoid figure, and you notice that the armor that they wear is Siren in make. You do notice that, very similar to where you keep the insignia of Sire, they also bear the same insignia.
Interesting.
Where the face and the skin would be, you can see that it's a little bit more gaunt, a little bit more pulled against the skeleton. There's a few holes torn in the cheeks. You can see the eyes are a little bit deeper set. The skin around the hands, where it's running forward, is pulled tight around the bones. And what did you roll for perception?
22.
Fantastic. And you can see around the neck on a simple rope resides a singular key cast in stone against their body as they run forward.
I would like to grab that key.
It is part of the statue. It is part of the stone that makes up this statue.
Can I pull it off? Can I break the statue of the person?
You have to chip it apart, right?
Yep.
The same concept is like removing a
Could
finger
we
from a
make a
statue.
mold of said key?
If I may,
Is there a thing I can do to pull it away from? Can I break the statue? What?
You can try, but if you break the statue, you might break the key.
That's a big move.
Well, there's no. How else are we gonna get?
Artificer, are you able to use Mason's tools?
Actually, yes.
Are you able to possibly get it off without breaking the
What did you roll in your perception when you walked forward?
23.
You would have, like, the other eye that is still whole, has a faint glow to it. Like the dragon shard is still powered. It is still active.
Of what?
Does it look like
A
this?
Uh-oh.
Yes. Does it look like this sired person? Is his arm extended like the hammer that hit the dragon shard came from him?
Yes. It looks like he was sprinting and he was basically mid-throw
His arm was extended.
when he froze.
2 people point guess who.
It-
Anything.
does it-
Does he look like
Does it strike anyone else that it seems like your countryman was, in his last moments, attempting to destroy these dragon shards?
Gunther does not know, but Gunther thinks key is for a door that we are trying to get through.
Right. It's just, what could help is the finishing of this. What if the dragon shard is what's holding him in place? Is the tentacled, eye-stalked creature also encased in stone?
It is on the ground, sort of like
Like haphazardly,
Like,
yeah,
tilted off to one side.
It doesn't have a base, so it just kind of lolls around.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like whatever he was trying to do set off an effect that encased everyone in stone. So what if that originated and then went to the one that's still standing from that one?
What one?
The one that's not destroyed. The dragon shard.
there's the two eyes, one of which is destroyed, one of which is whole.
If
It's around the door.
Yes,
the
so
eye,
that
yeah.
above the door there's that large male face with the
Okay.
thick beard and all that, and the two eyes. You lose your perception,
Well, I was
your
gonna-
advantage.
well, I was gonna say I wanted to do something before then.
Go ahead.
Since that animalistic side is still there, Jet wants to go up and actually touch the dragon shard. It is
The one that's
shiny.
whole or the one that's broken?
Whole because it's shiny.
It's a bubble.
It's shiny.
You reach up and you like, you,
I'm just trying to get around.
One of these.
it's hard. It's like 12, 13 feet up, so you sort of have to like get a running jump, and you sort of like jump and barely touch it, and as you do, you pull your hand down, and your hand's human.
It's like a kid in middle
You're-
school trying to hit the
This
top
hand
yard.
is human.
Yeah,
This
I was
hand is
saying
shifted. And then over the course of like 30 seconds, the hand that you had touched the stone with slowly shifts back.
So do I
And then you all shift to a different plane and you lose your advantage.
do I think then that this is what is dispelling all the magic?
It's the cat. He's trying to get back inside.
It's the
I was
cat.
like, I was like,
Uh,
what? Hashtag ghost?
Well, hello. Hashtag.
What I
Hashtag
believe then that
who you
the
gonna
dragon shard
call?
is what is keeping the magic from.
Nah,
Make a general
fire
intelligence
department,
check.
don't burn this shit down.
What was the question?
No, it's a 2.
Yeah.
Plus
Potentially. Maybe.
What was
You're just a little confused as to why that animalistic side inside of you is trying to get out. You've never had to fight to keep yourself from shifting, and at the moment you are having to struggle, and it's almost like you drank too much and you are forcing yourself to not throw up. You are trying with everything you have to keep yourself from shifting.
I think Jet would just let it go then. Be like, I'll give in to
Can't hold
that.
back
And just,
anymore.
And so you fully shift into your feline form, and you haven't felt a power like this before. There is something about wherever you are that is amplifying your ability. And you shift for a second, and about that time you feel the ground start to vibrate, and you all again feel that as you all shunt into a different plane, and it's almost like the breath is pulled out of you as that
This is the same shift as him losing his advantage? Or is this the
Yes,
second
same
shift
shift
in
as
30
him.
seconds? Okay.
Same shift
Okay.
as him losing
Okay.
his advantage. you feel almost like the strength is like pulled out of you.
Ooh.
And you're back to that. You're back to what you know as your shifted form.
You're right, Jack.
That was weird. Let's sit down for a second and just try to figure out what just happened.
So, here's what we know. We know that Gunter, your countryman there, was attempting to destroy the dragon shards and some type of magic. Perhaps these fellows behind him was trying to stop him. And some type of, I don't know, barrier or alarm system froze all of them, encased them in stone. What if we destroyed the second one? It might release him, but it also might release everyone behind him as well. In which case, well, they won't be too happy. But we're going to need that key that's around his neck to fit into that hole. So one way or another, we're going to need to release him.
Gunther would like to think, can anyone get key from Nick without doing so? I just kind of like look to like everybody in the party.
Possibly.
It's not. I don't.
Zareth, make an Arcana check.
I was going to say, at this point, I would walk forward. We see where the key's supposed to go.
Because I let everybody know there's a key.
There's a very obvious keyhole in the door.
Can I try picking the lock? Just for shits and giggles?
Sure.
It's a 8, but it's a natty 1.
I mean, magic happened here.
Yeah, I think I said some magic earlier.
Possibly we could try dispelling whatever.
Wait a minute,
frozen.
guys.
18
On.
Arcana.
Is there magic in this room?
Zareth's been inspecting his skeleton the entire time.
I'm just imagining the 280-year-old wizard.
Wait a minute, what?
Guys,
There's magic in
there's magic around here.
Nobody freak out, but I think there might be some magic.
It appears as though the
Shannon.
statues in the room have been petrified.
Okay.
This
I-
appears as though
Looks
living
like,
beings were
Were
petrified
they
in the
scared
midst
and
of
were petrified?
whatever was transpiring in this room. They were
They back,
just petrified mid-motion.
back again.
Group, it looks like they're petrified, just in this room, in this action. So they're still there, just made of stone.
So potentially dispelling it might work.
That could probably work, but again, they're within that anti-magic zone, so I don't know how we're gonna spell something without magic.
Question.
If they're...
Who has the key on their
magic
neck?
would work, then this anti-magic
The
zone
red
wouldn't
caped
dispel it.
person at the very front, right where Jet's at.
Unless it went off after.
That one.
Okay.
And they appear to be running from the four creatures behind them.
Okay.
And like I said, they are in their pose. They are full sprint and they are mid throw. And they have let go of whatever was in their hand. They have a shield on their arm, and you can see where that shattered dragonstone is on the ground. There's all of the detritus from the shattered dragonstone, and a small white warhammer, very similar to what Sprocket wields, lying amongst the
And on
shattered
his
glass.
neck is the key.
And
So-
wrapped around his neck on a simple cord is a large metallic key, part of it which descends beneath their armor.
Okay.
So I think
How much does he weigh?
Pick
The
up the whole
stone
thing.
creature?
Yes.
That's for me to know and you to find out, motherfucker.
Can I pick him up?
Someone.
Roll a strength check.
Guides.
By the way, 21 for lockpicking.
So
You attempt it and you break one of your lockpicks inside of it.
Wait, no, fuck.
takes you a minute, but you're able to extract the piece that you broke inside of it. But it
23.
You sort of like look around at everyone else. You set persuasion down next to you, or suggestion, or whatever the fuck you call your mate. And you sort of like
Persuasion.
you sort of stand in front of them, roll your shoulders, crack your neck a little bit. You know, get down into a squat, sort of pull your leggings up a little bit, get down into a deep squat, and sort of like around the waist and grab onto it. And you start to lift, and it gets like a half inch off the ground, and you're like, I got it. And it sets back down.
Why don't we just
Did any
break it?
blood vessels pop in his face?
That you noticed? No.
Okay.
That you felt? Like 4. There's going to be a real bad headache behind your right eye tomorrow morning.
With the 23. Fuck.
I do apologize. I didn't think
It's
you
too
were
bad nobody has
pure stone.
telekinesis.
Him
Nobody has
and his
what?
armor is stone,
Telekinesis.
right?
Everything on their body is stone.
Telekinesis can lift up to 1,000 pounds.
That's like a 6th level spell, though.
Yeah.
I know.
And none of you are available to use 6th
Alright,
level spells.
what if
Why don't we just break the
is
dragon
your
stone?
thoughts that we drag him out of the whatever field that's causing this anti-magic and then try and dispel magic?
Gunther thought of this, yes.
Well, what if instead of lifting, we just kind of drag him?
Or we just
I don't
break the dragon stone.
Or what if we just, use one of the tables, and then just kind of put him on the table, and then we drag the table?
Then you're dragging the weight of the table and the weight of the statue.
Right, but you're dragging, not lifting.
Eh.
Plus, we can have
Physics.
multiple people do this. We can have a Warforged help me do this.
We have 2 warforges. That one is willing to do it.
This is true.
Oh no.
Battery low, power
Like, if I was to, let's say I'm at the gym and I'm doing the sled.
Yeah.
It's much easier to push a sled than it is to me pick up the sled with all the weight on it and carry
Correct.
it over.
Same
Potentially.
with football drills. Yeah.
Well,
No, not potentially. It is easier.
Well,
I
in-
know, yeah, it is.
In D&D too, also you can lift a lot, or you can drag a lot more than you can
Lift.
Okay, so
But I still think we should just break the dragon stone.
I still think that whatever is.
I don't want to wake the things that Gunther would not like to wake things that are in back of.
Right, but it also will wake your countrymen. Don't you want to have him free? Why don't we put the hammer in his hand?
So I'm not worried about that guy, right? I'm worried about who the fuck's behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So would I be worried that whoever's chasing this guy is probably not no bueno, probably not a good.
You gather, make a straight intelligence check.
Fuck.
Roll a d20, add your
You
intelligence
got a great
modifier.
intelligence modifier.
No, I don't really.
There we go.
It's okay.
We're back up.
That's 7.
He was running from something, and whatever's behind him was probably chasing.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking, and that's
So-
what I'm going to tell everybody. So
Well, then let's move him.
He was running the. You kept saying the dragon shard is shattered because of the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And then the face. Is that one of the creatures, or was that again something above them?
it was a thing
The
above
face
the.
is up up like against the wall.
Okay.
Can I just do a quick check on how far this field? Can I get a feel of the radius if I just kind of go back and forth and just cast like a dancing lights and just kind of see when where the magic stops? And
Seems to be about 60-ish feet from the face.
Group.
from the face. So anything after? Okay, so there's the origin point that I can feel is somewhere like the face. I can kind of get that feel. Yeah.
So basically, where we're standing is like the cutoff or veil.
Where most of you are standing is just beyond the edge of the
Yes.
anti-magic
Right.
field.
Do you have any inspirations? What? Okay.
Here's an idea. working on the airship, come across a few busted pipes. And usually when you fix the pipe, fix the problem. Well, we see that just from simple observation that maybe he threw the hammer at the crystal, which maybe petrified him. So what if we fix the crystal?
Gunter thinks not a bad idea, but unfortunately made Wake West a party have to fight.
Yeah,
After
that's
Smash.
kind of what I was thinking, but
I think it's too shadowed, which Jet will motion to the fact that it looks like it's been it's pieces. It's not large pieces.
This is
They're
Humpty
smaller,
Dumpty.
right?
Yeah.
well, if we pull the I'm just saying, if we pull the crystal out, maybe I can mend it back together.
Look at the mending spell real quick. It's
That'd
That'd be
a single tear.
that'd be tough.
Oh, okay.
That'd
Yeah,
be
it's
tough.
a- it's a single-
Mending.
It'd be tough.
I still think that when the hammer, for whatever reason, your countrymen thought it was so imperative to destroy the dragon shard that it was literally his last action that he did.
Is the hammer petrified?
Gunter would like to think man trying to protect
Pick it up.
what
Hammer.
is hidden prevented rest of bad party following freeze
You now-
everybody in room.
You now possess a
So-
light hammer.
What
So, got a book in one hand. hammer.
what if
That's
we
fine.
just, you tried to lift him? What if we all help in your endeavor, get him out of whatever field is preventing magic from working,
And then if that doesn't work, then
Then-
we break the dragon
and
shard.
then we break the dragon shard?
Gunter like idea.
So I could guide you, inspiration. Whoever is the other strongest could assist you in the task,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe we could make a makeshift.
Who would like to give me advantage?
Is there a
I'm gonna come help you.
is there a
make-
carpet or
make-
something
Anybody else
in here?
proficient in strength?
Okay.
we could make a makeshift carrying vessel.
Hammer is only 1d4.
What?
Such a weak ass little hammer.
Well, I've got
Ooh,
a
um,
3, but
There are benches,
Plus
right?
5.
I'd say
I have
Is there a way we could put the bench, put the guy on top of it, and then pull the bench kind of like a sled,
Yeah,
kind of like you were mentioning beforehand?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I would like to move the bench over to the guy.
You move a bench over to the guy.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
Just so that we can lay him on top of it.
It's a wooden bench.
Sure.
Well,
That's what I figured.
Even if it doesn't support the weight, we at least have a piece of wood we can skate him on.
Yeah, that's.
Does anyone know the spell grease? Oh, it would work anyways. So we lay him on the bench, and then we just scooch him past
Hold on,
all the
hold on,
scary ones.
Hold on.
What do I need? What do I need to do?
Well, I was gonna
Just
say
tell me.
grease stays in one spot though. I
It's
think
going to
that's
be
the
a it's
issue.
going to be a strength check for you.
Alright, so I'm going to give you guidance.
But I'm waiting to see what CJ wants to do because CJ has something he appears to want to do.
No one has enlarge reduce, right?
Not anymore. Change that up. Besides, it wouldn't work anyway. We're in an anti-magic field.
Oh, that's true.
I just have a flask of oil.
Alright, Gunter oils himself up. Stay with me.
Yeah, he does.
Shines his armor a little bit.
I'm just saying
Why
we
am
can-
I?
It's the pecs.
Just
It's
go with
the
it.
facts, yes.
It's all for the show.
Make a strength check.
Who
Gunther.
who
Alright.
has Like who can help me with proficiency for?
He can assist you in the ability check, which will give you advantage.
So
I
while
can give you
I'm
guidance.
walking
He can
throughout
give you
the
inspiration.
I lost my magic armor, right?
Yep.
And
Okay.
I lost it everywhere.
D20,
Walking
D4,
from the front to the back.
D8. Roll D20 twice.
And as you approach and grab the hammer, the book lost its chill. The book seems to be just a book.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's 18.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
because
Roll that
walking
D8.
through the
That's
internet.
a 18, 20, 22, 27.
Yes. 27 to
Okay.
move the body.
You manage to, with the assistance of Sprocket, you sort of like cow tip this thing onto the bench, and as you do, it sort of tips and shatters the bench. Because I mean, it's a full stone statue, and you put it on a flimsy ass wood bench.
Yeah, we expect that.
You tried. Over the course of about 20 minutes, you slowly drag this massive, heavy statue to where you feel that the end of this anti-magic field ends.
Which would be over here.
And as you drag him over there, nothing changes.
That's fine. That's fine.
He is still petrified.
We need greater restoration.
Right. No, well, what if we try to dispel magic if we have that available?
If these
No.
things
Can.
are petrified, does that work?
It dispels a magical effect.
Which petrified would be a magical effect.
Oh, I didn't know.
With that said,
So,
though, in theory, aren't we in
just
a
in case, I don't
area with no
know
magic?
what level. What?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said we're literally in an area that magic has ceased, so dispel magic would have already been dispelled.
Oh, that is.
I was gonna
Good
say
job, Wizard. I
potentially.
didn't think about that.
I mean,
Yeah, but
I
would
got a
it be
thumbs up
different?
from the DM. That makes me feel like I'm onto something.
Yeah, you got the shoulder there.
I mean, feel
I
free to
thought
do
about
it.
it,
I just don't know
but-
what it's gonna do in it.
Fuck yeah.
What's
Well, at the
But
very,
what if
at the
it's
very
like
least,
it's a revert?
what's so?
I could see both ways because like
We assume
You
that if
can't
the-
cast magic
the
in there.
door, that we're in an area. The only way out is this door.
But at the same time, it could be because that's just
I
you can't.
love how much this has stumped you guys. I love it. This
Guys, is
great.
the goddamn door even
It's
locked?
a hunk of
No,
iron.
hold on.
It's a
Is the
hunk of iron.
goddamn door even locked?
I'm still convinced.
Oh, wait,
What
Have we
have to
checked the door?
I think. Wait, he broke a lock.
He broke a lock.
I broke a
yeah.
lockpick in
But
the
did you
lock,
just try to
but
turn the knob?
There's no handle.
It's just a handle. You pull on it and it.
Okay, okay.
So
I
wait,
just
there's
really
a-
would
there's-
do
hold
that,
on,
and I
hold
was
on,
like,
hold
do
on.
you know
No.
how mad I would be if we
Good
were-
idea. I was really waiting. Like that's
Hold
a
on.
great idea. I should
Hold
do
on.
that later
So
on.
there's
Great
a,
idea.
So there's a
The
lock
whole
on the
thing's
door.
just a red herring.
There
to
is
see how
a
long we fucked
keyhole
with it.
and the door is locked.
Okay, I drag him out of the magic field.
Yep.
I am extremely frustrated. Nothing's changed. I go up to the lock. I try to break the lock on the door.
Roll a strength check.
Oh god.
Put your foot on the wall.
Oh no,
Unless there's a fucking.
the door's going to kill you.
I was saying, unless there's a perk later that makes it so that we can
Doesn't matter.
refix the
It's
lock.
well, yeah. Actually, I'd have to drag you out before I could heal you. So
I've done this enough times with video games. We're not getting this door open.
wouldn't
25.
have a D8
This
on
is
that.
the first
Oh, you
one.
win.
It's like, hey, do you
23.
force the lock? It's like, oh, hey, it's perfect.
You walk up to it and you sort of, very similar to like when you moved that statue earlier. You sort of square yourself and you grab onto it and you pull as hard as you can, and you can feel the wood of the door bend, but it doesn't give.
Zareth, yeah, what if, I mean, I wasn't really able to make heads or tails of any of the paperwork or notes that are on here, but what if something down here
V tries to
could
talk
give us
to
a
you.
clue as to what this room is? I mean,
Where are you
obviously,
at?
Do
it
you
was
have any ideas?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
obviously. Oh, I rolled a bloody investigation check, which I have
So
a
you
plus
just
one
see
to it.
this.
No one wanted to help me, but
Hmm.
You
this
just see
room is
this.
obviously very important to them because they made it a
That's
puzzle
what-
upstairs. So what if something in these notations could give us a clue as to what that scary face is over there?
I checked the notes.
Roll an investigation check.
I wanted to break
The-
something and I fix it.
Bring-
Doc, are you goddamn kidding me?
Back.
6.
and he's gonna
7.
Point at the other eye.
7?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know shit.
He's gonna hold up the
It was
hammer.
19 and then went
Well,
3.
hold on. Can I do an
Yeah,
investigation?
I don't know
Sure.
what these goddamn things are.
Hold on.
It's really dark. I can't see them too well.
Be my guest.
Be
That's
my
it.
guest.
He takes as acknowledgement and
Yep.
he walks over within
8.
20
Wait, the
meters
door's
of the
wooden,
eye
right?
and throws the hammer. Granted, it's
Roll to hit.
okay.
The door's wooden, right?
Are you throwing it at the door?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
It's wooden
proficient
steel
with-
reinforced.
Yeah. No, I'm throwing
Is
it
there
at the
like
eye.
where
Okay,
is-
cool,
Yep.
cool.
where
Nope, Jet
do,
was done.
do we know where the magic starts back? Is that what this is?
Generally, where you guys are is the
Yeah,
border
pretty
of
much.
the anti-magic field.
But I mean, if I'm over here, am I in it?
Yeah.
Or outside of it?
In it.
Oh damn! I was gonna say just
15.
burn the goddamn door down.
Roll damage.
Hey, that's 1d4.
Wait, did you say it was a wooden door?
He said it's wooden.
Steel
I mean, it's
reinforced.
Steel reinforced, but it's still wooden. But I mean, if we burn the wood, if we have a way to burn the wood, the steel would just fall apart.
Wait, plus your
Um,
dex mod?
Plus your dex mod?
I don't. I'm,
Yeah,
I'm,
you don't have dex, do
I'm
you?
proficient and I have +0 to dex.
Oh, okay.
So it's literally 1d4.
Ooh.
Did you have
Well, but-
advantage
but
when
if-
you did strength checks?
If you're proficient, you can add your proficiency bonus.
Well, to
No,
hit,
that's a damage.
not to damage.
Yeah.
Oh, damage. Got it.
To hit.
Sorry.
I can if somebody
Because
assists me.
it's strength based.
I can assist you.
Right, not dexterity. Oh no, it's
Fuck
not.
it.
but it's not finesse.
Let's try it.
I'm gonna rummage through my pack and I pull out a crowbar and I give it to him and we're gonna try to strength check this motherfucker again.
The door or the gym?
Okay.
The door.
You throw the hammer, and you let go of it, and it hits the gem, and you watch as the gem and just like spiderweb cracks around it, and the hammer falls to the ground, and you watch as a shard falls and releases.
What falls?
The shard, the one whole gem on the face,
A little shard.
cracks, and one shard hits the ground and shatters into dust.
Right.
And
You and Zareth both watch as the stone figure in front of you that's mid-sprint shatters and immediately resumes his sprint and stops mid-step and is like,
was the little girl
and
who said
looks
this 20 minutes ago.
looks
but no one
around
wants to-
and is like, and you watch as all four of the figures ahead of you,
God damn it.
Casting bless.
all of them shatter out of their stone forms, and you see the stone figure that was mid-sprint initially looks at you, looks back at you, and goes, "What have you done?" Everyone roll initiative.
I Misty stepped the fuck
I was
out.
trying to
That's what
stop
I did.
this.
There's no stopping it.
There was
This
no
is
way.
the
Yeah,
ultimate-
there's
So
no way.
I do want to say real quick, guys,
damn it.
it is midnight.
Yeah.
I want to
Yes.
keep going. Corey, let's keep going.
You are about to enter combat
Yeah.
with a zombie beholder, a white, and two Dolgons. There is more after this. Do you all want to continue going, or would you like to stop here?
Yes, we want to.
Because this is going to be extended combat, plus you have more stuff to go through after this.
We want
Should we do the
to.
combat?
It is entirely up to you guys. I'm
I
just
don't
letting
think-
you know
I don't
it is
like it.
after midnight.
It's 12:07.
And we
And
won't be,
By
we
after
won't be
midnight,
coming
I
back
mean,
here
it's
till
literally a
next
pubic
month.
hair after midnight.
It is
I'm
going to
gonna-
be at least a month till we play this again.
I'm probably gonna be the minority, but I'd rather stop you.
Okay.
We stop before combat?
That's kind of where I'm
I'll
at.
vote for that.
I've got to work.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
But we're gonna make mistakes. and
Oh,
not-
I rolled a nat 20.
I did as well. Yeah, I get to go first because I have Dex.
I'd
and
rather
you
do
don't.
combat
I rolled
when
a
fresh.
two.
Do you want us
and,
to do initiative and then? Right
No, we will wait and we will do initiative.
No,
at the
I
start
rolled
of
a
the
nat
next session.
20. Don't take away my
So
nat
did I.
20.
That's
Guys,
20 on
I-
initiative doesn't mean shit.
No, but I still rolled a nat 20. It's my
Good
first
for
one of the
you.
night.
Good boy. The crap.
I'm gonna go
So why
last
is it going to
next
be a
week,
month? What was
Because we're gonna wait 2 weeks. We're gonna play Rhyme, and then 2 weeks after that, we'll play Eberron again.
Yeah. So it's going to be another month before we get back to this combat.
I'm still waiting for January to ask for his
no.
watch, and that's been a
Guys.
year. So,
I actually was going to bring that up. Well, this is primarily just for the people in Death of a Star. Had Skylar over today, and he's raring to play as well. So my leave ends. My last day of leave is December 6th. So we should do something that weekend prior,
Okay.
which is
Shit.
That's not next weekend, is it? That's not a.
December 6th.
so
Yeah,
next
so that's
weekend
1,
is
2,
Thanksgiving.
that's 3 weeks
Yes.
Oh wait.
So we'll be playing on
So-
Maybe.
So you're thinking like the 5th?
The 4th, 5th, or 6th.
Second.
Yes.
He's saying for completely.
So here's the thing:
Oh.
if we're doing any of those nights, I can play. I will have to leave at 9 p.m. at the latest.
It's-
So we would
and
have to
I
start
also
earlier.
what-
in the
what
But
day.
I also
days-
can't get there till
What days are those?
That's
Or
Friday,
it's
Saturday,
Friday-
Sunday.
It's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Honestly,
I can do Friday.
hold on. Again, I'm on leave until that day, so it can be any day before that too.
I'm off
My
Wednesday,
thing is,
Thursday,
if we're
Fridays.
if I can do any day anyone wants to do, but if it is not Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going to physically have to do
False. If it is not Tuesday or Wednesday.
no Wednesday Thursday.
I will
But
say.
Thursday night, going into Friday morning, you'll have to work. Therefore, you'll have to leave early on
Where do you
Thursday.
Okay, but then I wouldn't be able to play till
Steel
4.
Defender dog.
So
So,
Right.
Tuesday.
I will
Wednesday.
say that
Is it
week
from
on the 2nd is when
Dungeon
we are
Dragon
going to be
or-
playing
Yeah,
the
I guess,
next
like, was it, like,
Rhyme session.
Whatever company
Yeah.
makes
Gotcha.
these.
So
super. Oh,
Well, here's the thing. I don't want
We'll explain once we figure this
I
out.
don't want to hold up
Everyone's just
CJ
talking.
Wayne though either.
Well, I mean, we can discuss. I didn't want to play till 1:30.
Should we stop the stream also? By the way.
Sure, we can.
bye guys.
Love you.
Thanks,
everybody.
Bye, thanks for watching, and see you in the episode.
We're gonna fight a beholder in a month.
So
A zombie.
the thing is,
beholder.
No.
The
That's not a big
16th,
butthole, they're not
which
as bad.
is